check, check one. Hello, check, check one. Hello, check, check one.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. Just as an information, within 5 minutes we are starting our show. Thank you. Within 5 minutes. अरे यार ये बड़ा नहीं हो जाता, बड़ा नहीं हो जाता, ये बहुत बड़ा हो जाता है।
एक्चुअली ना ये ना बहुत छोटा है और लैपटॉप उड़ जाने से ना चेहरा नीचे आ जा रहा है इसका।
इतना नहीं होगा ये,
ऐसे बाहर रहेंगे तब तो हो जाएगा।
बहुत ऊंचा आता है भाई, ये तुम्हारे लिए ठीक है। हाँ भाई,
All are requested to kindly take their seats. We'll be starting soon. Kindly take your seats, please. Friends, kindly take your seats. We'll be starting soon.
ये किधर इसको रहेगा, ये वाला निकालना है, अभी क्यों रखे हैं? शुरू करें। ये तो बहुत बड़ा हो जाता है, बड़ा हो जाता है, नीचे ठीक है। शुभ प्रभात, नमस्कार, प्रणाम आप सबको। जय जगन्नाथ। मैं एडवोकेट पद्मनाभ दवे, टुडेज एमओसी, आप सबका तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं। वेलकम यू ऑल टू दिस ब्यूटीफुल वन डे कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय AIFTP ईस्टर्न जोन। I take this privilege to call upon all our dignitaries on the dais. I'll be requesting our conference secretary, the dynamic Girdhar Dhelia ji, to kindly escort today's chief guest, Dr. Ashok Saraf, past president, AIFTP, to be escorted to the dais. Along with national president, the dynamic of AIFTP. दोस्तों, तालियां तो बजनी ही चाहिए. Then I request Chartered Accountant Rajesh Mehta, National Secretary General of AIFTP, to the dais. Advocate Basu Chatterjee, Chairman AIFTP Eastern Zone. Advocate Vivek Agarwal, the Man of the Moment Conference Chairman, to the dais. And CA Girdhar Delia, Conference Secretary, to the dais. And Devis Podar, the Eastern Zone Journal Secretary, to the dais. जैसे कि आपको मालूम है, आज का बहुत बड़ा दिन है AIFTP के लिए भी. September 9 and for India also September 9 hosting the G20 at New Delhi. We all are proud of our Bharat. तो उसको गुणगान करते हुए मैं निवेदन करूंगा सबको अपनी अपनी जगह पे खड़े होकर राष्ट्रगान का उद्बोधन करें. नेशनल एंथम प्लीज.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे. गाहे तव जय गाथा. जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
धन्यवाद. I request all the dignitaries on the dais for the lighting of the lamp. I request शुरू करो.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ. निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
विनायक नमो नमः. अष्टविनायक नमो नमः. गणपति बाप्पा मोरिया. धन्यवाद. I request now the conference secretary Girdhar Delia ji to address.
Jai Ma Kali. After this beautiful Ganesh Vandana, when we are in Kolkata, the chanting of name of Ma Kali is must. What a fabulous morning today is. Coincidentally, the world leaders from different parts of the world are assembled in New Delhi, capital of our nation, in G20 summit, and the leaders from our profession are assembled here in Kolkata, the capital of FIST, in AIFTP one-day conference at Oberoi Grand. Friends, today our fellow friends have joined this conference from Guwahati, Cuttack, Bhubaneswar, Rourkela, Aluru in Andhra, Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, Thane, Gujarat, Varanasi, Prayagraj, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, Muzaffarpur in Bihar, Gaya, Indore, Patna, Jamshedpur, Ranchi, and also from Agartala in the north and east. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished fellow friends, speakers, delegates, and participants who have traveled from far from wide to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence enriched this conference and promise to make it a memorable experience. Once again, I'll request to give a big round of applause for all our friends, be a Kolkatian, to give a warm welcome to the friends from the outside Kolkata. Today's guest of honor, Dr. Ashok Saraf, Senior Advocate, Advocate Pankaj Ghia, CA Rajesh Mehta, Secretary General AIFTP, our own Zone Chairman Vasudev Chatterjee, whom we fondly call Tiger, the Conference Chairman Vivek Agarwal, dignitaries of the dais, our own Zone Secretary Devesh Poddar, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to each of you. I, Giridhar Delia, Conference Secretary, extend a warm welcome to all of you in this one-day tax conference at the Oberoi Grand, Kolkata. I am truly honored to stand before you today as the Conference Secretary for this one-day tax conference at Kolkata. This gathering is a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and a pursuit of knowledge. Over the technical session today, we'll explore the cutting-edge ideas, engage in meaningful discussions, and foster connections that will undoubtedly save the future of the profession. Throughout our time together, we will develop into key topics, exchange insights, and work towards solutions that can drive progress and change. I want to take a moment to express our gratitude to the organizing committee, volunteers, sponsors, and none other than Mr. Vivek Agarwal, the National Vice President of the Conference Chairman, who has left no stone unturned to make this event possible. I have no hesitation in saying that his dedication and hard work for Federation are truly commendable. I also extend heartfelt thanks to our sponsors, without whom this conference would have not been possible. Your support enables us to create this platform for intellectual exchange. As we embark on this exciting journey together, let us remember that the possibilities are limitless when passionate minds converge. Let us use this conference as a springboard to push the boundaries of our knowledge and contribute to the betterment of the profession, betterment of the East Zone, betterment of the AIFTP as a whole, friends. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the session, engage in discussion, and take advantage of networking opportunities. It is through these interactions that we can unlock new ideas and forge connections that can drive meaningful change in our respective fields. I wish you all productive and inspiring conference. Let us embrace the opportunity before us to learn, collaborate, and innovate. Together, we can make a difference. Let's take forward the journey of knowledge, the journey of fellowship. Thank you so much, friends.
Thank you, Mr. Girdhari, for your elaborate report on this conference. Before moving forward, जैसे अतिथि देवो भव, we have to honor our guest on the dais. I'll be requesting Sri Vinay Singhania ji to please kindly honor our Dr. Ashok Saraf with shawl and memento. I'll be requesting Sri Rajiv Agarwal ji, Rajesh, from Jamshedpur, to please present our love and affection on behalf of the AIFTP East Zone. Momento. वो दिया नहीं. I requesting CA Pradeep Agarwal ji to honor our National General Secretary. Okay, GA Harilalka ji. To present to our Rajesh Mehta sir, National General Secretary AFTP. With the love and affection, shawl, dupatta and memento. Next, Pijus Kumar Tarafdar from Murshidabad. I request him to please be here to honor Advocate Basudev Chatterjee is June Chairman. Then I will be requesting Dipen Kumar Chatterjee from West Medinapur. From different parts of our West Bengal, our honorable delegates have come. With the pride of AITP, they are joining. Thank you. I'll request Dipen Kumar Chatterjee, West Medinapur, to honor today's conference chairman, Vivek Agarwal. I'll request Tapan Kumar Roy also from Krishna Nagar. Tapan Kumar Roy from Krishna Nagar, West Bengal, to honor our conference secretary, Sri Girdhar Delia. And I'll request Advocate Sanjit Shah from Ranaghat, West Bengal. Now I'll request Sanjit Shah, Ranaghat from West Bengal, to honor our Devesh Podar, General Secretary, AFTP. Thank you. Dhanyavad. We also recognize the presence of our past president, Mr. M.S. Rao, AIFTP. I will request Smith Saurav to please present shawl and memento there. नीचे नीचे यहाँ सामने दे दीजिए. आइए आइए ऊपर आ जाइए सर. I'll request Vikas Goyal to present to Sudip Nopani, Treasurer is Zone Conference Treasurer. Thank you. Now it is time to hear the conference chairman, Advocate Vivek Agarwal, to hear him. Thank you.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my esteemed senior members. I am truly honored to stand before you today as we gather for the esteemed tax conference organized by AIFTP East Zone. The event holds special significance as it not only brings together tax professionals from across the country, but also provides us with the opportunity to recognize distinguished tax professionals and experience the warm hospitality of East Zone of the Federation. First and foremost, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Your presence here is a testament to the dedication and commitment to the field of taxation. And we are privileged to have you join us today. Today we come together not only to share the knowledge and insight, but also to celebrate the achievement of our senior members who have tirelessly contributed to the growth and development of our profession. Their wisdom and experience serve as a guiding light for all of us, and we all have the privilege of felicitating them in due course. Throughout the conference, we will engage in fruitful discussion, gain valuable insight, and forge new connections. Let us make the most of the opportunity to enhance our knowledge, strength of our professional bonds, and contribute to the continued growth and excellence of the tax profession in India. I thank from my core of my heart my team East Zone, led by my energetic conference secretary Girdhar Dhelia, who has worked day and night for this conference. In spite of being the busy month of September, the whole team East Zone has bring up this conference in this way. I also thank my national president, who has always supported the young leaders or young team of the East Zone and been with them. At the last, but most importantly, I pay my sincere gratitude to my elder brother, my mentor, my guide, and my backbone, Dr. Ashok Saraf, who have always stood by me in all. Thank you, everyone. Please enjoy the conference.
You really deserve applause. I once again request all, the chairman and secretary has worked very hard to bring this day. Now I request the zone chairman, Mr. Basudev Chatterjee, to address.
जय माँ काली, जय Jagannath. Many thanks to you, sir, that you have given me an opportunity to speak something today before such beautiful gathering of the one-day tax conference organized by the AIFTP Eastern Zone at Oberoi Grand, Kolkata. My most respected senior advocate and past national president of AIFTP, Dr. Ashok Saraf ji. Sir, I have the honor and pleasure to convey my heartfelt welcome and thanks to you on behalf of our conference committee. Sir, we are very much grateful to you that you spent your most precious and valuable time and took the pain to travel across far away from Guwahati to Calcutta to attend this conference. Sir, we always need your blessings, love and affection for support and to encourage endeavor and all in this present era of practice. Once again, I convey my most respect and thanks to you, sir. my respected National President, Sri Pankaj Ghiaji. Sir, I convey my heartfelt thanks and welcome you on behalf of all the members of the organizing committee for today's event at Kolkata. Sir, if I am not wrong, this is your 110th program at Kolkata since your tenure from first day of January 2023. I really surprised as well as wonder to know that how it can be possible only in 243 days. This is your 110th program at Kolkata. I convey my heartfelt congratulations to you. Your endeavor, your will, power, your patience, all together is a lesson and encouragement to all the members of AIFTP. Thank you, sir. To all the delegates, all the dignitaries on the dais, sir, myself and my member of our conference committee is very much grateful to you. All your presence in this event is a great support to us. Thanking you. Sir, I convey my gratitude and thanks to all present and past office bearer, national bearer, office bearers, including immediate past president, who came across the country just to support us. I again convey my thanks to all of you on behalf of the conference committee. Thank you, sir. But I welcome you all and my big thanks to you for joining this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Zonal Chairman. It is only 120 program, and if you add the 15th August, more than 150, I think it is going 270 and some odd. I think it is big applause required for our National President and the FT members who have joined in all those programs. Thank you. Now I request our cool, calm, and hardworking Secretary General of AIFTP, तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत कीजिए. उन्हें रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं.
Respected past President, Senior Advocate Dr. Ashok Saraf Sahab, our President Pankaj Ghia sir, Vivek Agrawal ji, Girdhar Dhailia ji, Vasudev Chatterjee ji, Devesh Poddar ji, and all respected seniors and my professional brothers. Today a grand conference has been organized here. A lot of efforts have been done by Vivek Agrawal ji, Girdhar Dhailia ji, and all the Eastern Zone team, so that today members have come here. And this is a great learning with his good things. And he told during the education will also help us to grow high, and we should take the FTP to great heights. And conference, thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir, for all your words. आप सबको पता है कि आज भारत में कमल, और उस बीच हमारे AIFTP में भी कमल खिला है. कमल का दूसरा नाम है पंकज, और मैं उस हस्ती, उस प्रधान हस्ती को मैं आमंत्रित
restricting to finance ministry alone. We are there when the government needs us. In fact, in the last 3 years, this is the third program that I am attending. One was at Lucknow, another was at Siliguri, and third is at Kolkata. Now you can understand that how much attachment I have got with the East Zone. In the Siliguri conference also, I requested the zone members that please don't designate me as the guest of honor or the chief guest. I am a member of the East Zone. I am a brother of yours. How I can be a guest of yours? I told him that no, don't try to make me away from the East Zone by designating me as a guest of honor or chief guest. So I pass over this designation to the Pankaj Ghia, national president, and don't accept it. Friends, first of all about the national president. Somebody said 110, national president corrected it to be 111. Sometime I was wondering that whether it is practically possible. For myself, I thought that it is impractical, impossible, but I have to admit it, that it can be done, and it can be done by a person, dynamic person like Pankaj Ghia. 3 years back in my term, I suggested that there should be an Innova car for the president from the federation, and the next president should take over. I have to withdraw it now. I think a charter flight is necessary for Sri Pankaj Ghia. The way a person can devote the time, energy for the federation speaks volumes about the attachment of the person concerned with the federation. In fact, when I look at the WhatsApp group, I find that there is hardly any day where any function is not there. What portion, which religious place, I think nothing has been left out. And if something has been left out, I think in 2 months or 3 months, that will also be covered. In fact, it is not my hand. Otherwise, I would not allow Pankaj Ghia to leave after 1 year, and I would have suggested that 1 more year is necessary for Sri Pankaj Ghia. Hats off to the National President, Sri Pankaj Ghia. The Secretary General, who is a very silent person, he works behind the scene, but such a wonderful person and hard worker I've never seen. Ghiaji, the sun rises in the east, and I can tell you, the East Zone is the zone which works sincerely, which works with heart, with their own feelings, and I can tell you with proud that I am the member of the East Zone, and East Zone will prove to be the best zone of the All India Federation of Tech Practitioners. Where the persons like Vivek Agarwal, Girdhar Dhelia, Odisha Pradosh Patnaik, Vasudev Chatterjee, and other members who are sitting here, they are the members of the East Zone. Nobody can stop the East Zone from taking up the activities. I know that 2 years the Corona period was there, the activities could not be taken, but now it has started, and once it has started, it will now again in December, the big Christmas time, the celebrations are there, and the celebration under the Mr. Narayan Jain, the organization will be there, and you can see just a glimpse of what is going to happen in December by looking at what has happened today. Friends, 2-3 things that in fact I want to say and share it when the National President is there. National President has done a wonderful job by organizing the various programs all over the country. But my feeling is there that certain things must be done which must be in the interest of the members of the Federation. Knowledge, very good. Fellowship, very good. But we are a federation of more than 10,000 members. And all our brothers and sisters, they are not such a capable financially that in difficult times they can handle the situation. In fact, in the Corona period, I suggested for a fund of the Corona fund was there. I know that whatever contribution we are making, that is not sufficient at all. But that gives a feeling of attachment to the members that the Federation is with us whenever the need is there. I will request the National President that before December, before he lays down the office, the Beloved Fund which was proposed, that should be bring to the light with a minimum fund of 1 crore rupees, so that from the interest we can help the members who need the medical assistance, etc., in the days of difficulties. I know 1 crore rupees is not difficult at all, not difficult at all. If you can organize 111 programs all over the country by organizing the seminars and conferences, I know how much expenditure is there. And if you can ask the zone, every zone, to contribute to some persons, make a list of 25, 30 persons who will contribute. 1 crore rupees will be there by the end, within 1 month itself. I know if the National President Pankaj Ghia decides, then he can do it. And I'm sure that he will do it. Second one, that I will request Sri Pankaj Ghia ji, is that you are organizing the seminars and conferences in the nook and corner of the country. Kindly, the small bar which are there, provide them e-library or library, because I find that many places the proper libraries are not available. Now, when the e-library is there, if you can establish in your period at least 25 libraries, 5 each in each zone, and make it a precedent that in the next time to come, again 25 will be there from the Federation, that will be a great contribution and help to the members of the Federation. Since the time is only 3 months now, I don't want to give other burden. If my friend can do these two work, then I will be most happiest person. And I am saying this because one should say only to those persons who can do it. Since I know that he has got the capability, he has got the will, he has got all the resources. That's why I'm saying that Pankaj Ghia will do it. Now, coming to the technical sessions. Friends, whenever we organize the technical sessions, what we do? We always, I have seen number of technical sessions I've attended. We all point out, this is deficiency, that is deficiency, the government has done this, government has done that. This is absolutely bogus, this is absolutely bogus. I sometimes ask a question to myself, whether by speaking that this is bogus, this is foolish, this should not have been done, this should have been done, whether it is going to change, the law will remain the same. What is needed is that you suggest that in the present situation, present law, how we should handle it. And not to say that this law should not have been there, this clause is foolish, this clause should be deleted. No use. It is good for the members of the Federation that more complicated, more provisions are there in the GST. Tomorrow, if all the recommendations are accepted and all such provisions are deleted, what you are going to do? The Chartered Accountants, they will no work. Why you are submitting the representations, just delete this provision, delete this is harsh, this is very difficult. This for the Chartered Accountant, tax practitioner, advocate, it is not difficult. No taxpayer is going forward and saying that this will be deleted. Nobody is going, but we are going. And I don't think that this is in the interest of the Federation to submit a representations that the harsh provisions or the other provisions should be deleted. In fact, the technical sessions should be there to suggest ways and means how to handle these type of provisions which have been incorporated, because by saying that this will be deleted, nobody is going to hear. My friend Mr. Venkatamani is there today. Where he is, I don't know. He's there. He's a very, and I also know everybody likes it when somebody speaks about the the government, criticizing the government. Lot of clappings are there. People are very happy that somebody has said, and Venkatamani will today also is going to do it. I know. But that is not the only thing. According to me, the thing should be there that to suggest ways and means to handle the provisions and handle the answers, give the answers to it. The provisions will remain the same. Secondly, I've seen in certain seminars and conferences, we give the topic, how to handle fake invoice cases. How you can discuss such type of matters where you say how to handle the fake invoice cases? If the fake invoice is there, it is a fake invoice. How to handle it means what? That means whether you are going to help him the fake invoices. Is it your job? No. You should at least add the alleged fake invoices. If you say that these are fake invoices, then why you are holding seminars? That's why the government has got a bad eye against the chartered accountants, advocates and tax practitioners, because they think that they are the persons who are coming in the way and saving the persons from, like in the murder, one who has committed the murder, yes, you can help him, but you don't say that you commit the murder and this is. So my suggestion, I don't know whether I'm correct or I'm not correct, that is not the question, but this is my feeling that in the seminars and conferences, we should not discuss, at least formally don't give the topic. You may do it inside the room and all those things, but don't give the topic that we are going to suggest ways and means how to handle the fake invoice cases. Similarly, friends, I find that in the tax practice, we are taking every cases like in the appeal. We have a feeling that we must go through appeal and the tribunal is not there, tribunal will come up, I think Calcutta is coming, and thereafter tribunal, thereafter to High Court and all those things. I don't think so that this is the correct notion. You must have gone through the judgment of the Supreme Court in the Godrej Saralij case, where the Supreme Court has said, whenever the question of law is there is no question of dismissal of the writ petition on the ground of alternate remedy. And in 90% of the cases in the GST now, the pure question of law is there. And when the pure question of law is there, I think you should approach the High Court. The more you approach the High Court, the department will be under control. I always say, the lesser the petition in the High Court is an indication that there is more corruption at the lower level. The more the petitions in the High Court means the corruption is under control. So, when you go to the High Court, you may not get the order, you may not succeed. There is another one, division bench is there, the Supreme Court is there. You try, and I can tell you that nowadays High Courts are not like that they don't want to give the judgments against the government. The High Courts, whenever you make out a case, the judgments are coming, and the judgments are well in favor of the SSCs. There may be certain cases, individual to individual, after you're not a computer. The judges are not computers. The judges are human beings. Everybody has got his own feelings, all thinking. One or two judges may be there, negative judges. Certain judges may be in different feelings. But as a whole, I can tell you that the judiciary is the only place where you can seek relief and make the department under control to work within the parameters of law. I have seen many cases where the GST, the format is there of the order passed and all those things. So one line is written after reply, GST registration rejected, cancelled. No reasons, nothing, because they take it that this is the Bible. The format is there. They don't understand that this is the format. You must have to write the reasons and all those things. Many cases have come before the Guwahati High Court now where one line, two line order in the format, like this is the format is there. Format is not the order which is passed by the department. Ultimately, it is the regions which must be there, and there are no regions. And someone in the GST told me that now the government has engaged some IIT persons, and they are passing these orders on behalf of the department officers. They are doing all the job, and since they are doing the job, they are doing like the IIT, and taxation is not a work of the IIT. Taxation is a work of the persons who know the revenue, who knows about the intricacies of the law. So friends, I am not here for making any speech. There are many stalwarts there. Mr. Venkatamani there, Prasant is there, other person, Arun Agrawal is there. They are persons who will explain to you the intricacies of the law and all those things. In fact, I can tell you that I don't know anything intricacies of the GST or income tax. Only when some matter comes before the High Court, you are the persons who brief me, and accordingly, whatever you brief me, I present it before the court. There is no necessity of mine going through the intricacies, provisions, etc. Once first time when the TAN 1 case came, I was not aware what is TAN 1. I told him to explain to me what is TAN 1. And he explained to me the chartered accountant, and I did the case and argued the case. So the real knowledge is with you, who are doing chartered accountants, tax practitioners, who are doing the department level. They know what is GST, what is income tax. We don't know anything. In fact, I can tell you that our knowledge is very limited. So you are the persons who are knowledgeable persons are sitting, and I will be benefited by your deliberations, by I may learn something from you, and I think that will give me further some benefit by this attending the conference. This great attendance of the members in the East Zone from all parts of the country, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, Tripura, Assam, and all those things, places, I'm sure that in other activities also you will equally participate. One more thing for the East Zone chairman. About 1.5 years back when I came to Calcutta, I suggested that there should be an special awards for the East Zone itself, and I also agreed to sponsor the awards. But you all know that these things remains in the meetings and remains only in the meetings. Will request the East Zone chairman to at least materialize it, and this was the annual feature. I said that whoever has done the great activities in the East Zone, he should be awarded for the East Zone itself. National is different, East Zone should be different. So my request will be there that whenever the meetings are held, kindly make a noting that what you have decided, what you have resolution you have taken, and to implement it, that will be a great achievement. Friends, I am grateful to you all for giving a patient hearing to me, and once again, thank you all for inviting me to be present here and amongst all you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words of wisdom. And now it's time for the felicitation of the individual and association. Before that, एक चीज है, काली के धरती पे हम हैं, तो आप सबसे निवेदन है, एक जय काली कलकत्ता वाली, तेरा वचन न जाए खाली, AIFT के सदस्यगण बजाओ ताली। धन्यवाद। मैं अभी निवेदन करूंगा अपने फ्रेंड विकास गोयल टू टेक द प्रोसीडिंग फर्दर। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Devi sir. It is an absolute honor for me to be here in front of all of you. I'm feeling like a
Anybody from Vitta Salakar? Vitta Salakar Chartered Accountants Association and Central Kolkata Chartered Accountants Association. Done. Huh? Central Kolkata. VIP Road Chartered Accountants Association, Vivek Bankaji, President, led by his team. Friends, that's done with the associations and the study circles prominent here in Kolkata. Now I'll be felicitating the tax legend, the tax professionals here in Kolkata who have contribution deeply to the profession. Will start in alphabetical order.
Thank you, Vivek ji.
I request our own Arvind Agarwal, who is the past vice chairman of the zone AIFTP, Arvind ji, to kindly come on the dais, please. We are doing it in alphabetical order, so your names come first. So please come on the dais. I request Dr. Saraf and our own President Pankaj Ghia to kindly felicitate our own Arvind Agarwal ji.
Requesting Saraf sir to please do the honors. Shri Arvind Agarwal is an advocate by profession with almost 35 years of professional experience. He has keen interest in the matters related to direct taxation. He is a past president of ACAE and DTPA. Give him a round of applause, please. Next, may I request Shri Anand Tibdiwal ji to please come on the stage.
Arvind ji, this is the memento, this is the AIFTP emblem, what you have received. So keep it with you. Thank you. This is AIFT emblem in the form of memento.
Shri Anand Tibdiwal ji is a senior chartered accountant with more than 50 years of experience. He is a senior partner with NK Poddar and Company and brings significant experience in the field of taxation. He is regularly appearing before ITAT and also a past president of DTPA. Next, requesting Shri Abhratosh Majumdar ji to please come on the stage. Shri Majumdar is an accomplished advocate who enrolled in 1998 and was designated as a senior advocate by Calcutta High Court in 2016. His expertise lies in constitutional laws and taxation matters. He has served as a former additional advocate general of the state of West Bengal. Currently, he is a member of the Legal Aid Services of the Honorable Calcutta High Court. Thank you, sir. May I request Shri Binay Kumar Singhania ji to please come on the stage. Binay ji is a founder partner at BKS and Company. He is an insolvency professional, fellow chartered accountant, certified fraud examiner, IBA impaneled forensic auditor, formerly committee member on the Insolvency Code, ICAI, having experience in tax audit, income tax assessments, and international taxation. As an insolvency professional, he is having a good experience in the IBC cases. May I request Shri Devkinandan Agarwal ji to please come on the stage. Shri D.A. Agarwal ji is a senior partner at Devki Bijay and Company. He is a science graduate and a fellow member of the ICAI and Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal. He has nearly 4 decades of experience in the areas of financial management, accountancy, management and operational audit, statutory and tax audit. He is a former president of DTPA and he also headed the corporate law subcommittee of the Bharat Chamber of Commerce apart from his other accomplishments. May I request Shri Indu Chhatrat ji to please come on the stage. Indu sir is a seasoned chartered accountant and a partner at KL Chhatrat and Company. He has been the past president of ACAE and DTPA and brings close to 50 years of professional experience in auditing and varied professional subjects. He is also a past chairman of AIFTP and an active member of the Federation. Give him a round of applause, please. Next, may I request Jinesh sir to please come on the stage. Jinesh Vanjara ji. Shri Jinesh Vanjara ji is an experienced chartered accountant with more than 3 decades of experience in direct taxation, particularly in the field of search and seizure and settlement commission matters. He has been a past president of ACAE and he's a past president of ACAE, apart from his other accomplishments. Next, may I request Sri Mulchand Jagwayan ji to please come on the stage. He's not here. Okay. He's not here due to ill health, so we will miss him today. Next, Madhav Prasad Surika ji. He's not here. We're missing him today as well. Next, Sri Narendra Goyal ji. Sir, please come on the stage. Sri N.K. Goyal is an experienced chartered accountant and comes with almost 35 years of professional experience. He has keen interest in matters related to audit, company laws and contemporary taxation issues. He is also a past president of DTPA. Please give him a round of applause. Next. May I please call Srimati Nilima Joshi ji, ma'am. The lady who's bearing the flag of the gender diversity in this profession. She holds a diploma in information systems audit. She has more than 35 years of experience in areas such as taxation, company law, treasury operations, management audits, internal audits, valuations, due diligence, mergers and restructuring of businesses. She is a member of standing committee on the taxation matters of Bharat Chamber of Commerce. Please give her a round of applause, please. She is also an active member of the federation here. 30 years. May I request P.R. Kothari ji to please come on the stage, sir. Shri Prithviraj Kothari ji is a senior chartered accountant and a partner at Baid & Kothari Chartered Accountants. With more than 4 decades of professional experience, he has also been a past president of DTPA. May I request Advocate Paras Kochar ji to please come on the stage. Shri Paras Kochar ji is an advocate by profession with close to 4 decades of professional experience. He is an expert in the field of direct taxation and matters related to search and seizure, drafting of will, family planning. He has also authored a book on FAQ format on service, search and seizure. He has been a president of DTPA as well. Thank you so much, sir. May I request Sri Ramanand Rustagi ji to please come on the stage. Vikash, Mr. Rustagi is absent today because of his ill health. May I request Vikash Parak ji if you're here? Huh? Okay. We'll move to the next. May I request Sri Ravi Patwa ji to please come on the stage. He is a senior chartered accountant and a partner at RKP Associates. He is a former chairman of EIRC of ICAI. Has exposure in different kinds of audits of public and private sector banks and insurance companies, including central statutory audit of state cooperative banks, different kinds of internal and statutory audits of corporate bodies, as well as direct tax and management consultancy matters. Next, may I request Sri Sajjan Kumar Sultania ji to please come on the stage, sir. Sri Sajjan Sultania ji is an experienced chartered accountant with close to 5 decades of experience. He has been actively involved in AIFTB activities and have contributed in various seminars with his vast knowledge on taxation. He is a past president of DTPA as well. Thank you, sir. Next, may I request Sri Sanjay Bhattacharya sir to please come on the stage. Oh, he's not. May I request Sri S.K. Agarwal ji to please come on the stage. Next, requesting Sri Shanti Swarup Gupta ji to please come on the stage, sir. He is a senior chartered accountant with more than 4 decades of professional experience and has a vast knowledge in taxation matters. He is regularly appearing before the Honorable ITAT as well. Thank you for your contribution to the profession, sir. Thank you. Next, requesting Sri Subhash Agarwal ji to please come on the stage. Sri Subhash Agarwal ji is an advocate practicing in the field of direct taxation with more than 20 years of experience. He is into litigation practice in the matters related to direct taxation and is a past president of DTPA. Requesting Advocate Sumermal Surana ji to please come on the stage. Sir has more than 50 years of experience as a lawyer and has been an active member and past president of the Income Tax Bar Association, Kolkata. Thank you for your continued contribution to the profession, sir. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Next, requesting Advocate Suresh Chandra Garg ji to please come on the stage, sir. He is one of the senior most members of the Federation and the profession with vast experience in GST. Can we give him a round of applause? Look at his energy while, despite having so many years of experience, is actively involved in the Federation activities. Next. So we also request appreciate the presence of Shri Sanjeev Sanghi sir. He's left? Okay, all right. Thank you so much. May I request for the vote of thanks? Devesh Poddar ji to please come here and give a formal vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, my senior professionals and my professional colleagues. It's my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session. At the very outset, I would like to thank each and every member present over here for making this event a grand success. To my understanding, this is supposed to be one of the first and the widest professional associations gathering under the largest tax professional body of India. As a matter of fact, though we are having the conference in East Zone, I can tell you, sir, we have members from all the 5 zones present over here. We have around 15 professional associations over here being represented by their members and the office bearers. I would once again like to thank each and every member present over here. Further, I would also like to thank the organizing committee headed by Shri Vivek Agarwal ji, Conference Chairman, and Girdhar Delia, Conference Secretary, for organizing such a wonderful event. Lastly, I would like to thank the management of the Hotel Grand Oberoi for their support and arrangements, the event management team and the media for their coverage and their assistance, and our support partners Jan Kalyan and Utkarsh Bank. Once again, I would like to thank each and everyone present over here. Thank you. The first technical session shall start in next 5 minutes.
बधाइयाँ बधाइयाँ
लैपटॉप में वो कहाँ है वो अभिषेक जिनको पीपीटी दिया था और एक वो स्टेज भी क्लियर करने के लिए थोड़ा बोलिए अभिषेक बैठे थे उनको दिया ना व्हाट्सएप पे कहाँ है उनको तुरंत बुलाइए হ্যাঁ এটা ক্লিন করুন। টেবিল এখানে টেকনিক্যাল সেশন হবে ওনাকে আমাকে
We shall be starting the technical session in 2 minutes. I repeat, we shall be starting the technical session in 2 minutes.
कॉपी कर पूरी कॉपी कर कॉपी कर दोनों दोनों है सर कौन सा पहले चलाएंगे वो एक बार सर चेक कर लीजिए वो ओपन हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है एक मिनट पहले कौन प्रशांत अच्छा प्रशांत
उनका पीपीटी है क्या तो मेरे को तो
यहाँ पे है.
We request the delegates to kindly settle down. We will be starting the first technical session. We now invite the speakers and the chairman and the co-chairman of the first technical session, Shri Ashwani Taneja, Shri C.A. Prashant GS, Shri Vinayak Patkar, Shri Paras Kocharji on the dais. We request the delegates to kindly settle down. We will be starting with the first technical session. We request Shri Ashwani Taneja, Shri C.A. Prashant GS, Shri Vinayak Patkar and Shri Paras Kocharji to kindly come on dais, please. We now request Mr. Apurva Shahaji to kindly come forward and felicitate our chairman for the session, Shri Paras Kocharji. I request Shri Apurva Shahaji to kindly come forward and felicitate with a memento to Shri Paras Kocharji, our chairman for the session. Kindly have a big round of applause, please. Now I request Shri Bhaskar ji to kindly come forward and felicitate our co-chairman Shri Vinayak Patkar ji. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Now I request Shri Smith Saurav ji to kindly come forward and felicitate our speaker Shri Ashwani Taneja ji. Smith Saurav ji. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Now I request Shri Suman Chetia ji to kindly come forward and felicitate our second speaker, Shri C.A. Prashant GS. Suman Chetia ji. So there is quite an interesting topic in the first technical session. The first technical session shall be headed by CA Prashant GS, who will be speaking on income tax implication on virtual assets, virtual digital assets and its interplay. So I request, without wasting much of the time, I request CA Prashant GS to kindly come forward and give his words of wisdom.
morning, all. At the outset, I thank the AIFTP Eastern Zone for having given me this opportunity to share my views on the income tax implications on virtual digital assets, online gaming, and e-commerce. We are indebted to our parents for life. We are indebted to our guru for the way we live. I take this opportunity to place on record my deep sense of respect and gratitude to my mentor, CAS Venkatramani, who has been a guiding force and factor in my endeavor of profession. Also, my respects to CAD Devraj and CAA Shankar, who mentored me at various stages of my professional career. To say beside and set the tone down, I would say I've handled probably about 150 or 200 lectures now. And this time, Vivek Bhai said, you have to come out of the regular comfort zone of search, seizure, reassessment, and judicial pronouncements and litigations in income tax and talk on an emerging area, which is the virtual digital assets and the burning topic of online gaming. Of course, the ramifications in GST are far more in online gaming than in income tax. Nevertheless, for a common understanding of how the digital progress has happened and how India has progressed in the digital era, if you look at the last 5 or 6 years, where the emphasis has been on a digital era and the digital payments to be made, the digital transactions have increased from roughly about 2,000 crores in 17-18 to about roughly 9,000 crores in financial year 21-22. And it's increasing by the day, we can call. And India has been the second largest online market as of 2022, second only to China. We would obviously get better. Now, what are these virtual digital assets we're talking? How do you understand them in terms of taxation and in terms of getting to know what the government is wanting to tax? You did not have a specific guidelines prior to Finance Act 2022 to tax virtual digital assets, or even there were confusions insofar as the regulation by RBI on virtual currency. Because RBI has been consistently coming out with notifications and press releases regarding the risks involved in dealing in virtual currencies which are not regulated. Most of us as professionals have now seen the advent of cryptocurrency, so these blockchain technologies, and you've seen many ads in public domain saying that how people are making quick bucks in terms of having this cryptocurrency and money from crypto coins. But where do you trace these origins of these virtual digital assets, or how are the international organizations looking at this? You had the Financial Action Task Force, which has been there from 1989 to prevent money laundering and terrorist financing. And the FATF defines a virtual asset as a digital representation of value that can be digitally traded, transferred, or used for payment. It does not include digital representation of fiat currencies. What do you mean by fiat currency? It is a government-issued currency, that is, which has no physical backing, which means there is no backing through a gold or silver, which generally you associate with the regular currencies. If India is having, say, 30 lakh crore of currency, 18 lakh crore of currency running, you will have corresponding reserves in gold elsewhere. But for fiat currencies, that would not be there. It is not backed by gold or silver, but it is backed by the government that has issued these fiat currencies. Now, coming to the taxation and evolution of digital currency. What was the need to tax it? As our finance minister in the budget speech said, since there was a phenomenal increase in the transactions in virtual digital assets, the magnitude of transactions has led the government to believe that you need to have a separate taxation regime for virtual digital assets. The meaning of virtual digital assets, the definition itself is quite technical. Most tax practitioners like us, professionals, chartered accountant, advocates, we will not be able to easily decipher the technical meaning of what a virtual digital asset is. But coming to what 2 subsection 47A under the Income Tax Act, it defines the virtual digital asset to mean any information or code or number or token. We'll discuss those terms a little later. Not being Indian currency or foreign currency, generated through cryptographic means or otherwise. I would lay the emphasis on the word or otherwise in the definition of virtual digital asset in 247 capital A. Why is that? Why is the word, why is the need for us to emphasize the meaning of the word otherwise here used? Because it goes on. Or otherwise, by whatever name called, providing a digital representation of value exchanged with or without consideration, with the promise of representation. But the emphasis there, we'll have it on otherwise. I will take you through that, why the emphasis will be on the word or otherwise. And you also have a non-fungible token or any other token of similar nature by whatever name called. The third one is probably the broadest of the categories, any other digital asset as a central government may notify. This indicates that apart from whatever they are trying to bring in the ambit of virtual digital assets, be it a token or an information or a code or an NFT, even the government is not sure as to what all ingredients go into this and what all constitute virtual digital assets at all. So therefore, they have kept the issue open to say any other digital asset which the government in its wisdom would feel that it qualifies to be a virtual digital asset would also be part of the definition of VDA under 247A. Now, how do you deal with it? What was the necessity to bring in the taxation angle for this? Before you had the taxation regime for VDA, we need to understand certain common terms which are used. Cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, stable coins. All these aspects are now what probably we hear and we are reading up in the financial markets to say how a particular cryptocurrency or a Bitcoin crashed and the value which was probably in 2008 if you had invested about 10,000. As of 2022, the value in some of the currencies had risen to about 40 crores or 50 crores. Now some of them are back to zero or having a negative value. And one important thing as laymen we need to understand is you cannot have this option of forgot password for this cryptographic transactions or Bitcoin wallets. It is there in the blockchain technology. And once you are out of that blockchain, if you're not able to get to what your username and password was, your particular transactions in the blockchain would remain as it is. Nobody else will be able to hack into it. Neither will you be able to retrieve it at a later point in time. It is unlike your regular online accounts of username and password and you log in with how many ever levels of encryption and password protection. This blockchain technology would ensure that the user can get logged out of his account permanently if he doesn't remember the credentials. Because the blockchain technology works in a manner that electronically there is a trail of transactions which are recorded and there is trail of the transactions. So therefore, you will not be able to replicate or copy those transactions and probably I use the word probably here, the probability of having a fraud is coming down. But nevertheless, looking at how hackers have found into most of them, there have been Bitcoin wallets which have been hacked into, but it requires very specific skill sets which most common users or even first level hackers would not have it. Now, what do you mean by non-fungible tokens? Take an example, all of us have read in the newspapers of Amitabh Bachchan selling his collectibles of his father's poems and his photograph as an NFT. Which means, assuming that AIFTP now has taken a photograph of me standing here and talking. If this is this particular photograph, if it is converted into a non-fungible token and it's available on the blockchain technology, once AIFTP decides to part with it and create that NFT, they give up the rights on that particular original photograph what they have, and a digital photograph of mine is created. And it can be transferred, sold, online, but you will have a unique ID associated with it, wherein even if people want to replicate that particular photograph, you will always have the original, that it will depict that this is not the original. When Amitabh Bachchan sold his particular collection, he got about 7 crores for his father's poems and photographs, which are normally available. But because he had made it to a non-fungible token, the exclusiveness attached with that particular token fetched him the money. And how do you look at this? You have the artificial intelligence coming in now, and you also are having in Tamil Nadu, you have an artificial intelligence generated NFTs representing the state. So technology is moving and evolving by the day to say how. When Tamil Nadu brought up that, it showcases the Tamil Nadu's past, present, and how the state is going to be. That they've created through AI, the NFT. Taxing it, yes, 115 BBH is there and they will tax it. But how do you get this particular Bitcoin? To tax it. There's a concept of mining. The mining that you and I are used to and fighting cases is completely different from this particular mining what we are talking about here. We are used to coal mining, iron ore mining, and fighting cases on those. The legality or illegality of the mining through licenses. But this is completely different process which is known as mining. By conducting or solving complex mathematical equations on the computer system, and you mint or mine your Bitcoin. And then you create that Bitcoin as a cryptographic asset. And like in all promotions, buy one, get one free, or inducing you to use a particular brand, you have something called as airdrops. What is an airdrop? A cryptocurrency airdrop is a marketing strategy that involves, you have a particular wallet, they send you some free Bitcoins to your account so that they'll encourage you to use them. They're called airdrops. They're free of charge for you. But you would not know who has given it to you, but it's there in your online wallet as an airdrop. This can be for example, you have a, say one Godrej Limited. They are posting about their products, ACs and other things. Mr. Mathur Saab may be enticed by them to say, please retweet my posts about Godrej and you will get something free. He will not get an AC for that. They will give him some airdrops as some Bitcoins free in his account. That's how they have induced people into getting onto this Bitcoin. Like your IPO, you also have this initial coin offerings, which probably India will come up with rules and regulations and how it's going to take on. How do you store it? In crypto wallets and the private keys through the cryptocurrencies. So therefore, this is a highly technical system insofar as how a Bitcoin is traded and transferred. But insofar as taxation is concerned, like Saraf Saab was putting it across, hardships are unknown to taxation law. Karmachari Union versus Union of India. So equity and hardship sometimes are canons unknown to taxation law. Similarly, the moment the government realized that yes, there is a host of people who are dealing with these VDAs, there needs to be a mechanism to bring it to tax. Now, how have they brought it to tax? They brought it under Chapter 12, Section 115 BBH. And dealing with it, where the total income of an assessee includes income from transfer of VDA. So they have understood that yes, your virtual digital assets can be transferred or traded like any other assets what you own. One important thing is, up till 31st March 2022, the definition of property in 56.2.10 did not include virtual digital asset. Subsequently, once they brought in taxation once they brought in a specific regime for taxation, they introduced. Now, take an issue wherein, just because a taxation regime started in 2022, does it mean that people were not having VDAs before that? How is the taxability for VDAs prior to the introduction of a special provision? Can you compute VDA headwise? Of course, it can't be salary, whether it's capital gains, whether it's business income, whether it's other sources. If at all it is capital gains, can you claim exemption under 54? Prior to 2022, income from transfer of a VDA, can you claim a 54F exemption? Because there was no specific regime to bring to tax the virtual digital assets. So assessees who have offered it to tax in accordance with law, assuming that they have held on to that asset for a particular period and then transferred that asset by treating it as a long-term capital asset. Were they debarred from doing so? In my opinion, no. Because there was no specific provision bringing it to tax. So therefore, you will have situations where prior to 2022, people could have had virtual digital assets and transfer income generated from that, either to be income from profits and gains of business or profession, or income from other sources, and again by claiming suitable deductions under 57, and or by even depicting it as a capital asset. The law did not prohibit you from depicting them as capital gains or business income because there was no specific definition of that. And 247 capital A was also brought in later to include virtual digital asset. So therefore, then what happens? What happens to the set-off of losses in that regime? Because now, in the present regime, under 115 BBH, the income tax is at 30% from transfer of virtual digital asset. And you have 115 BBH2, which is a non-obstante clause, saying that, notwithstanding anything contained in any other provision of this Act, no deduction in respect of any expenditure other than the cost, if any, or allowance or set-off of loss shall be allowed to the assessee, which means it is like your horse race income. Again, for horse racing or gambling, other things, excepting to the extent traversed in 74 dealing with owning and maintaining a racehorse, where other incomes are taxed at a flat rate of 30% without deductions or expenditure. Similar is the treatment for VDA under 115 BBH. Now, this leads to a situation wherein, yes, we understand from 1/4/2023, 115 BBH is there and you pay tax at 30%. What is the position prior to 1/4/2022? When the assessees had VDAs, but it was not known by the nomenclature of virtual digital asset as defined under Income Tax Act. But you had these assets. You had this cryptocurrencies, or you had these particular tokens which you have traded, exchanged, sold, made profit. And assuming you have incurred losses there, is it permissible to be set off then? In my opinion, yes. Prior to this period, the law does not prohibit you from, because you have treated it as income from business in that year, and the normal provisions of set off and carry forward will apply. There may be a different view. Some professionals may take saying, look, till such time this specific provision came in, you are permitted to set off or carry forward. But once you have a specific regime which has come in from 1/4/2023, some professionals have taken the view in the past to say that the brought forward losses in the regime when there is no specific taxation for this will not be allowed to be carried forward. This probably is an issue to be discussed because you never know. What is the law? As of today, it is taxable at flat rate of 30%, no deduction. Yes, understood. Fine, we will pay taxes on that. What happens to the laws which I have carried forward and brought it forward in accordance with law? There is no law prohibiting that particular usage. But there are two views on that to say whether it is permissible or not in terms of the erstwhile provisions of erstwhile losses from the VDAs. The important thing here is loss from one virtual digital asset, that is loss incurred or generated through a transfer of one virtual digital asset cannot be set off against the gains even though they are from the same year, which means each transfer is treated as a separate item. First, I transfer some virtual digital asset, I get a profit of 1 lakh, I have to offer it for tax at flat rate of 30%. Same day, there's one more transaction, I've incurred a loss of say 1,25,000. There is no carry forward, there is no set off. So in effect, what you gain, you pay 30%, what you lose is yours. If you gain, a government is a partner with you in that. If you lose, it's at your own risk. So therefore, it's a peculiar, because in the other online games or lottery or wherever, you will not generally incur a loss in terms of a lottery winning. You can't incur a loss. What you lose at most is the cost you have incurred to buy that lottery ticket. Here, you would have purchased it and subsequently sold and then incur a loss, like a normal business transaction. So therefore, insofar as 115 BBH is concerned, there is no expense or allowance against that income. Only the cost of acquisition can be claimed. And coming to the cost, what will be allowed? Whether depreciation on the computer systems used for mining, this is allowed. Internet charges, whether the rent for the building, those I think in the normal course should be permitted to be claimed because they have only said cost of acquisition can be claimed for while computing the income under 115 BBH. But the transfer should be used in relation to virtual digital asset irrespective of the nature of character that the assessee is depicting it, which means in the past, prior to 2022, he has depicted it as income from business or income from capital gains, doesn't matter. When it comes to the present year, the taxation will be at flat rate of 30% and 115 BBH, dehorse your books of accounts. Again, yes, we go back to the golden principle that entries in the books of accounts do not determine the nature of transaction, Kedarnath Jute Mills. So therefore, applying the same principles, irrespective of what the assessee depicts in his books of accounts, the taxation now is at a fixed rate of, or fixed or flat rate of 30%. Next issue arises is whether a rebate is permissible under 87A for gambling, VDA, online gaming, lotteries, etc. Opinion, yes. Rebate has nothing to do with the nature of income. It is reduction from the tax liability insofar as the slab rates of the assessee are concerned. Therefore, in my opinion, rebate under 87A would still be available even for income generated from 115 BBH. One more question that arises is whether there is an exemption of the benefit of maximum exemption limit. For example, 2.5 lakhs or 3 lakhs or 5 lakhs in the case of super senior citizens. Does that exemption limit apply for taxation of VDA at 30%? Because there is no specific provision, in my opinion, you cannot claim that. There is no ballpark or a standalone deduction to avail saying a super senior citizen up to 5 lakhs his income is exempt. VDA still he will have to pay the taxes because Finance Act 22 included VDA within scope of property. So even if somebody wanted to offer it elsewhere, prior to that, they would have taken a chance that it is not falling under any of those items. There was a probability that they could have treated it as a capital receipt. Like for example, when taxation of carbon credits was brought in, initially when they brought in 115 BBG, for a brief period from the time the budget was announced till the bill became the act, they had not amended the definition of income. You had a rate of tax at 10% under 115 BBG for carbon credits, but there was no inclusion of that particular item in the definition of income, which means had it come out even a month later, for a brief period, you would not be able to charge carbon credits to tax, because before 115 BBG came in for taxation of carbon credits, the position in tax laws were, based on the Andhra Pradesh High Court in my home, was that it was a capital receipt, not exigible to tax. Then subsequently, 115 BBG was brought in. So these provisions applying how 115 BBG has worked, in my opinion, are prospective in nature. So I would take a position that from 1/4/2023, the assessment year beginning when it is taxable at 30%, the prior positions or losses, in my opinion, should be allowed to be carried forward. If assessee has got a loss which is incurred during 2021 or 1920, in accordance with law, the normal 8-year period, or as the case may be, should be allowed to him, because the law of taxation under 115 BBH, being a specific provision under Chapter 12, is from 1/4/2023 only. So I would take a position that the earlier losses which are carried forward should be available to the assessee to be set off against his any other regular business income, because from 1/4/2023, the law mandates that they don't treat this particular income from VDA as a business income or capital gains. They're bringing it to taxes flat rate of 30%. They're not giving you any allowances on that. Therefore, considering that there is no allowance here, in my opinion, we should be able to claim the set-off of losses of the earlier VDAs. And now, how are they trying to curb it, to control, and what is the control mechanism the government will have? The best way is TDS. How do you know that somebody is dealing in virtual digital assets? Whether are they offering it to tax? Simple. Shift the onus, bring in TDS. 194S was brought in with effect from 1/7/2022 to say any person responsible for paying any resident any sum by way of consideration for transfer of VDA shall at the time of payment or credit which deduct an amount equal to 1%. They brought in a nominal rate of 1% as TDS. So obviously the ramifications are known to everybody. Once you have a TDS provision, the deductor would pay the tax, file the return, it will get reflected. And now more so based on the AIS and TIS information coming in, this would partake. And obviously you have the normal exemptions given, saying if it does not exceed 50,000 or it does not exceed 10,000. Those are for small transactions which really will not have an impact on how the law will evolve on that. But considering that the government has taken this taxation of VDAs a little seriously in terms of how it has to be taxed, we will encounter situations where we would not know by looking at the initial definition of VDA, because I now read out for the benefit now to say any information of code or number or token. How do you differentiate one from the other and come to a conclusion that this is a virtual digital asset? You will have a common issue being asked where saying whether the coupons issued, the gift vouchers issued, are they virtual digital assets? Because yes, they represent a value. You have a coupon, you can go and exchange. Your Sodexo passes. Sometimes it will be non-transferable. You will have a separate pin for that you have to, whether will those come under the ambit of virtual digital assets? And as we move forward, there are many things which will lead to a litigation saying this is not at all a virtual digital asset, and they want to have a category of assets outside of that so as to bring into the normal regime of taxation. Once you specifically fall into 115 BBH, you are taxed at 30%. But if you are able to establish that this is not without that. And now, if you remember, when I started with this, I said the emphasis must be on the word otherwise used here. Why? Any information, code or number or token, not being Indian currency or foreign currency, generated through cryptographic means or otherwise. How do we now look at this meaning? What should be the meaning ascribed to the word or otherwise used here? Is it like the ageism generis rule, that it will take the character of the words that have preceded, or will you look at in isolation as how some of the courts have looked at when dealing with 45(4) to say dissolution or otherwise, whether a reconstitution of a firm would entail the provisions of 45(4), how 45(4) was looked into when the word otherwise was there. How do you look into it? Because you have one Supreme Court judgment, there may be many more, but one of them is the R&B Falcon, wherein they said, when you are interpreting these words or otherwise, when used as a general phrase following an enumeration of particulars, are commonly interpreted in a restricted sense as referring to such other matters as are kindred to the classes before mentioned. So therefore, even though they have used the word or otherwise here, and you also have a CVDT notification 74/2022, wherein they have said gift cards or vouchers or discount coupons would not be treated as virtual digital asset. This came in again in 30th June 2022. And look at the law. You had the TDS coming in from 1/7/2022. So even if there would have been a 1-day delay on this notification, somebody would have deducted tax on the gift cards as on 30th June. So the notification came on 30th June to say gift cards or vouchers or any other discount coupons will be outside. Next, you will have an issue of reward points, credit card points, loyalty points. These are also have been kept outside. Next, you will have this bundled up offers. If you subscribe to Amazon Prime, you will get Times subscription, CricBus subscription, Cricinfo subscription, subscription of the Hindu, of the Telegraph. Whether such discounts or coupons given to you, what happens? You pay, say, 2,000 rupees to buy a subscription of Amazon. He will give you certain, voucher codes. That you go to different websites and have that code there and obtain a discount. It can be a Swiggy, it can be a Zomato. Whether they are virtual digital assets, because the discount code that has been given to you is unique, one of its kind. No two codes are similar. So the CBDT notification says even the subscription to websites or platforms or applications through this type of mileage points or promotional programs would be excluded from VDA, or else you would have had a situation wherein TDS would come in from 1/7/2022 and these transfers would have enabled that this is a virtual digital asset and they'll end up paying 30% tax on that, which is a very, most people would have been affected here. If they start taxing your petrol points, you regularly fill up petrol in, say, Indian Oil, and Indian Oil gives you loyalty points. So after you accumulate, say, 1,000 points, he'll give you fuel worth 500 free. If you say that particular 1,000 points are VDA, consideration is 500 rupees, and you pay tax on 30% on that. Because at no point in time you can exchange it for cash. Not at all possible. You can't go to Indian Oil and say, look, I have a 1,000 rupee voucher, which can be redeemed for 500 fuel. Instead of that, give me 250 in cash. Is it possible? Legally. Is it possible legally? Not possible. So how do you bring that? The incentives, the rebates being given by the dealers. So they will be outside of this issue. Because the issue in GST insofar as gift cards and all will continue, which my senior will deal in the next session on that as to whether they will form part and parcel of under GST law. But insofar as income tax is concerned, for the purpose of virtual digital assets, these coupons and other things are kept outside. It is not that the income won't be chargeable. If at all you have got these coupons worth, say, 1 lakh from any of these websites or whatever, under 56(2)(10), you may be asked to pay tax on that. But you will not be required to pay tax as VDA under 115 BBH. You have to understand that we are not saying that it is not taxable at all. It is not to be treated as a virtual digital asset. So which, as probably issues arise and department comes out with more clarification, some stability would come to how. Now, because they brought out 30% flat rate, most litigations would be nipped in the bud. Because no carry forward of losses. But to that extent, it's a little harsh to say. Even losses from one VDA cannot be set off against the other, which means each transaction is being looked at isolation. So assessors have to be careful in this because there is a chance that, yes sir. Yes. It's coming. I think I've also noted it down. I'll come to that. Yes. Yes, yes. You also had that 7/3/2023, that March 2020. Yes, notification 1072, dated 7/3/2023, section 21SA subsection 6 of PMLA 2002. I would have addressed it in the normal course. Anyway, Taneja ji is there. We know as to where this is leading now. You have and how these bitcoins, cryptocurrencies, why is it coming into PMLA, the ramifications, the intention behind crackdown of 30% is to ensure at the government level it can't be used to these dark websites and other methods to get out of the transactions. Once you brought in a mechanism here and people who are caught on these transactions would be tried in other economic offenses also. So they would be brought into it in such a way that the transactions would come out, or else I'm sure he's going to address on those issues as well to say how it was used for terror financing and how the crackdown has begun, to say that otherwise it was impossible for you to crack down. There was no mechanism that government would know that what was happening unless they brought in this particular thing. I think insofar as GST is concerned, I think in the 51st council meeting it was suggested that VDAs should be included. Now, coming to the next aspect of VDAs, by and large, to the extent I have already traversed saying that it is taxable, you have the online gaming. What does it include? What does it exclude? You play 3 cards during wedding. Now, with the advent of technology, all your family members can assemble on Zoom call or WebEx and play cards. Is it covered by the Public Gambling Act 1867? Is it prohibited? You are playing for money. Will you pay income tax on that? If yes, under what rate? Whether you are a businessman, you satisfy the conditions of 44AB, the 50 lakh turnover and 5, whatever the conditions there. You are making payment to your other family member for the winnings from your card game. Whether it's gambling or which is being covered under playing with family and not for money. You don't know whether the crackdown can happen to say that you are playing physically, even if you're playing, whether it is liable for tax. Now, one important aspect in online gaming is, this debate I think has been for ages, game of skill versus game of chance. There have been, matters have gone to the Supreme Court. You had the state of Andhra Pradesh versus K. Satyanarayana, wherein dealing with whether Rummy was a game of skill or game of chance. Now, similarly, you have the Dream 11, the Fantasy 11, or all these things, whether they are I think I should read it differently, otherwise I'll not be able to complete. For the moment, this will be ignored. Giridharji, with your permission, I'm telling, for a moment, this will be ignored. Let me at least cover the basic provisions. You had 10 subsection 3 till about assessment year 72-73, dealing with receipts from casual and non-recurring income. And you had some exemption up to 5,000, 10,000 as the case may be. Now, from Finance Act 1972, you had TDS on winnings from lottery and crossword puzzle. Card games or other games were incorporated in 2001. In 2023, or gambling, betting, or any other form of whatsoever has been brought in. Now you have 115 BBJ, chapter 12, again, dealing with non-obstante clause, notwithstanding anything contained, where the total income of an assessee includes income by way of winning from online game, the income tax payable shall be rate of 30%. And how? The normal game. And then they go on to define a computer resource, what they've given in 144B for the faceless. They've defined what is internet. They've said online game means a game that is offered on the internet and is accessible by a user through a computer resource, including any telecommunication device. So it encompasses all the devices that we are using now. It will partake the character of an online game. So once you have this particular issue of online game, you recently had the Gamescraft issue with the Karnataka High Court ruled in favor of the company, and the Supreme Court has stayed it now for looking into whether the transactions whether it will fall into game of skill or game of chance. I think September 6th, I think the Supreme Court has stayed the Karnataka High Court's order, wherein the 21,000 crore demand raised on Gamescraft Technologies in Bangalore, to the extent now probably is getting revived because Supreme Court has stayed the decision of the Karnataka High Court. Now, how do you tackle the new age things, wherein people are playing this PUBG and other new age games by paying money, and then you have winnings from that? Again, they have brought in TDS. See, the easiest way to counter these transactions is by having a TDS provision. Now you have 194BA with effect from 1/4/2023 to deal with winnings from online games. Wherein, again, non-obstante, where person responsible for paying to any person any income by way of winning from online game during the financial year shall deduct income tax on the net winnings in his user account. They have already brought in a rule 133 to say what is a user account and how it works. For those of you who are not conversant with how this user account works, for example, I create a login, username and login, say in Dream 11 for selecting my cricket team. I initially make a deposit of 5,000 rupees into my wallet there, my online wallet. I have made 5,000 rupees wallet there. And I select my team, my Indian team and the other team, and those players perform or not perform. I accumulate points, and to the extent of points, it gets translated into money. That 5,000 suddenly would have become 8,500 of mine, which means an increase of 3,500. I will withdraw 5,000 rupees. There are two ways of looking at it. One, I'm initially only withdrawing the opening balance, therefore no tax on that. On the net winnings in the user account, the moment I'm withdrawing the 8,500, the 3,500 will be my net winning in my user account. And to the extent it is lying there, it becomes 8,500, it becomes 1 lakh, it becomes 5 lakhs. Till the time I don't withdraw, there is no TDS here. Because that particular owner of the internet platform, whoever Dream 11, Fantasy 11 or anybody else, would not be parting with money to me. It's lying there. So you never know whether there is got actual value to it. The moment it translates into money, he is liable to deduct tax on your behalf at the rate of rates in force. The TDS rate therefore is 30%. So whether you have income from online game, you pay tax on a 30% straight away. If you're playing through this computer mechanism and you're drawing through the user account, they will deduct a rate in force, and the rate in force for 194BA has been given to be 30% in the Finance Act. So therefore, heads you win, tails you lose, like that, because there is no way you're getting out of it. Because how do you compute for 115 BBJ? Amount withdrawn during the financial year plus closing balance minus your non-taxable deposits made and the opening balance. For 194BA, amount withdrawn from the user account as reduced by the non-taxable deposits made by you till the time of withdrawal plus the opening balance. Because under 194BA, the responsibility is on the person who is making payment to you, that you have won a particular sum. So therefore, he will deduct at the rate of 30%. You also will have a non-resident player having this. how do you bring this? 911 and DTAA, it will come. The general law is that the situs of the intangible asset would be according to the law of the state which created the intangible property. So we have to see as to so far as how a non-resident will be treated for this, because there is no blanket exemption given here under 194BA, because it says to any person. It does not say to a resident. I'll take last 5 minutes for e-commerce. E-commerce, this term has been used for probably now 30 years. Simple definition is activity of buying or selling of products over internet. Now, how this e-commerce has changed, how the world over has come for the BEPS Action Plan 1, how they're wanting to tax e-commerce, how the online information database and retrieval services, they have been brought in. You have this taxability as part of the OECD and other things. Now, you had Finance Act 2016 bring about something called as an equalization levy under section 165 of the Finance Act 2016, and 165A recently they have brought in. That was for non-residents. But what was that for residents? See, under 165 of the Finance Act 2016, we don't know why they have not brought into a separate act, like how service tax remained as chapter 5 of the Finance Act 1994 for ages. Equalization levy is at chapter 8 of the Finance Act 2016, 165 for non-residents. And you had equalization levy on e-commerce supply and of goods and provisions of services from 1/4/2020 under 165A. This is for non-residents. We will only cover now what is in for the residents. You have a TDS provision brought in under 194O. Payment of certain sums by e-commerce operator to e-commerce participant. What is this? I'll read the provision, you'll understand it when I read it slowly. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any provisions of Part B of this chapter, where the sale of goods or provision of services of a e-commerce participant is felicitated by e-commerce operator. If I am the seller of goods, and if OP Saab has got a platform, opshukla.com, which enables you to sell goods or provide services through his platform, opshukla.com, and I register there as a service provider for goods or services, where sale of goods or provision of services, say by Prashant, who is an e-commerce participant, he is felicitated by an e-commerce operator, OP Shukla, through digital or electronic facility or platform. Then they will deduct tax at the rate of 1% of the gross amount of sale. It is not on the margin that I am making. The moment the transaction is happening, he will deduct tax at 1% on the gross value, what I am going to get. Otherwise, you were not in a position to control how these Amazons and Flipkart and this Myntra, Meesho, you name it, the platforms were working out, and their valuations were going up under the gross merchandise value, but the sellers who were selling it and the transactions happening, there was no mechanism for them to find out. So they brought in a simple section under 194O to say it's TDS. And they also say, continue to that, you have a 5 lakh limit if you're an individual or HUF, where if it does not exceed 5 lakhs, there will be no TDS there. But any payment made by purchaser of goods or recipient of services directly to an e-commerce participant for the sale of goods or provisions shall be deemed to be amount credited or paid by the e-commerce operator, which means as a user, I am providing my services in a platform. Mathur Saab is wanting to make use of that, of my services through the platform of OPG. even if if Mathur Saab makes a payment to OP Saab directly for using my services to that platform, it will be deemed that it has flown from OP Saab to me and TDS will be done at 1%. So dehars the factor that the money has been credited to the ultimate seller's account also, we will ensure that TDS would be done. So all the three participants in that, the ultimate user, the provider of services and the provider of platform, everybody is covered under 194.0. And you have 194.03 saying that if you have deducted tax in respect of a transaction under 194.0, then you will not be liable for deduction under any other provision, because you will have some overlapping sections in terms of how a TCS is being collected for some of these items. So there will be overlap of TDS, TCS and equalization levy, because you have 194.0 payment of certain sums by e-commerce operated e-commerce participant. You have 165A under the equalization levy on e-commerce supply of services. You will have section 52 of the CGST Act. So therefore, under the CGST Act also you will have every e-commerce operator is required to collect an amount by way of TCS, which is 1% of the net value of taxable supplies made through it by other suppliers, where consideration has to be collected by the operator. So therefore, even under the CGST under section 52, you have the net value of taxable supplies. Similarly, for taxability here under 194.0 for TDS, it is on gross basis. It is not on net value of taxable supplies. And under 165A of the equalization levy, it will be depending on the transaction limit, if it is either leviable under 165 for a non-resident, or if the sales turnover or gross receipts from the e-commerce supply is less than 2 crores, then you will not come under equalization levy under 165A. So they are giving you different limits. But one issue which will arise for this e-commerce participants and other things would be probably the situs, the significant economic presence, how section 9 deals with it. Probably it's a topic for another day, much before Smith Saurabhji starts staring at me for taking too much time. I would say a big thank you for the audience for a very patient hearing. Thank you. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Thanks a lot, sir, for the wonderful deliberation. We all know the importance of technology, and sir has broken down this complex topic for our ease of understanding. So there's this one question from the audience. Suppose we are having a live racing, and let's say we bet on the live racing. Will it be under section 115 BBH if one of the participating members is through internet? We are sitting at home and we are doing the betting. So will it be covering under the section 115 BBH? So.
BBH is for virtual digital assets. Right. Online, maybe your question should be on online gaming, I suppose. Right. Because 115 BBS deals with VDA. Probably the question is that, is a live race happening?
Live racing. So I'll just. Suppose there is a live racing and we are betting from our home, sitting at our home. So whether it will be covered under the.
What is the question? Yes.
I would request Siddharji to come forward for clarification.
Yeah, because
I'll just. They're giving.
Yeah. Sir, nowadays these race courses, they have started operating on wallet system. So I am a consumer. I want to bet, and I buy a wallet from the race course, and then on the day of the horse racing, I do the betting, and from that the money is deducted. If I lose, if I win, the money is added. So will that be under 115 BBH?
It will not be under BBJ because BBJ should be online games. What your question is, there is a live game going on, you are betting it through the platform. So the money what you receive, it doesn't matter whether you are betting in person or through online because winnings from horse races is anyway taxed flat rate at 30%. So it doesn't really matter whether the race is, for example, a race is happening in Mahalakshmi Racecourse, Mumbai, and you're sitting in Kolkata, you have your online account, you are watching the race live, you will bet on, say, horse which is named as Blackberry for 10 lakh rupees. Your sum is 10 lakhs and depending on your tote value there, you are entitled to say 10 more lakhs of winning. If I have understood your question right, if you assuming you get for your 10 lakhs what you bet, you get 10 more lakhs. Is it taxable under 115 BBJ or not? 115 BBJ does not cover it because it's not an online game. You are using an electronic platform to have a bet. So that does not change the character of it being a winning from horse race. So like if you're physically present in the Bombay race, Mahalakshmi race course and get the 10 lakhs, how is it taxed? Flat rate of the turf club in Mumbai will deduct tax at 30% and give you on 10 lakhs, they will give you 7 lakhs and say 30% TDS. Just because you are using internet as a platform, the charging section will not change because this will not be considered as an online game. The game is being played, but what they are dealing it here is the game should be played on a electronic platform. That is very clear. Saying online game means a game that is offered on the internet and is accessible by the user through a computer resource, including any telecommunication device. The game must be online for it to come under 115 BBJ. For physical games, what you bet, depending on the illegality also, it is taxed. Even if it's an illegal betting what you have done, because income tax does not differentiate between legal and illegal income. You have a beautiful saying in 309 ITR 15 at page 23, they say, burglars and swindlers are as liable to income tax as an honest businessman. In addition to that, they get their deserts elsewhere. So therefore, it doesn't differentiate. You will still be taxed at 30%.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the clarification. Before we now move on to the second speaker, I would like to recognize the presence of Shri Rajiv Bhartiya ji. I request Shri SD Varman ji to kindly come forward and felicitate Shri Rajiv Bhartiya ji. Sir, please come on dais, please. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Now I request Shri Mulchand Jagwayan ji to kindly come forward. I request Shri Anil Mathur ji, National Vice President, to come forward and felicitate Shri Mulchand Jagwayan ji. Now I request the chairman and the co-chairman of the session, Shri Paras Kochar ji and Shri Vinayak Patkar ji, to kindly come forward on the dais. And now I hand over the session to them. Paras Kocherji, kindly come forward on the dais, please. Paras Kocherji, kindly come forward. I also request the second speaker, Shri Ashwini Taneja ji, to kindly come forward. We are now starting the second round of deliberation. Sir will be speaking on anti-money laundering law and its interplay on Benami law and FEMA transactions law. We know the importance of it. Sir will be breaking down the complex provisions of these law. So without wasting much time, I request sir to kindly come forward and start his deliberation. Chairman, sir. I hand over the mic to Chairman, sir.
Hello. Friends, Radhe Radhe, Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jinendra. First of all, I feel sorry for delay and our guest and Sri Taneja ji is little upset because of timing. So I feel personally apologize. Friends, I am glad to chair this session because my very good friend Sri Taneja ji is the speaker. He is one of the expert in Bharat in economic offences laws, which includes today's topic, anti-money laundering law and its interplay with Benami law, FEMA, and other tax laws, and obligation of professionals as reporting entities under PMLA. Mr. Taneja ji has wide range of knowledge and delivers this dangerous topic in very, very simple manner. The delegates would really love to listen him. Money laundering has been a significant problem across the globe, and Bharat has no exception. To tackle this issue, the Indian government enacted the Prevention of Money Laundering Act in 2002, which came into effect on July 1, 2005. Time is very short, so friends, I will not take much time. The scope of money laundering is being widened gradually by Indian government, whether we deal in direct tax, indirect tax, or company law. There is a need of knowledge of PMLA in all these subjects. The Supreme Court has held that Benami Transaction Amendment Act 2016 does not have retrospective applications, and the authorities cannot initiate or continue criminal prosecution or confiscation proceedings for transactions entered into prior to coming into force of the legislation in 2016. Friends, we know the term proceeds of crime related to schedules of offenses under PMLA. How does it relate to tax evasion? Whether tax evasion is also covered under PMLA, And friends, whether SS is related to accommodation entry transactions, which is very common in India. So whether directly or indirectly, and through layering of fund, whether all such transactions are covered under PMLA. And the recently guidelines in May 2023 related to chartered accountants under PMLA. I would request our learned speaker to cover these points if time permits. Taneja ji, last time when you came in Calcutta in a conference organized by BBD Bagh Professional Association 1 year back, you suggested me to write an article on Adhyatmikta or Kanun. And I wrote and dedicated it to you. This time again, I would love to dedicate you any such article if you desire so. You are guest of AFT and I am member of AFT. With these words, I would request Taneja ji to share his views.
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, a big round of applause in the honor of all of you who have come here, sparing all your valuable time to enrich and share the knowledge mutually. Learning is always a mutual process. It is not a one-way channel. So since you are here, that is why we are here. And when we are both together here, then the learning will take place. Whenever I have come here, I have got a special affection from AIFTP. That is one part. Other part which I have seen is, there is a keenness. I mean, the programs here are held as celebration. These are not merely a program. It is a celebration. You know, everybody in a jovial mood to meet, to greet, and to learn. And when these three things happen together, I think the joy only remains there. So learning joyfully is the special feature of AIFPT. So giving respect to that, I will try to give whatever flowers or bouquet I have brought before you today. Only one thing I will request to the organizers, that we should demarcate the timings in such a manner that the tea is not disturbed. When we are enjoying tea, we should be enjoying that tea fully. So we should announce at least 15 minutes or 20 minutes time in between breaks. Because why enjoying tea? If speaker is speaking, so the joy of tea is wasted. So that thing, if we can take care in all our forthcoming programs, it will be all the more good. Prashant ji has spoken good things about VDA, Virtual Digital Asset. Lot many things are happening in the country, globally, as well as the country level. And you must have noticed, since last few years, since the present dispensation has come into power, that our government has given special emphasis on the streamlining of economy through enforcement of laws other than in addition to the tax laws. Because it was felt that tax laws are not sufficient in themselves to streamline the economy fully. Therefore, either the new law have been introduced dealing with economic offenses, or the old laws have been reinforced with a much force, much renewed force. कुछ issue है क्या? Okay, thank you. तो आज हम उन सब बातों पे चर्चा करते हैं. मैं एक बात अभी पारस जी से कर रहा था कि जब हमारी दो चीजें मिल जाती हैं, रादर तीनों, तो हमारा जो आगे का प्रोग्रेस है वो तय हो जाता है. When all three things are in harmony, that is your soul, your mind and your body. When they are put together, then the evolution starts. And whenever you feel even a little bit disturbed, just witness yourself and ask yourself whether all these three things are put together. By asking this question itself, you will feel that they will start coming together. Just try this at any given point of time. Your soul, your mind, your body, are they in harmony with each other? Even now, if they are together, the new evolution will happen. You can just imagine for a second and bring yourself back here in this moment. So let us begin this journey, this tour. I do not know how much time it will take. Whenever you feel bored, please say, so that I can, or you feel so much hungry to take lunch. I will stop because there are two topics, and the topics are very heavy and intense. That is PMLA, Benami, Black Money Act, their interplay with tax laws and Inter-C, and also new obligations which have come upon we professionals under PMLA, which are being treated as if PMLA has been applied now on advocates and chartered accountants. So whether money laundering has been applied or what has happened, that is also what we need to know. So, but before that, I have to take you through the conceptual issues of the topics. So, thank you very much, organizers, once again, Vivek Bhai, Pankaj Ghia ji, all the dignitaries, organizers of AFTP, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. First thing first, what is money laundering? And how it is different from tax evasion? Or one thing leads to the other? Or one is part of the other? These are the questions which arise in our mind. In fact, one of the main reasons for getting a difficult time with Enforcement Directorate is that the concept of money laundering itself is not clear yet in the country. And that is why everybody is making his own guess. You must have seen this picture somewhere, jail for doing business. There are 26,000 ways an entrepreneur can land in jail for non-compliance with business laws. It is not me who is saying this. The research has been published by a research organization known as Team Lease, ORF Foundation. Multi-agency scrutiny is going to happen now very soon, where all coordinated action will happen. And you must have also heard that there is a body which is going to be constituted, which will be headed by present director of ED, that is Sri S.K. Mishra, because his term is going to expire as warned by the Honorable Supreme Court that after September he cannot work. So new mechanism has been evolved. That new body, which will be termed as overseeing body or something like that, under which all other agencies will work, and something like which is happening. So first thing which will be done by the moment this body is set up, that everything will be coordinated. So even if only one team will go, it will coordinate the other teams also. Or maybe now onwards, the members, constituents from all the teams will be included in the search team, and only then the searches will happen. That is ED, GST, Income Tax Department, DRI. That is going to be the future very soon. This is an old new now. And various kind of memorandums, MOUs are being entered by CBDT between different agencies, SEBI and CBDT. And there are notifications coming forth from the Ministry of Finance, etc., that these are the agencies who have been specifically instructed that in case they notice any transaction with regard to money laundering, they have reported to the Enforcement Directorate. You must have seen this picture where the chimpanzees were attached, not by wildlife authorities, by Enforcement Directorate. So I was also equally amused when I saw this picture as you are feeling today. And when I analyzed it further, that how it is possible that how can chimpanzees come within the domain and jurisdiction of the ED, then I found it something like that, because there was violation of Wildlife Protection Act, there was forgery done by the person, concerned person who was having these two chimpanzees, forgery of the certificate of custody, and that forgery is an punishable offense under IPC, which is in turn a scheduled offense under PMLA. Similarly, Wildlife Protection Act violation is also a one of the scheduled offenses under PMLA, and these chimpanzees are proceeds of that offense. And proceeds of offense or crime are liable to be attached under section 5(1) of PMLA. And that is how ED gets power to take custody of these two chimpanzees. They were thankfully handed over to the zoo authorities later on. But this picture I have brought out to show how wide the canvas of the ED is. I will be presenting few more case studies such so as to portray that the canvas is wide more, the expanse is wide more than you could have imagined. And therefore the need arises for us to understand the concept of money laundering, the concept of proceeds of crime, various powers available under the law, and what are the things which can be done to the person who are knowingly involved, also with the person who are unknowingly involved with the person who has done money laundering. These two things are essential to be known. Then this another case study I will present to you to depict how vast the coverage can be. One distillery unit was set up in Jaipur for manufacturing of spirit, and it was functioning well, but somehow its water treatment plant malfunctioned. So FIR was filed by the Pollution Control Board of Jaipur, and subsequently some repairs were done. Nothing further was done by the Pollution Control Board. FIR was still pending. But in the meantime, ED comes into picture after 5 years, sends a notice for attachment of the factory building of said unit, this company, and on the ground that there was water pollution done, offense of water pollution done by this company. So again, I was very surprised at how it is possible. And when I read the order, the explanation was something like that. Since the water pollution plant did not function well, and also it discharged more water than the authorized limits. So say the limit was 50 KL, the discharge was 75 KL. So this extra discharge of water into the river was unauthorized. This unauthorized act gave rise to unauthorized production. Unauthorized production gave rise to unauthorized sales. Unauthorized sales must have given rise to unauthorized profit, and this unauthorized profit, illegal profit, earned from commission of this offense of water pollution must have been invested in the factory building. Therefore, factory building becomes the proceeds of crime, and therefore we are going to attach it, vacate it immediately. Welcome to the world of anti-money laundering law. We will definitely talk about the interplay, how one law is overlapping the other law. Now, if there is an overlapping, which law will prevail? First of all, we should know what are the overbearing things which we must know, because right here in Kolkata, few years back, maybe in 2018, Vanjara Sahab and Paras Kochar sir were witness, one discussion was going on. SS Gupta sir is also there with us. I think I remember it was in which hotel, Hilton or something, Lalit, Lalit, and that where the thought was that if a person makes simply a surrender, makes an offer of settlement before the settlement commission, that's the end of the matter. What else will happen? Then the opinion came up on the dais that no, yes, if you settle, then matter, that is end of the story. Then, but I was having different opinion that time because of certain things I had observed in past. So I said, no, hold on. So somebody said, no, sir, हमारी बात हो गई है, सेटलमेंट में कमीशन हो जाएगा, सेटलमेंट कमीशन में ऑफर हो जाएगा और एप्लीकेशन एक्सेप्ट हो जाएगी तो बात खत्म. देन आई सेड बात हो गई है से मतलब क्या है, कोई कानून में तो कुछ ऐसा है नहीं, और किससे बात हो गई है, और जो बात करने वाले हैं वो कितने दिन तक सीट पर रहेंगे, और वो क्या फॉलो करेंगे क्या नहीं करेंगे, और उनकी किन किन से बात हो गई है मालूम नहीं. और वही हुआ उसके बाद कुछ दिनों बाद, बट यूनानिमिटी कुड नॉट बी हैड दैट डे, बट विद इन फ्यू मंथ्स वी ऑब्जर्व दैट दोज हु हैड मेड सरेंडर और हु हैड अप्रोच्ड द सेटलमेंट कमीशन, in fact they had created blunder in their own lives. Because the moment you admit something, then you are creating evidence against yourself. As I have said, asked on earlier occasion also, कि मनुष्य का सबसे बड़ा शत्रु कौन है? मनुष्य स्वयं. तो वो जब खुद ही अपने अगेंस्ट कोई एविडेंस देता है तो उसको कैसे ब्रेक किया जाएगा? अब आपने एविडेंस किसी कैलकुलेशंस पे दिया कि यस आई एम रेडी टू ऑफर मोर टैक्स, यहाँ तक तो ठीक है, बट इन दिस प्रोसेस इफ यू आर एडमिटिंग सर्टेन थिंग्स, सर्टेन इवेंट्स, सर्टेन एक्शन, सर्टेन omissions, if it is like that, then what will be the bearing of those actions, omissions, events? You cannot calculate at that moment of time. Particularly when you have not looked into other laws, other allied laws which have direct bearing. So maybe you have taken your client out of the small ditch of income tax, but pushed him to the deep valley of PMLA, or Benami, or Black Money Act, or FEMA, or customs, or all of them, or even all of them. Now, one firm from Bombay is consulting me since last few days that certain evidences were found that one of their clients they have been caught in and the allegation is that they are evading custom duty while making imports. So they want to file settlement application before the settlement commission under customs to offer more custom duty of say 30-40 crores of rupees. But the issue is whether the matter will end here. That is what they are consulting us on this point. The moment they admit this, what are the other things which shall start hovering over their head? Income tax first of all, Black Money Act second, FEMA third, and above all they are very afraid of PMLA. Whether PMLA will also get triggered. So this is the question. So these are the things which we need to learn. That what are the consequences in other laws. Then the second is, if there is an overlapping, which law will prevail over the other? And this issue is arising more now under IBC versus PMLA. Because if the liquidation plan, resolution plan has been approved, then whether still attachment can be done of the properties, I mean resolution plan under IBC has been approved by NCLT. Still, ED can continue to make attachment of properties of such a company whose resolution plan has been approved because of insertion of section 32A of IBC. Now, what is the scenario now? Now, one thing I have noted before I answer all these questions, if you carefully read, you pick up any law, any act of your choice, it has become a fashion that every act contains one expression that this law is in addition to the provisions contained in any other law. A. B. In case there is any inconsistency, the provisions of this law shall have precedence over the provisions of any other law. Now, if every law is writing this, how shall you reconcile the things? Which will then be the leading one? Though there seems to be a lot of dilemma on this, lot of confusion. I would say it is an interpretational statutory confusion created by the statute themselves. But it's not like that fully so. If we carefully understand, the way I would like to reconcile the things under such a situation would be that every law has a defined scope of operation, its area of operation. And if all the respective agencies are fairly implementing the law, the enforcement agency can very well understand that here the operation or the scope or the limits or the boundaries of this particular statute ends. And if it is so, then they should allow the other law to take over from there. But the egos have been infested so much that every agency thinks, no, his law should prevail upon any other law and come what may. No, that is not the way in a civilized country. And that is why this fight between IBC and PMLA is happening. So there may be certain situations where a person is making misuse of law. Then of course you can say, no, PMLA will be applicable in all circumstances, come what may. But if there are bona fide things which are happening, take example of proceeds of crime itself, in the hands of person A, it may be treated as proceeds of crime. But if bona fide transaction has been done with B, in the hands of B, it should cease to exist as proceeds of crime. Whatever amount B has given to A, that should be dynamically said to be proceeds of crime. Now this kind of concept should be evolved so that every legislation has a defined scope of operation and harmony can prevail. Chaos can be avoided. Injustice can be avoided. Injustice can be killed in its womb itself. So those are the things which we need to first understand, then ponder over, and then get it implemented through proper sources. Then under it has been the findings of the various agencies that most common ingredient found is Benami, violation of Benami law. Because whatever wrongs would be done, there would be some kind of masking, there would be some kind of, disguise, giving effect of disguising, concealment. So under these circumstances, the violation of Benami law would be expected to have been done in all circumstances. So violation of Benami will be the most commonly found ingredient. And I do not know, because time left is small, so should I cover today only PMLA, or I should cover small Benami and Black Money Act also? Because I have to also cover obligations part also. I do not know how hungry you are, or you are ready to wait, or you are eager to have lunch so that I can give a cover? Okay. What is Benami in fact? If we do not want to get deep into the law and want to understand just on the basis of common sense parameters, what is Benami? So in one line I will say something which is there is not being shown, and something which is not there is being shown is Benami. And I am talking in terms of concept of ownership, because we are talking about properties or assets. So ownership of assets, if it is there, not being shown. If it is not there, is being shown as owner. So somebody is owner, not portraying himself owner, or somebody is not owner but portraying himself as owner, himself or herself as owner, Benami comes in. So long as ownership is one only, meaning thereby absolute ownership, whether the de jure or de facto, the real or registered, if it is one, there is no Benami. The moment duality comes in, Benami comes in. And I borrow this concept, the concept of universal concept of duality. So, in the life of a human being, when you start feeling the troubles, the first point of feeling of troubles happens the moment duality comes in our life. Troubles may come, troubles may go, but the feeling of the presence of the trouble happen only when the duality comes in. Duality is not there, troubles will never give you any feeling of there being any trouble. So long as the feeling of Advait is there, singularity is there, oneness is there, oneness with yourself, oneness with your supreme power, so long as that oneness is there, no trouble will come. Or it will not be felt, it will come and it will go. It will not touch you. Similarly, here also the problem comes the moment ownership is divided into two parts. For example, in this slide which you can see, A wanted to buy property from B. Instead of getting it registered in his name, he brings C into picture and asks Mr. B that A will make payment to Mr. B and B will get the property registered in the name of Mr. C. Now B goes out of the picture, there remains picture A and C. C remains the registered owner and A becomes the real owner, the beneficial owner, man behind the show. So instead of one, two persons come into picture. Duality comes in. And it becomes a classic case of Benami transactions. There are other parts also. Part B, Part C, Part D. Part B says property held in fictitious name. Part C says owner is not aware of ownership or denies the benefit of ownership. Part D, pair of consideration is not traceable or is fictitious. Now these are also very, very dangerous parts. Now some of us are thinking that because of Ganpati Dealcom, which originated from Honorable Kolkata High Court only, now Supreme Court has said no retrospective operation will be allowed. But believe me, there are many transactions which are done post 2016, still during the searches, those transactions will be found and people are getting troubled. Because Benami has been in our blood for justified reasons, for wrong reasons. There were both kind of reasons. But law has mixed up both. Whether there is a justified reasons, unjustified reasons, no Benami. Since no Benami, so transactions are being caught. That is one thing. Second thing, I was told 2 days back, the tribunal at Delhi, the Tribunal of Benami Law and PMLA, which is a common tribunal, has started taking a view that if the property still continues to be held with the same parties who are alleged to be Benamidar and beneficial owner, the same property can be treated as Benami property under the new law. Because then it becomes a continuing offense, and since it is held, so under taking benefit of 29A and read with 1(3) of new law, it can be treated as Benami. So somebody was arguing that day, but bench did not hear it. He said, no, we will dismiss your appeal and we will treat it as Benami. So this is also a sword which is hanging on our heads, that if the property continues to be held, then misadventure is being also made out to rope in under the new law on the basis of, on the logic of it being a continuous offense. Since we are not sitting here today for Benami, I will not deal much into it. So many questions I am skipping under Benami. Only one or two things I will take up. That somebody was asking me that day, कितने साहब हमने टैक्स पे कर दिया? मैंने 1 करोड़ रुपया कमाया, 30 lakh rupees उसमें से टैक्स पे कर दिया. I am left with 70 lakhs. Now I am buying property in the name of my friend out of that tax paid money, and I am saying so. It is my property registered in the name of my friend. Is there any problem because it's a tax paid money? Yes, sir. Because the law says no means no. No Benami in whatever circumstances, except few exceptions which are given, which are very, very minor, like in the name of wife or child or HUF, etc. That's it. Otherwise, Benami means no Benami. You may have customary reason, you may have family reason, you may have any commercial expediency reason. No means no. And there is no future time limit. Okay, past transactions have been cut for the time being, but there is no future time limit under this law. Meaning thereby, if the transaction is done today, it can be opened for infinite period of time. Now, the government has made it as a timeless beauty. समय अनंत है, ना इसका प्रारंभ है, ना अंत है. Then bona fide buyers have to also have very carefully do the transactions, because if a Benami transaction, Benami property happen to be purchased, then it is very difficult to treat the transaction as Benami, as bona fide transaction, because there is a heavy burden on the bona fide purchasers. And this thing also must be known that no U-turn is allowed. Meaning thereby, if a transaction has been done as Benami, you cannot say, sir, okay, sir, let me reverse the transaction. No, if the Benami happens, Benami transaction has taken place, the consequences will follow. And what are the consequences? Attachment of the Benami property, fine upon both Benamidar and beneficial owner, and prosecution under section 53 of PPPT Act. Okay. So these are certain questions which would arise in your mind. First of all, what is money laundering? Is it different from tax evasion? Whether tax evasion is also money laundering? What are the authorities governing money laundering laws in India? What is the punishment or offense of money laundering defined under PMLA 2002? What are the consequences if provisions of PMLA are invoked by the Enforcement Directorate? What are the broad powers vested with Enforcement Directorate? What kind of properties are attached as prescribed in PMLA 2002? Whether a property purchased out of any business activity which is not legitimate in the eyes of law can be covered under PMLA. What all things cannot be covered under illegal business? What are the legal remedies available? What are the precautions to be taken to avoid entering into money laundering laws? What is the effect and impact of attachment of property by Enforcement Directorate? What is the status of bona fide purchaser? What is the status of donee of a property which was involved in money laundering? So property is involved in money laundering, it has been gifted to somebody genuinely. What will happen to that property? What is the status of the property purchased with clear transaction but previously subject to money laundering or Benami effect? Whether unexplained cash credit, loan added by income tax into taxable income be covered under money laundering? Which Hawala transaction can be covered under PMLA? How overlapping multiple offenses of laws are dealt with? Which act will prevail? Whether, this is very, very crucial question, the last one and this one, whether statements made by third party about accommodation entry transaction lead to attachment and confiscation of property under any law? Can property gifted out of this we have already covered? Can default in bank loans? Most of the burning questions which many corporates of the country are facing today. Can defaults in the bank loans obtained through fraud can be covered under money laundering or any other law? Yes, sir. So we will answer all this, try to answer all these questions today. Money laundering. Let us make this session as participative. And to make it participative, it is essential that you participate. And the best way of participation is through your views. Are you ready? Okay. So what is money laundering? Who would make a guess? And who would like to speak anything? Anybody can say anything. What is money laundering? Let me understand, let me gauge the depth so that I can accordingly tone up my session. Yes, sir, please. Mics be kept ready, please.
Person who has received proceeds of a crime, he will be brought within the mischief of Money Laundering Act.
The person who has done any crime.
Has received proceeds of the crime.
No, अभी तो सिर्फ मेरा क्वेश्चन सिर्फ इतना सा है, what is money laundering? Anyone else? Yes, sir.
There are certain offences which has been prescribed under PMLA. If any offence has been done and if money has been received through those offences, then only it is a money laundering, otherwise not.
You are very close to it. Any more attempt? Yes, please. Concealment of? So, 2-3 questions are still left in your attempt, that what is illegal, what is concealment, and somebody who is earning, whether he will be covered or only one who is concealing, and etc. etc. Any other attempt? Yes, sir. Very close. Yes, sir. Very, very close. And attempt in the right direction, sir. So, as Mathur sir has said, let us pick up from there. If I want, whether tax evasion is money laundering? Okay, conversion of black into white is money laundering? Yes. Actually, conversion of black into white is akin to tax evasion. Symbolically speaking, yes. So here comes the real point. If you would allow me to explain in terms of, symbolically in terms of colors, then I would explain conversion of red into white will be money laundering. Conversion of black into white will be akin to tax evasion. Untaxed money, you are using it as taxed money. So bringing out untaxed money into the system, like by way of cash credits or any other means, that is conversion of black into white. But to make it money laundering, there has to be something more than that, and that is conversion of red into white. Now red here denotes symbolically blood. In turn, crime. So something related to crime not being shown as related to crime. Being shown as clean. So anyone earning money from any crime, not any crime which is recognized as a crime under PMLA. So any offense which finds a mention in the schedule of PMLA, that is called scheduled offense. That is why we call it as scheduled offense. Some offense mentioning its name in schedule appended to PMLA is called as scheduled offense. So any money generated from commission of a scheduled offense is called proceeds of crime, and if it is being shown as untainted, legitimate, clean money, is the process of money laundering. That is how we understand. Now the irony is that from the definition given of money laundering, you will not be able to make out head and tail. I will read that definition. PMLA defines the offense of money laundering under section 3. It says, whosoever directly or indirectly attempts to indulge or knowingly assists or knowingly is a party or is actually involved in any process or activity connected with the proceeds of crime, including its concealment, possession, acquisition or use, and projecting or claiming as untainted property shall be guilty of offense of money laundering. So, in a way it is giving the 3 stages also, and I have used the word and for 3rd stage. I have used the word and in red color because these conditions have to be read conjunctively. All conditions should be fulfilled. But unfortunately, there has been an explanation which attempts to tinker this word and replaces it with the word or. But according to my humble understanding, this third condition has to be seen, meaning thereby has to be there, has to be read together. Meaning thereby it is not only earning of money, illegal money, which will make it money laundering. Earning of money illegally and then portraying that money as clean money will only make it a concept of money laundering, process of money laundering complete. Mere earning of illegal money will not itself be money laundering, because that itself is a crime or offense under the law in any other manner. Like, for example, doing theft is punishable. Now, doing theft and that using that money and portraying that money as a clean money, say somebody is doing smuggling and portraying it as income from trading, that too allowed trading, legal trading. So, that is the process of money laundering. So, it can be bifurcated into 3 stages as I have given here: commission of the scheduled offense, generation of proceeds of crime, commission of money laundering by placement, layering, integration. Then proceeds of crime. So, few important things which we understand, then we will understand the whole concept of money laundering, the PMLA. So, proceeds of crime means, as I said in common parlance, something which is generated from commission of offense, and it has been defined under section 2(1)(u). Proceeds of crime means any property derived or obtained directly or indirectly by any person as a result of criminal activity relating to a scheduled offense, or the value of any such property, or where the such property is taken or held outside the country, then the property equivalent in value held within the country or abroad. So, if the proceeds of crime are taken outside, then its equivalent value here in the country also can be taken as proceeds of crime. But if the proceeds of crime in within India, then that property or wherever that property has been invested or that money has been invested. So, any other property, if it has the traces of the proceeds of crime in any manner, that property can also be covered. Something which is unconnected, which has no traces of proceeds of crime, according to my humble understanding, that cannot be treated as proceeds of crime. That cannot be treated as a property as proceeds of crime. Scheduled offense, as I said, are the offenses as prescribed in Schedule to PMLA, which is divided into 3 parts, that is part A, B and C. And scheduled offense is the genesis of the offense of money laundering. As Honorable Supreme Court also said in Vijay Madan Lal's case, that there cannot be any offense of money laundering unless and until an offense provided in the schedule of PMLA has been first committed. Now, as I said, there are few reasons because of which the PMLA law has become quite harsher. Not only harsher, the experience of anybody through PMLA law, through enforcement directorate is not smooth, is not civilized, it's not normal because of various reasons. 3-4 reasons there are, and one of the reasons is the reverse burden of proof. First reason was that the concept of money laundering itself is not yet clear. Second is that there is a reverse burden of proof kind of provisions, and which has also been misunderstood and misapplied. So section 24 says, because as you know, the game of burden is the thing of prime importance under any litigation. You pick up any law, any legislation, and it is very, very important to determine therein that whose burden is what. Burden means obligation to prove a fact. So in this, normally, for example, if a person, our constitution is based on the premise that every citizen of the country is innocent unless proved guilty. And burden to prove that he is guilty is upon the shoulder of the person who is alleging him to be guilty. But it is said that here that premise of our constitution has been breached and reverse burden of proof has been placed here. So section 24 talks about that, and let us see to what extent the burden is reverse or not reverse. It says, in case of a person charged with the offense of money laundering, the authority or the court shall, unless the contrary is proved, presume that such proceeds of crime are involved in money laundering. So if you see, there are 3 stages, as I said. Stage 1, commission of offense. Stage 2, earning of proceeds from that offense. And stage 3, portraying the bad money as good money. Now, if you see, it is talking about only 3rd stage to be the stage where the burden is reversed. it is not saying that you presume, the prosecution can presume two things, that the person has committed offense and the person has earned money therefrom. No, these two things are yet to be led by the prosecution. And because of this confusion and misapplication, lot of adverse actions are happening which are not called for. And the third reason for this law, which is proven to be quite harsh, is because of this reason, that web of action starts simultaneously. The moment any allegation is there, the web of action starts on various multiple agencies simultaneously. There will be one primary agency which is investigating scheduled offense, which could be police, tax department, CBI, narcotics, forest department, etc., etc. And it will start taking action in its own umbrella. That is, it will file complaint, it will file charge sheet, etc., etc. Then simultaneously, ED will come into action, and ED will also start actions into two directions. One direction for filing of prosecution complaint for punishing that person, another by making of attachment of his properties. And there also the actions and litigation will start in two directions at different forums. And that is how web of action happens. Now this situation which I have put before you, this case study, it portrays one of the most commonly faced situation in the country, that where the defaults are happening for repayment of bank loans, where the corporates are turning defaulters, bankrupts, insolvent, and their PMLA is being also applied. I will explain how. If the loan is obtained, say by a corporate borrower from a consortium of bankers, say of 1,000 crore rupees, and the loan goes bad, now the buck passing starts in the bank, that who has given this loan, on what grounds, etc., etc. And because of RBI norms, this loan is treated as fraud account, just because of guidelines. Because if a loan has turned NPA, treated as fraud account. And because of its categorization and fraud account, the banker will have to file FIR with CBI. And the moment FIR is filed with CBI, on the ground, then the loan was obtained fraudulently, or loan was misutilized, or it was utilized beyond the norms which were prescribed, the end user agreement was breached, and FIR is filed on this ground, then ED will also come into picture, because these are offenses punishable under IPC, which are marked as scheduled offenses. So ED will also record its ECIR. Now ED will also start its investigation simultaneously. CBI is doing the investigation in its own manner, gracefully, amicably, detailed manner, but ED suddenly would become aggressive in this case. And there the consequences will be very severe, because the ED will find the fund trail of this rupees 1,000 crores. Wherever these have been utilized, the situation becomes similar to the situation when if you pick up an ant, dip it in the ink pot and leave it on the paper, wherever it will go, right, it will leave a trail of the ink. Similarly, wherever the funds will go, ED will examine, interrogate, investigate all those channels. So in this course, whether the loan was obtained fraudulently or not, whether the borrower turned bankrupt or the loan became bad because of the business collapse reasons or because of the siphoning off, God knows so far. But once the investigation will happen, all those who have dealt with that borrower, that corporate, because if he has taken 1,000 crores of rupees, he must have dealt with hundreds of people. They will all come within the scanner of the enforcement directorate. And many of the properties acquired, sold, purchased in this stream shall become liable to be attached. So this is one of the areas where a lot of difficulties are happening. And there are the things where a lot of improvements are needed. So when I stepped into this law, I found one thing, that no one professional can do justice in this law. There has to be combination of different professionals before the right approach can be followed. Because criminal lawyers in themselves are not sufficient at their own to apply the correct approach. And because of that only, the solutions are not coming forward. Because if the lawyer himself is not able to explain, because financial integrities are involved here, not explain to the judges, and judges will in turn will not be able to understand, and that is why it became difficult to get bails and get relief at other forums also. So combination of a criminal lawyer, of a civil lawyer, a chartered accountant, maybe a company secretary, maybe a tax advocate are needed at time to understand first of all the financial nitty-gritties, the fund trail, and then various other laws which will become applicable simultaneously upon that. So it is essential for us to understand first of all that how the pursuits of crime can be precisely worked out and how its stream can be properly defined. For example, I have listed out some of the steps which might be needed before a holistic approach can be followed. Finding out the sources and quantifying amount of proceeds of crime from commission of an offense, identifying the proceeds to be attached acquired with POC, identifying the source of such properties and connecting it with the POC, identifying loan utilization in the attached property, calculation of correct value of POC, valuation of property attached and comparison with the alleged POC, proper financial accounting and analysis, preparation of money trail for attached properties to demonstrate the sources of funds. So these are some of the steps which I could identify. Now it will vary case to case basis how it is to be done. Now I will take you to the questions where we started our deliberations. What is money laundering? This we have already discussed. Is it different from tax evasion? Yes, as we discussed in tax evasion. And fortunately, incidentally, the tax evasion in itself has not been mentioned as one of the scheduled offenses. Though offense under Black Money Act has been mentioned, offense under Customs Act has been mentioned, offense under GST and income tax has not yet been mentioned. So therefore, tax evasion in itself will not amount to money laundering. But hold on. Can I have a glass of water, please? Bottle of water. Small वाली दे दो. ये खुली हुई है. कम दे दो. Small वाली दे दो. Small. But hold on. Income tax itself may not be the tax evasion, money laundering. But any process, any action or omission done in that process, for example, if fraud has been done, forgery has been done, bogus billing, so in that process, any of the offenses which is liable to be tried under IPC, which is punishable under IPC, then it will indirectly find a mention in the list of scheduled offenses. So we cannot take a bold yes or no here. One needs to be very carefully. What are the authorities governing money laundering laws in India? The implementation responsibility has been an enforcement and has been given to the Enforcement Directorate. Achha, if you can recapitulate, during the period of Corona, many agencies were shut, like civil aviation was shut, transport was shut, railways were shut, only hospitals and eateries were open. All departments, government offices, everything was shut, except one department. Anything comes to your mind? Which was above Corona? Enforcement Directorate. So it indicates how much importance the system is giving. And then after Enforcement Directorate, matter goes to, as far as attachment proceedings are concerned, to the adjudicating authority located in Delhi. And from adjudicating authority, the orders are appealed before the appellate tribunal, which is appellate tribunal of common appellate tribunal for PMLA, which is called ATFP, PMLA, FEMA, SAFEMA, NDPS, that is narcotics, Benami. So all these laws, there is one common tribunal. And then from there, High Court and Supreme Court, as well as attachment proceedings are concerned. With regard to prosecution, the prosecution complaint is filed to the special court, which is designated court in every district, court of sessions, and then from there revision, High Court and Supreme Court. Punishment, as you say, punishments are in the terms of attachment of properties and prosecution from 7 years to 10 years, depending upon the offense. So consequences, as I already explained, in two directions consequences start, attachment of properties and prosecution. What are the broad powers vested with the Enforcement Directorate? Yes, this is very, very important question which arises at times. First of all, power of investigation. And investigation by recording summon under Section 50. The ED has been clothed with the power of recording of statement. Now, the additional point here to be noted is that it has been mentioned that the proceedings under section shall be treated as judicial proceedings, which so I have been given slip for 5 minutes. Now you can make a choice that I should cover all the questions here, or I should take that obligations part or close it right now, because my session was promised me to be the first session after inaugural session. I do not know how the change happened and the things happened. I do not know. And I had structured that talk like this. But anyways, I leave it to you. I can close it in 2 minutes. I'm not. So in 5-10 minutes, either I can cover these questions or I can go straight away to the obligations part. That obligations upon the professionals. So I leave it these questions here. All right. Few obligations have been cast under PMLA. And there was a talk in the circle during last couple of months that professionals have been covered under PMLA. You must have heard it, sir. So what does it mean? Whether their activities will be covered under money laundering, the fee earned by them can be termed as pursuits of crime, or what change has been brought out? And there was a lot of chaos on this. I do not know whether any session has been done by AFTP on this or not so far. Not so far. But this was a very, very essential topic. You know, even before coming out of these notifications, whenever we have been speaking with regard to PMLA, tax laws and all that, one thing was commonly said quite often, that we should learn to deal with our clients at arm's length principle. So it was because of a lot of actions which were happening upon the professionals, unthoughtfully, unknowingly, without there being any mistake of the professional, because of certain reasons. Now there is a formal requirement to do that. After coming off these notifications, which I will discuss, now there is an imperative need that we must do our profession at arm's length principle before we are roped into the clutches by these departments. So first thing first, let me be very clear, and to make you comfortable, it is not that the concept of money laundering is being applied upon the professionals. Our activities or our profession is not being roped into money laundering or anywhere near to pursuits of crime. The only thing is certain obligations have been cast upon us, which are the obligations of reporting. Reporting of the transactions. So the transactions, the way we are doing the transaction, that needs to be reported. And that we need to understand that if we are comfortable to report, we can do the transaction the way we are doing. And if we do not want to be reporting entity, then whatever has been prohibited or mentioned here, we should carefully understand and remain away from it. That is what I want to discuss with you. So first of all, what is reporting entity? Let me make it clear. Chapter 4 talks about all these provisions, section 11A to up to 13A. What is reporting entity? A banking company, a financial institution, intermediary, and also a person carrying on designated business or profession. Here comes the relevance for our discussion. Last point, designated business or profession. Now what is designated business or profession? If a person carrying on activities for playing games of chance for cash or kind and includes such activities, then registrars, then this complete list, real estate agent, then jewelers, then persons engaged in the administration of cash, carrying of cash. Then the last one is again the point where comes the relevance for us. Person carrying on such activities as the central government may by notification so designated from time to time. And invoking this clause, 2 notifications have been issued by the government. Then first of all, one notification came on 7th March 2003. That activities with regard to VDA, which Prashantji was discussing a few minutes back, virtual digital asset. All those activities have been covered under this reporting mechanism, that all those agencies which are making payment in this regard, which are offering this platform, which are doing anything, they are supposed to report whole lot of data to the Enforcement Directorate. That is number 1. But we will focus on these 2 notifications, that is notification of 3rd May 2023. These 2 notifications I will read and then we can conclude, subject to if you have any questions. Notification notifying financial transactions carried out by a relevant person on behalf of his client in the course of his or her profession in relation to the following activities. What are those activities? Buying and selling of any immovable property, managing of client's money, securities or other assets, which we very pleasantly do at times. We purchase and sell properties also for him. Then management of bank saving or security accounts. So if I am wholesale in charge of any account, I will be falling within the activities, these activities. Organizing of contributions for creation, operation or management of companies. So suppose I have opened a company, or even if I am not opened the company, but if I am raising any funds, if funds have been received by say A Limited and funds came from X Limited, if any of these entities make a statement, though, look, it was Mr. Taneja who arranged these funds for us. The funds can be actually funds or funds can be mere paper funds, whatever funds. So the person who is named that he arranged the funds will be said to be doing this activity. Creation, operation or management of companies, limited liability partnership or trust, and buying and selling of business entities. So the companies, if we create on behalf of our client, then this will be said to be an activity falling within the list of this notification. Shall be an activity for the purpose of the said subsection. And what will happen if the relevant person, who is relevant person here? Relevant person, it says relevant person includes. It does not say includes only this. Includes this, meaning that other person can also be included. So chartered accountant, company secretary, cost accountants, and also other persons, it could be advocates also, non-professionals also. If they are doing any of these activities, if there is a client-professional relationship and any of these activities are done, it will become a reporting entity. First of all, we understand when you become reporting entity. Then we will understand what are the obligations upon the reporting entity. Then these explanations I am leaving for the timing to save time. Then 9th May 2023, this second notification came up. Now it says any activities carried on behalf of client by any person. Now it says any person. It is not saying any advocate or chartered accountant. Acting as formation agent of companies, limited liability partnerships, acting as director or secretary. So meaning by for my client, if I choose to be director myself or secretary or a trustee for my client on professional basis, then I will be said to be doing this activity and I will become a reporting entity. Not if I am becoming a director generally, not for my client. For example, A Limited has invited me okay, Mr. Taneja, A Limited is not my client. Mr. Taneja, we want you to see as director. Not then. But if A Limited is my client, and in the client-professional relationship, if I am giving that service of becoming a director, then it becomes reporting entity. Then if I am providing my office address as his registered office address, then also I become a reporting entity. Unless he is my tenant. This is very, very important clause. We normally, regularly allow the clients to use our offices as their addresses. Now we have to think twice. If you are keen or happy to become reporting entity, then there is no problem. Then even becoming nominee shareholder for another person, that has also been covered in here. Then these exceptions I am leaving for the time being. Then what is to be done by reporting entity? Within few minutes I will cover. Authentication under Aadhaar, verifying the identity of its clients and beneficial owner. This is the first step only. Very small step, जहाँ तक कोई problem नहीं है. And the beneficial owner में problem है. I can authenticate Aadhaar, okay. I can verify the identity, okay, of my client. And what about my beneficial owner? How would I know who is the beneficial owner? Whole Interpol, whole RAW, whole whatnot is trying to find out who are the beneficial owners. And still they are not successful every time. The 26 BPUs of the country, Benami Provisional Units of the country are on this job only to find out the beneficial owners. I do not know whether they are able to do it successfully or not. But this burden upon me as a reporting entity, that you find out beneficial owner and then you do this, his identity also and other things also which they will prescribe in course of time. So we have to think twice before choosing to become reporting entity. Then these are the records to be maintained by reporting entity. I mean, you can read it, section 12. Just to save time, I am not reading it. But the last point I will read. Look, business correspondence has also to be maintained, kept. Then record of all transactions, record of documents evidencing identity, record of documents evidencing account files, business correspondence. And for how many years? 5 years. 5 years from when? Not from the date of transaction. 5 years, up to 5 years from the end of business relationship. So if somebody became my client in 2010, and in 2022, he parted with me as a client professional relationship, I have to maintain not up to 2015, if any transaction was done in 2010, up to 2027. And for chartered accountants and tax professionals, clients are for lifetime. So virtually for lifetime records have to be maintained. Such a huge list. I do not know whether somebody has applied mind on it or not. Then providing information to the director. Director means director of ED, director of FI, director under the law. And here director under the law is director of FIU, Financial Intelligence Unit, again headquartered in Delhi. So he can call any information under section 11, 12 or 12AA, and then reporting entity has to furnish that information. Apart from routine information which will be prescribed, which needs to be given. Then in case of specified transactions, enhanced due diligence. I will explain what specified transactions are. Then these enhanced due diligence means, apart from this verification of Aadhaar, etc. online, this second step may kindly be seen, additional steps to examine the ownership and financial position, including sources of funds of the client. Take additional steps to record the purpose behind conducting the specified transaction. I will have to see the purpose. I will do the job of the investigation agencies and the intended nature of relationship between the transaction parties. Where the client fails to fulfill the above conditions, the reporting entity not to allow specified transaction to be carried out. तो मैं उसके सामने इतना बड़ा इंफॉर्मेशन का पुलिंदा दूंगा उसको, जो आज मैं देता हूं तो क्लाइंट में से चला ही जाता है. अगर मेरे को उसका पीएमएलए का केस तैयार करना है तो मैं उससे इंफॉर्मेशन मांगता हूं तो कहता है यार तनेजा साहब तो बहुत डिटेल मांगते हैं. 10% ऐसे भी लोग आते हैं. हाँ, ऐसे ज्यादातर होते हैं जो कहते हैं यार तनेजा साहब बहुत अच्छी डिटेल मांगते हैं, उसका मतलब केस को अच्छे से पढ़ रहे हैं. 10% कहते हैं तो बहुत ज्यादा मांगते हैं तो चला जाता है. तो मैं ट्रांजेक्शन से करने से पहले उससे डिटेल मांगूंगा और वो नहीं देगा तो मुझे उसको मना करना है, मुझे उसे यस नहीं करना है. अदरवाइज आई विल फेस द म्यूजिक. दैट इज व्हाट लॉ सेज. तो इसका मतलब सभी को मना करना है. ऐसा नहीं वो ए प्रोफेशनल से बी प्रोफेशनल के पास चला जाएगा. नो, इट इज एप्लीकेबल अपॉन एवरीबॉडी. देन रिपोर्टिंग एंटिटी टू इंक्रीज मॉनिटरिंग. और मुझे कुछ भी सस्पिशियस ट्रांजैक्शन लगता है तो मुझे मॉनिटरिंग इंक्रीज करनी है. अरे भाई मुझे इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी की पावर तो दे दो, मैं कहां से मॉनिटरिंग कर लूंगा. देन I have to make greater scrutiny of the transactions. तो client आता हुआ भी नहीं आएगा. Even if he is genuine, the moment I will ask too much queries, I will become too much inquisitive, how will I cater? There hours of transaction to be maintained for a period of 5 years. Again, ये enhanced diligence से related भी, कि मुझे लगा नहीं सब ठीक है, फिर भी मुझे जो ट्रांजेक्शन जो मैं गैदर करूंगा और सेटिस्फाई करूंगा अपने आप को, मैं 5 साल एंड ऑफ द रिलेशनशिप तक करूंगा. तो इसका मतलब मुझे भी 10-15 साल के बाद भी पूछा जा सकता है कि अरे तनेजा साहब आपने कैसे किया था ट्रांजेक्शन, बताइए जरा, ये तो टेररिस्ट निकला, या ये तो मनी लॉन्ड्रर निकला, या ये तो स्मगलर निकला, आपने कैसे इसका काम किया. और अब तो बैंक डिफॉल्टर को भी पूरी पनिशमेंट है प्रेस्क्राइब. तो इवन बैंक डिफॉल्ट के केसेस में भी, क्योंकि वो ही विल रन अवे फ्रॉम देयर, ही विल बी एब्सकॉन्डर, ही विल डू व्हाट नॉट, he may have to abscond like Mr. Vijay Mallya. So all the professionals who may have done work from him, they will all be under firing range. So this needs to be, our collective application of mind must take place through AIFTP on this. I will request all the organizers, senior dignitaries here to apply mind on this. And if you find that this is quite impossible, infeasible, illogical, then let us prepare a memorandum, a representation kind of thing to be presented to the government, so that we can say, okay, sir, we are ready to help the government, but kindly do something which is feasible, something which is not infeasible. If those are prescribed, how shall we carry out our activities? Then I will skip these definitions because we are skipping then who is client, all this is defined, what is beneficial owner, then what are the rules prescribed, what are the things which are to be maintained, all those things are there. I mean, huge lot of things are to be maintained. How diligence is to be carried out, this is also prescribed. Then कितने दिन में क्या report information देनी है, rule 1A says within 10 days this is to be submitted. So that is how it is to be done. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. A big round of applause, please. I would now request the chairman, sir, to kindly come forward for the concluding remarks.
Friends, it was a grand deliberation by a grand speaker in presence of a grand gathering at Grand Hotel. So time is now very short. We were delayed due to tea, and now I don't want to delay for lunch. And thanks to our speaker.
I now request Advocate Amit Agarwal to kindly come for the formal vote of thanks, please.
On behalf of my fellow delegates and myself, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Chairman, Sir Paras Kosar ji, and Co-Chairman, Sir Vinayak Patkar ji, for chairing the session. I extend my deepest gratitude to the learned speakers, Prashant GS, Sir, and Ashwani Taneja, Sir, for the wonderful and excellent deliberation on the respective topic. The members have benefited immensely through these deliberations. And I also extend my gratitude to the AIFTP for organizing such seminars so that our members have been immensely benefited through the said deliberations. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We will be breaking up for the lunch. We'll be assembling after half an hour. Thank you.
राजूदा उसी समय हो जाएगा हाँ चलिए
Yeah, I know. দুই তিনটা নিয়ে যাও।
Thank you. লম্বা করে। Thank you.
হয়েছে? যাবো? না, তুলতে পারো। হয়েছে? নাই, ঝান্ডা আছে, ওটা। যাবো?
ইয়ারও উঠো এন্দার উঠো না হবে
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all have a very delicious lunch. We are starting within 2 minutes the session on GST. I request all the delegates who have completed the lunch outside, please take your seat in the auditorium. Once again, very good afternoon. We are just starting our session on GST, that is Departmental Audit and SOCUS Notice, the critical analysis. For this, we have the chairman, our National Vice President, North Zone, Sri Anun Mathurji. I will be requesting him to please on the dais. It will be co-chaired by Chartered Accountant Ragini Goyal ji. Please be on the dais, madam. And we have two very excellent dynamic speakers of India, I can say. One is Amitabh Bachchan of our AFTP, Speaker Sri S. Venkatramani ji from Bangalore. Jordar Taliyan. और उसके साथ कदम से कदम मिलाते हुए ईस्ट जोन के प्राइड श्री अरुण अग्रवाल जी. I'll request Sri Ankit Bothra ji to please present shawl and bouquet to our chairman, Sri Anil Mathur ji. Next, I'll be requesting Sahib Singh Chaudhary to present shawl and bouquet to our today's speaker, Sri S. Venkatramani ji. I'll request the Joint Secretary of AIFTP East Zone, Dilip Kumar, to present shawl and bouquet to our Arun Agrawal ji. And I'll request Ms. Manjulata Sukla ji to present shawl and bouquet to Ragini ji. Before I hand over this proceeding to the chairman, we have one of the association, Chaurangi Square OPA Chartered Accountants. Please be on the dais so that you will be felicitated by our chairman and speaker. है क्या? Chaurangi Square OPA Chartered Accountants. I'll request Anil Mathur sir and Venkatraman sir to please honor this as well. हो गया वो Thank you very much. Now, I'll request Sri Anil Mathur sir to please for the proceeding. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you, Dave sir. Let me at the outset congratulate the Eastern Zone of AIFTP for organizing this magnificent conference. The subject chosen are extremely important and important in our day-to-day life. The GST session, the second technical session, or the session after the lunch, George Bernard Shaw first initially said that there are three impossible things in the world to do is. One, you can't climb a straight wall. Second was you can't be friendly to a person who is running away from you. And you can't study after a sumptuous meal. But I am very sure that both the speakers and Mr. Venkatramani would prove Mr. George Bernard Shaw wrong on this account. I am not very familiar with these other two aspects, but I am very sure about it, that he will prove George Bernard Shaw wrong on this third aspect. In the morning session, we had GST implication on virtual digital assets, on income tax aspect. Mr. Arun Agrawal would be dealing the GST aspect on transaction relating to virtual digital assets. Mr. Venkatramani would be having issues in show cause notices and audit. You know, the GST since inception, since 2017, in fact, I have not been able to understand it, ABCD of it, but even Venkat would agree to it that he is also trying to unlock the nitty-gritty of it, and in that respect, he will have his own views and everything. And I won't be wasting much of your time because I would request Mr. Arun Agrawal to do the first, and he is slightly indisposed. I would request him to please carry on your subjects from there itself. He has got around 40 minutes for deliberation. We will have a question answers after his session is there, and then Venkat would take over. Thank you very much.
Chairman of the session, Mr. Mathur, my co-speaker, Mr. S. Venkatramani, who has been a mentor to me, to us in the GST and Indirect Taxes Committee of Institute for last few years, starting from rather the year before GST came in. Probably a year more than that. So, and my friend Ragini from Guwahati, and all my friends present here, a very good afternoon to all of you. Friends, the topic given to me, GST implications on virtual assets. Parul, I request Parul to operate. So, the topic given to me, GST implications on virtual assets. In fact, the pillar of this conference, Vivek, when he told me to take this subject, I said, "Arey, this is not a subject to be dealt by me. Better some young professional."
Deliberate from here. Okay, sorry. Ticker. Ticker है क्या बहुत? ये रहा।
So virtual assets is the latest topic for anybody to know and to understand. So I said probably this may not be the right subject for me, but then he insisted, Naini, you have to do it, and I know you will do it. So honestly, I started reading on what exactly is virtual asset. And to be more honest, I really could not make out the details, nitty-gritties of what is virtual asset, what is virtual digital asset, what is cryptocurrencies and all that, the terms which I would be using in my next few minutes of presentation. I am not really very clear about those technically, but yes, I was trying to relate this to the GST, to the law of GST, because ultimately GST has to be there, GST implications has to be there on any transaction for that matter. So we need to understand the GST implications. So I'm more on the GST implications part, on the GST aspects, and less on the technical aspects as to what exactly technically this means. But nevertheless, friends, when we talk about virtual assets, the first point, what exactly is virtual asset? To be more specific, virtual digital asset. We are talking about virtual digital asset. What is virtual digital asset? In a layman's language, a virtual digital asset is a digital representation of an item, any item. When it is represented virtually, that means like last 2 or 3 years, we have seen many webinars instead of seminars. And in those webinars, we used to hear the faculties from different places, remote places, they are speaking from the virtual platform, and we are presenting them mementos also virtually. So virtual mementos are being presented. Mr. Venkatramani has probably addressed more than maybe few hundred webinars, and he has received more than 100 virtual mementos. So physical mementos he is keeping in his shelf in his house or office, but these virtual mementos are virtual only. So it is there, but actually you cannot see when you go to his house or to his home. It is something like that. So an asset which is there, which exists, but it exists virtually. It does not exist physically. That is the basic core of this topic of this subject. So digital representation of any item, it can be digitally traded. It can be digitally transferred. It can be digitally used for payment, or it can be used for investment purposes as well. So trading, transfer, use for payment and payment purpose, all these can be done, but these all through digital platforms only, in digital mode only. That is the basic or most beauty of this particular subject, that is virtual digital assets. Now, when we talk about GST, the GST law has been recently amended to include the definition of virtual digital asset, and so in income tax as well. I am sure this has been discussed in the earlier session pre-lunch. So in GST section 217A defines virtual digital asset, which basically means it shall have the same meaning assigned to it to Income Tax Act, in Income Tax Act. And when you go to the Income Tax Act, what is the definition of virtual digital asset? It says virtual digital asset means any information or code or number or token not being Indian currency or foreign currency. So it is not a currency. It is neither an Indian currency, it is nor a foreign currency. So it is not a currency at all. But it is any information or code or number or token. That means it is representative actually. It is this number or code or token or information that will represent some particular asset maybe. So that is the information or code or number or token generated through cryptographic means or otherwise. Now this is very important. Generated through cryptographic means. We will come to that a little later on, what exactly, how significant it is, why it is so significant. So generated through cryptographic means or otherwise by whatever name called, providing a digital representation of value and including its use in any financial transaction or investment, but not limited to investment scheme. So the main point is information, code or number or token which is generated by cryptographic means and providing a digital representation of value. Now what is cryptographic for that matter? What is this word crypto? So I tried to find out what exactly crypto means. And what I could make out is crypto means, crypto is cryptic, and cryptic means something which is mysterious, something which is not very clear. So the subject itself is not very clear. The object itself is not very clear. The object which will be taxed, that itself is not very clear. That is, so cryptography, that technology itself is not very clear. It is a mysterious technology that is being used. I'll come to that a little later on again, why I am saying so. Then it also includes, because there are, in the definition, there are 3 parts, A, B and C. So A was talking about, as we saw, any information or code or number, etc. B, it is talking about a non-fungible token. Now, in short, we call it NFT, non-fungible token, or any other token of similar nature by whatever name called. And C is any other digital asset. So any other digital asset means any digital asset. But to be more specific, A, information, number, code, etc. B, NFT, and then C, any other digital asset. So this is basically how the term virtual digital asset has been defined. Now, there are different types of virtual digital assets. Cryptocurrencies, non-fungible tokens, virtual goods and services, virtual currencies, utility tokens, or for that matter, there could be some others as well. I think it's better I go there only. I'll manage, no issue. I'll manage, no issue. Now, friends, mind you, hello, 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 hello. Now, friends, this categorization, is it not working? This categorization, mind you, the categorization is still evolving, because as I said, the topic itself is mysterious, the topic itself is not very clear. It is at an evolving stage. So many new types of categories may also come in the days to come. So this is not exhaustive, that is, it is just an indicative, you can say. Now, cryptocurrencies is one of the types of digital assets, virtual digital assets. So now, digital or virtual tokens, what is cryptocurrency? It is also a kind of token, it is a digital or virtual token. Now it is decentralized. I'll come to that, what exactly decentralized means. It uses cryptography for security. Cryptography is the technology basically, the technology called cryptography that is used for security purpose. That means how it is kept secured, how it is kept secret. It's so that it cannot be taken away by anybody for that matter, fraudulently, etc. It uses blockchain as a technology. Now again, blockchain is a very vast subject, very wide subject, and in fact, I'm really not competent to discuss on that subject or topic or technology that is blockchain, but blockchain technology is being used, and quite often we are hearing this term nowadays regularly. Blockchain is now even used even in our professional services as well. So blockchain is the technology which is being used. Now the different examples of cryptocurrencies are Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. So Bitcoin, again, quite often we use hear this term Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is a kind of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a type of virtual digital asset. Now, means to obtain this cryptocurrency, how you can obtain cryptocurrency. Three different means from which you can obtain. One is mining. Second is purchase, that is trading. Purchase, that means you can receive it as a consideration for any, like I was told, I could see somewhere in some online information from some online content, I could see that Tesla is a company who is receiving cryptocurrency as a payment, as a consideration for the cars they are selling. So that is being also, so you can receive that. Suppose if you want to receive it as a consideration, you can receive it also. So that way also you can obtain cryptocurrencies. And then exchange means trading. So you can trade in cryptocurrency as well. Now, this decentralization I was talking about. So when you talk about virtual digital asset regulation, so this is where decentralized the term is relevant. It is accepted as a legal tender in 2 countries as of now, Salvador and Republic of African Republic, Central African Republic. Maybe there could be 1 or 2 more also, I am not very sure, but I could find again from some internet contents only. Of course, not very relevant for this particular discussion, but still as a general point of discussion. Now in 2019, RBI banned transactions in cryptocurrency in India. But in 2020, that is the next year, Supreme Court said no, it cannot be banned. So Supreme Court vacated that ban. So the Supreme Court said yes, you can do transactions in that. In 22-23, in Income Tax Act, I'm sure again that this has been discussed in the first session. In 22-23, it has been brought under the income tax net in the country. And even in GST law as well, as we saw a few minutes later, earlier, that in GST Act as well, this term has been introduced, provisions are being brought in, but gradually again. And till now it is not very clear, I will come to those aspects as well definitely. So in 22-23, it is sought to be recognized. So in income tax, they are saying that it will be chargeable to tax. Even in GST also, they have included this in the definitions part, etc. Now SEBI, if you talk about SEBI, what role SEBI has to play in this trading of cryptocurrency for that matter, or any other cryptocurrency transactions? SEBI cannot provide counterparty guarantees as it does not have control over cryptocurrencies. clearing and settlement, the clearing and settlement of cryptocurrencies, how it is cleared, how it is being settled. There are exchanges for cryptocurrencies, but SEBI has got no control, no regulation on that. So, and moreover, as we saw earlier, cryptocurrency has not been defined as either a currency, commodity or security. Now, currency, commodity or security, will come to these terms and the definitions as well. Now friends, when we talk about GST now this is a little bit of background of the virtual digital asset, to be more specific, cryptocurrency. Now, coming to GST again, the general concept of GST, what is the object of taxation in GST? The object of taxation in GST is supply. Either it has to be a supply of goods or it has to be a supply of services. So, supply of goods or supply of services. Now, when I am doing transactions in cryptocurrency, whether it is a supply of goods, whether it is a supply of service, that is the bigger question that emerges. So, whether it is a goods or whether it is a service. Now, what is goods? The GST law has defined what is goods. Goods means every kind of movable property other than money, securities, but includes actionable claim, mind you. These four terms are very important. Goods has been defined to mean every kind of movable property. So, it has to be movable property other than money and security, but money and securities are not included. So, money 1, security 2, these two are not included, but actionable claim 3, that is included. So, money not included, security not included, actionable claim is included in the term goods. And services, service means anything other than goods. Service means anything other than goods. If something is not goods, but if you are doing any transaction, it can be covered under service. That is how it has been defined. Now see, what is money, what is securities, what is actionable claim, and what is movable property, because the term goods has been defined to mean every kind of movable property. So, what is movable property, that also we need to understand. Now, what is money? Money, it says, the GST law itself, rather the appropriate law says that money means Indian legal tender. Mind you, why it is important? Because supply, GST, the object of taxation is supply in GST, and supply means all forms of supply. It says, section 7 defines, supply includes all forms of supply for a consideration. Now, what is consideration? Consideration means payment in money or otherwise. So, that is how money is also important. So, what is money? Money is Indian legal tender, check, promissory note, postal or electronic remittances, etc., or any other instrument recognized by RBI. So, mind you, even if you look at the exhaustive definition, these are basically the major terms, and cryptocurrency, that means it is not covered under the definition of money, because it is not a legal tender in India, it is not recognized by RBI as a payment instrument. Securities, because money and securities, these two are excluded from goods. So, it is not covered under money, crypto is not covered under money, that means crypto is maybe still included in goods, it is not excluded. What is securities? Securities is defined as 2H of Securities Contracts Regulation Act, which says it includes shares, debentures, stock, etc., or it also includes derivatives, or it also includes other instruments declared by central government. And crypto is not so declared. So, crypto is not a security as well. So, crypto is neither money nor security, that means it is not specifically excluded from goods. Now, it says it includes actionable claim. Now, what is actionable claim? Actionable claim is a claim to any debt. A claim to any debt. There are two limbs of this definition, actionable claim. It is actually defined in section 3 of the Transfer of Property Act, actionable claim. So, actionable claim says it's a claim to any debt. Then it says other than debt secured by mortgage or of any movable property or by hypothecation or pledge of movable property. And the second limb says a claim to any beneficial interest in any movable property. So, it is not a claim to any debt. The crypto is not a claim to any debt, and crypto is not representing beneficial interest in any movable property. So, crypto itself could be a property, but it is not representing your interest in any other movable property. So, crypto is not covered under the definition of actionable claim. And if it is not actionable claim, that means because goods excludes money, excludes security, so it is not excluded, and it includes actionable claim, but it is not covered under actionable claim also. So, by virtue of these two exclusions and one inclusion, crypto is not being affected to be called as goods. Now, if that be so, then what is the basic definition of goods? If we go back to that definition, goods means every kind of movable property. So, what is movable property then? A movable property, it says, not defined under the GST law, but it is property of every description except immovable property. Movable property means, because it is, I am referring to again General Clauses Act, because this is not defined in the GST law. So, if you look at the General Clauses Act, it says movable property means every kind of property of every description except immovable property. So, something which is not immovable property means it is movable. And crypto is not an immovable property, because immovable property, normally what we understand, immovable property means land, building. So, it is not like that. So, that means it could still be covered under goods. So, friends, considering all these limbs, what we could understand is cryptocurrency for that matter, or a virtual digital asset even for that matter, can be covered under goods. I find that it is covered under goods. It is not specifically excluded, and it is included because it is a movable property. Let it be so. Now, movable property, for movable property, in fact, I have also referred to Supreme Court judgment of 1996, where the attributes of movable property were examined and laid down by the Supreme Court. It says property means it is extended to every species of valuable right and interest. It covers the unrestricted and exclusive right to a thing, more specifically ownership. It embraces everything which is or may be subject to ownership, whether legal, beneficial or private. It is used to denote everything corporeal or incorporeal, tangible or intangible, visible or invisible, real or personal. So, it includes everything corporeal, it may be corporeal or incorporeal, tangible or intangible, visible or invisible, real or personal. And it also includes incorporeal rights like trademarks, copyrights, patents and rights in personam capable of transfer or transmission such as dates, etc. are also included in its ambit. So, these are the attributes of movable properties. So, when you consider these attributes which as laid down by the Supreme Court, there are a number of other judgments as well on this aspect. So, this covers crypto or virtual digital asset as goods, as movable property. And if it is movable property, that means it is goods. Now, what about services? What is the definition of services alternate to this? Once it is covered under goods, that means you don't even look into the definition of services, but just to have more clarity on, or for elimination, what is services? Service means anything other than goods. So, something which is goods, so that means it is not a service. Crypto itself, mind you, because this distinction between goods and services, this will be quite relevant for our further discussion. Now, friends, what are the types of transactions involving crypto? Crypto mining, first point, crypto mining. What is crypto mining? Performing complex arithmetic and cryptographic operations to evaluate transactions using a specific algorithm and obtain cryptocurrencies. Now, friends, here the problem starts. What I could understand is crypto mining, that means it is not readily available, but you can mine it. Like minerals are there, but it is not available in the economy, it is not flowing in the market. So, you go and do mining, and from mining you can extract the minerals, and then it comes into the economy, into the circulation. So, similarly, crypto is to be mined, that means it is to be generated. As I said, I referred to the definition earlier, I highlighted that crypto is something which is generated. So, through mining it is generated. And so, how do you mine? That means it is not exactly in existence anywhere. And one point I could not really make out is, when you do crypto mining, when you are getting this crypto after mining process, who is the supplier? If you are receiving crypto, who is actually the supplier? Who is supplying crypto? From where it is coming? Is it Mr. Venkatramani or Ragini or Mathurji or someone else? You don't know. No one knows who is actually the supplier. So, when no one knows who is the supplier, and the GST law says it will be applicable on, as I said, object of taxation in GST is supply of goods or supply of services. So, crypto is goods, okay, we understood. So, supply of crypto is taxable, but who is supplying? And there is a concept of reverse charge. So, reverse charge, the recipient will be liable to pay, but that is only in respect of certain specified supplies, not all. So by default, the supplier is liable to pay. So who is the supplier? So in mining, when you are doing crypto mining, you don't know who the supplier is. So therefore, until and unless it is specifically covered under reverse charge through a specific provision to that effect, it cannot be charged to tax. Now, service supplier, here what is happening? Who is the supplier? Service supplier is crypto miner. Means if I am doing mining, that means I am solving some problem, some algorithm, and against that solution being given by me, I am getting crypto. So I am actually the provider of service because I am not supplying any goods. So maybe I have provided some service, and in consideration of that I have received crypto as a consideration. So crypto as a supply is not identifiable here to this identified to the supplier, so not taxable. But the service which I have supplied, against that I have received crypto as a currency, as a consideration, as a payment. So that may be chargeable to tax. So my service, my supply of service by way of solving that algorithm against which I am receiving crypto. Let's say I got a crypto of, let's say, 1 crypto, and maybe I am not sure, but maybe 1 crypto equals to say 1 lakh rupees. So that means 1 lakh rupees is the consideration I have received. So that may be chargeable to tax. Although there are other aspects to it as well, but I am coming to that. So crypto, so as a supplier of service, I am receiving crypto as a consideration. On that, maybe I might be liable to pay tax. Now, consideration, as I said, if crypto is the consideration for me, what would be the value of that? Because crypto is not an accepted exchange, medium of exchange, an accepted medium of payment. So what would be the value? How do you ascertain that value? Value of the supply I can ascertain by applying the valuation mechanism provided in the law, that is section 65 read together with the valuation rules. And section 15 of course says that transaction value. If not, then go to valuation rules, and valuation rules says open market value. So what is open market value? For that service, the algorithm which I have solved, for that there is no open market value. And if I don't have an open market value, so I don't have, and then other alternative is equivalent money consideration, that is also not available. Then the cost of providing that supply, even that is also not available. So these are not available, the mechanism is not available. But what is available is the amount of crypto that I have received, that is mined, that is generated. Now what is the value of that crypto? That ascertainment, again, for that maybe I can refer to the exchanges where it is being traded. And in that exchange, the value of crypto is so volatile that maybe today 1 crypto equals to 1 lakh rupees, tomorrow it may be 1000 rupees, and day after it may be 10 lakh rupees. So that is so much volatile. If that be so, but even if it is so, maybe I can take that exchange value, but is it really recognized now? Since it is not recognized, but government is trying to tax these, that means ultimately today or tomorrow it is going to be recognized. So maybe for that matter, that exchange value, some exchanges I have taken some names also, CTX or something. So those kind of names are there. In those exchanges, crypto are traded. So maybe I can find out the value and value that too, since it is so volatile. So the day I have generated and crypto is credited to my account or it has come to me, immediately on that same date value I need to consider or ascertain, and on that basis maybe I am paying GST. But mind you, here a problem is, suppose if it is so volatile and today is 9th, today I generate some crypto worth, let's say crypto of 100 crypto, and that may be worth 10 lakh rupees today. And in this whole month, it may go, by volatility, it may go down to 10,000 rupees, it may go up to 1 crore rupees or whatever it may be. But at the end of the month, next, by 20th, I have to pay GST on that. By that time, suppose maybe it has, the value has gone down to 10,000 rupees. What do I do? That is a problem there. Even if theoretically it may be taxable, even if it is considered as goods, even if the value of crypto being considered as consideration, even if that value is taken, but because of volatility, again, payment of GST on that may be absolutely, or charging GST on that may be again absolutely not very rational in view of this volatility. As of now, what I can understand. But yes, theoretically, it may be taxable. Now, consideration already we discussed. Now crypto supplier, as I said. Now who is the crypto supplier? Since no one, it is not known through mining. But when I am doing, say, trading, when I said, let's say Tesla, I took the example of Tesla. Of course, it is an internet example. I am not sure whether it is correct or not, but I am not going into that. But I am considering it as correct for our discussion. So the Tesla company has supplied one car and they have received payment in crypto, say 100 crypto. So what is happening? And crypto is covered under goods. So that means there is a cross supply. The company is supplying car and me as a customer, I am supplying crypto. So the company supplying car would definitely be taxable, and for that, in fact, even open market value, etc., everything is available. But for me, when I am paying through crypto, so that is my supply, and if that be my supply, then how much would I pay? What would be the value? Yes, since it is, I am paying as a consideration for that car, so the open market value of that car is available, so that same value would be the value for me as well, as a supplier of crypto. So on that, maybe I would be liable to pay GST. That is one aspect, so far as crypto supplier is concerned. Crypto payment, as I said, so payment made using cryptocurrency in exchange of a product or service, if at all it is treated as goods, tax would be payable. Now crypto trading, when you are buying and selling crypto, buying and selling the underlying coins via an exchange. So when you look at that exchange, through an exchange, like in we have NCDEX or MCX for commodity dealing, we have NSE or BSE for shares and securities dealing. Similarly for crypto also there are exchanges. Now through that exchange, when you are dealing in crypto or when you are selling crypto or when you are buying crypto, now a problem which arises is, for GST, identification of supplier and recipient both is important. Now who is a supplier and who is a recipient? I was just wondering, suppose if I am selling some shares in stock market today in NSE or BSE platform, maybe the transaction is happening through a broker, but the broker is not buying or selling. Now who is buying or selling? Suppose I am selling certain shares, so actually who is the buyer of those shares? I don't know. Maybe I am selling 100 shares and maybe one share going to 100, one share each going to 100 different buyers, or maybe 10 shares to one buyer, 20 shares to another buyer, like that. So similarly, through exchange when I am selling, the buyer is not identifiable, or when I am buying, the seller is not identifiable. And if the seller is the supplier, if he is liable to pay GST, then how does he decide? Because recipient is also important to locate what is the place of supply, because for place of supply, the location of the recipient is very important. Yes, there is a residuary rule as well, that if location of recipient is not identifiable, then the supplier's location will be treated as the place of supply. And if that be so, that means if I am selling crypto, I would be liable to pay tax in the state where I am located, where I am registered. Even if not registered, what is my address? So there I may be liable to pay tax. I think. So these are certain very unique type of issues involved in crypto taxation in GST, so far as GST is concerned. What is non-fungible token? Non-fungible token, NFT in short it is called. NFT is again a unique digital asset. It is created using cryptography again. Ownership of an NFT is often associated with a license to use such a linked digital asset, but generally does not confer the copyright to the buyer. Some agreements only grant a license for person. I think I better go to the earlier definition. NFT is actually non-fungible token. It represents a digital representation of an artwork or something like that. That is NFT. And if that is NFT, then it is created through using cryptography. That NFT is created through using cryptography, and then ownership of that NFT is often associated with a license to use such a linked digital asset, but generally does not confer the copyright to the buyer. So there is an artistic work, suppose virtually, in virtual mode there is an artistic work created, that is called NFT, and for that NFT, ownership is usually not transferred, but only a right to use that may be transferred. That too, not the copyright being transferred, but only a right to use is being given. And that too, moreover, it says that Sometimes it is for personal use, sometimes it is for commercial use. Some agreements only grant a license for personal, non-commercial use, while other licenses also allow commercial use of the underlying digital asset. Now again, twist. If it is restricted to only commercial, personal use, non-commercial use, then what would happen? GST, again, what is the object of taxation in GST? Supply. And supply is defined to mean or to include in section 7 of GST Act. Supply includes all forms of supply for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. So that means the supply should be a supply in the course or furtherance of business. Then only it will be taxable to GST. So when an NFT is being traded where it is restricted only for to the extent of personal use, non-commercial use, it may be outside the ambit of GST. But where it is commercial use is permitted, it may be chargeable to GST. Here one more point is very interesting to be noted. In case of NFT, suppose there is an artistic work represented through that NFT. That artistic work, hypothetically let's say its total value is 1 lakh rupees in INR terms. But it's not necessary that 1 lakh rupees, for that entire 1 lakh rupees, that entire piece is being given, virtual piece is being given. As I said, it's only limited limited use is permitted. So maybe out of, and a fraction of that NFT is also being traded. So that NFT is also converted into, say, again, technically I do not know what should I say, but let's say I'm calling it as crypto only. So one, if that value is 100 crypto of that particular artwork, out of 100 crypto, only 1 crypto or 5 crypto or 10 crypto are being transferred or being traded. So that is also possible. So when that is possible, that means it is not representing the entire asset, that entire item, that entire piece. Again, if that be so, so that means only a right is being traded. And as we saw in the principles laid down by the Supreme Court, even a right to an asset can also be covered under movable property. So that means still NFT could be covered under movable property, still NFT could be covered under goods, and accordingly trading in NFT could also be taxable, subject to the issues which we discussed. Second point is probably the last.
You can take 5 minutes more.
Yes. So GST on online money gaming. Online money gaming, friends, this is a very, again, a very latest subject, very litigative subject, very controversial subject now of late. Online money gaming. Online gaming, section 280 capital A, that defines online gaming to include online money gaming. And what is online money gaming? That is defined in clause 80B, where it says that where online money gaming means a game where you deposit money in the expectation of winning money in any event, and that event also virtually, online game. So through an online game there is a virtual event. For that event you are putting money on bet and you may win money in reward. Say you are putting 100 rupees, either you lose entire 100 or you may get 50 or you may get 500 or 5,000, whatever it is. So that is online money gaming. Now this online money gaming, this also has been a matter of controversy for GST, so far as GST is concerned, for last many years. And now they have amended the GST law as well. 2102A, what they have done is, if you look at again GST, as I said, the definition of supply, supply includes all forms of supply for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Then it further says that the items given in Schedule 3 to the GST Act, there are say around 7 or 8 items there. And it says that these 8 transactions will be treated neither as supply of goods nor as supply of services. So Schedule 3 items are neither supply of goods nor supply of services, and that includes actionable claim. Schedule 3 includes actionable claim. That means actionable claim is neither a supply of goods nor a supply of services for the purpose of levy of GST, except there is an exclusion to that. So except, earlier it says lottery, betting, gambling, but now that has been replaced with except specified actionable claims. So that means specified actionable claims are still chargeable to GST. Now what is that specified actionable claim? That specified action claim now says that specified actionable claim means the actionable claim involved in or by way of betting, casinos, gambling, horse racing, lottery or online money gaming. All these items are actually matters of controversy so far as GST payment is concerned, liability to pay GST and the valuation, all these are in controversy nowadays. So now they are trying to sort out this. Of course, at a very high cost, but they are trying to sort out. So now it says that specified actionable claim means the actionable claim involved in or by way of online money gaming, which is relevant for our discussion now. So online money gaming is now covered under specified actionable claim, and being a specified actionable claim, it is chargeable to GST. So taxability is certain now. Now what would be the value? The value also has been in dispute. Say for example, I am operating an online gaming. I am providing the online gaming service. So my total collections for a particular game, a particular round, say is 1 crore rupees. And out of that, I am distributing, let's say 80 lakh rupees as money, prize monies. So out of 1 crore total receipt, 80 lakhs I distributed, so I retained 20 lakhs. So what is the value of my service? Ideally or conceptually or apparently it is 20 lakhs because what I am gaining out of this. So 20 lakhs if I am gaining, that should be chargeable to GST and I am paying GST on that. Now the department said that no, you have to pay GST on 100. That means the entire collections. So out of the entire collection, first you pay GST and probably the rate is 28%. And if that is so, so out of 100, first you pay 28. That means if you do reverse calculation on come duty basis, it may come to somewhere around 24. So out of 100, you pay 24 or 23, something like that. So you pay 24 and then you balance 76. Out of that you distribute and you keep your money. And for that now they have also amended the law. And even in case of online money gaming, many operators are operating from outside the country, outside India, through a different overseas country from where they are operating. So how do you collect tax from there? Because they are the persons who are supplying this online money gaming as a supply of service. So ideally tax is payable by them. So either let it be covered under reverse charge, which is not yet done. These are the latest amendments actually. So either that reverse charge is not yet done for this particular supply. Rather, on the contrary, what they have done is for registration, section 24 probably, that registration section that now is amended to say that a person providing online money gaming or supplying online money gaming services from a place outside the taxable territory, that means from an overseas country, from somewhere outside, he is also required to be registered in GST. Like this concept is already there. In some other cases as well, they say that either let them have some representative in India who will be getting registered, or let them have their own office here whereby they will be getting registered. So that mechanism they have not yet come out with, but they are saying that that will be, it has been covered under section 24. That means they are required to get registered, obtain registration in GST and of course pay GST on that, and the value would be the entire money which you are putting on that, the applicable rate of tax, which is probably 28%. So that is regarding online money gaming, friends. Last slide, in fact, maybe just 2 minutes if I am allowed to take. Online content creator, I thought maybe this could also be a little relevant subject, so I have taken this. This only one slide on that. Income earned by online content creator. So if I am an online content creator, I am in India, I am creating online content, and for that I am getting some payment. So recipient of services, normally who is the recipient of service? Outside India, that is, let's say YouTube, who are in US. So I am giving some content to YouTube, so the recipient is outside India. So supplier of service in India, I am the creator, so I am in India. Place of supply being outside India, it will be treated as zero related supply. But suppose if I am creating it for Moz, so then they are in India. So recipient is in India, so supplier of service is in India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India, so it will be treated as a supply of service and taxable. Income earned by social media platform through advertisement. The social media platform itself, on Facebook, etc., we give some advertisements. So for running those advertisements, YouTube, Facebook, etc., they are charging us. So the advertiser, recipient of service is the advertiser, supplier of service is outside, normally YouTube, etc., they are outside India. Place of supply is in India, so it will be taxable under reverse charge, being import of services. Premium membership, when you might have seen in LinkedIn or some other platforms, they are giving you premium memberships against even YouTube also for that matter. So against charging, let's say 3,000, 4,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees per month. So for that membership again, non-taxable online recipient is the recipient of service. supplier of service is again outside India, so place of supply being in India, it may be taxable. So these are basically some points related to online content creator. So friends, that is all on the subject, taxation of GST implications on virtual assets. Thank you for giving me a present hearing.
Thank you very much, Agarwal sir. And in spite of your indisposition, you have very well dealt with the subject. And this shows his commitment towards the profession, and a big round of applause only on this account. And I beg to differ you with Mr. Agarwal on one aspect. Then we initially said that this subject is for a younger people, not for senior or elderly people. This is a futuristic subject, and a subject which is a futuristic subject. And for a futuristic subject, you need a vision, and a vision can be only with someone who is a senior and a seasoned person. This is going to be a very complex subject, GST on a virtual digital asset, because the virtual digital asset, as far as I know, has not been defined in the GST Act. GST is applicable on a sale of goods or supply of services. Whether virtual digital asset is a goods or supply, these are difficult questions to answer. Whether it can be a service, it is also doubtful, because actionable claim schedule 3 also differs a bit. I think the government is also in a catch-22 situation how to tax it, and that's why they have come firstly in the Income Tax Act. Let's get some pie out of kitty, and later on they will, maybe they by way of amendment of act, because GST Council cannot deal with the subject. So with this, if you have got any questions, I will open the house for question and answers for 5 minutes. If there are questions, I've got one question with me that I will take. If there are questions. Yeah. Sure. Mic, please. Mic to him.
Can we say that mining of cryptocurrency in near future or distant future be saturated? Is there any limit that the mining will be saturated? Because the question of demand and supply comes whenever we talk of valuations.
First, I gave this disclaimer that don't ask me technical questions. If it is something on GST, please raise. You are absolutely free, and I am here to answer. But maybe Sanjeev was there. I don't know if he can answer. Yeah, Sanjeev hai ki nahi chala gaya. So, to be very honest, on this technical aspect, I may not be in a position to answer. What is the future of crypto? Yeah, or if anyone else can give some.
No, I think it's going to stay for some time, maybe in some restrictive manner, because all the government is also in the form of making it under some sort of a legislation. If you remember, even the institute level, I can tell you, AASB Accounting and Auditing Standard Board, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs asked the institute to form guidelines for coverage of transactions of cryptocurrency in Schedule 3 of the balance sheet. Matter came to us, I was a member of that, and then I said, because how can we do it? Even RBI is saying that crypto, at that particular time, RBI said this is not a legal tender. So things are in pipeline, things will change. Maybe crypto may have or may not have that much of a future, but still I think it is going to be there. This is what I can say about it.
We can sum up by saying that VDA, virtual digital asset, is virtually virtual. It's virtually virtual.
It is going to be like that only.
Thank you, sir.
The question is, I think from one same person, Kuber, crypto, whether it is goods or services. I think you were there during the course of my deliberation, so I think elaborately discussed. So apparently it is goods, it's not services. Rate of tax, classification and valuation. Valuation, this is very important aspect, probably I missed out. If at all it is goods, now sir, if at all it is goods, The GST law says goods will be taxable at the rate as may be notified. Now they have issued notification number 1 by 2017. In 1 by 2017, they have given 5-6 schedules. So the items in schedule 1 at the rate of 2.5%, items in schedule 2 at the rate of 6%, items in schedule 3 at the rate of 9%, like that. So 5%, 12%, 18%, or as the case may be, there are various goods specified therein. Crypto is not covered anywhere. It is not covered anywhere because there, if you look at that schedule, all the goods, that notification itself says, the goods as specified in column 3 and covered under the tariff, customs tariff as specified in column 2. So it has to be covered in column 2, the corresponding entry in column 2. That is the chapter heading, etc. in customs tariff. And it is not getting covered anywhere in customs tariff or even in the schedule. So since it is not there anywhere, so that means no rate is specified. And until and unless no rate is specified, even if it is taxable otherwise subject to all other conditions, it cannot be charged to tax. So that rate of tax, or for that matter, the classification has to be specific. Like, mind you, I talked about online money gaming. So this online money gaming also is not covered or was not covered anywhere. But they have included it in the last, in the schedule 28 items, in this 28% schedule. At the last they have included, and the corresponding column 2 it says nothing. So that means no customs tariff, but for GST purpose they have included. So similar kind of entry may be brought in GST for the purpose of that, and then only we can talk about or decide about the rate of tax or for that matter classification. But as of now, nothing. So since there is nothing, so no tax would be payable at all. And as far as valuation is concerned, the value as we already discussed. Thank you so much.
Any other question? No counter questions.
Hello. Hello. One of my client come to me and show his bank account statement. Told I have taken GST number. So how much I will pay on this type of transaction?
Padisa, please repeat your questions. I just missed out. Please repeat.
One of my client come to me and show his bank statement and told me I have taken GST and I am doing cryptocurrency business. So how will pay GST on it? That is huge transaction. I think within 1 or 2 months, that I think 4 crores, 5 crores transaction has been done there. So I asked him, so where is the money coming and where is the money going? Have you any purchase invoices? No, I have no any purchase invoices. So he cannot explain. Actually, regarding the transactions, he told me, I have a group and I have a group leader also. I will come to you that he will explain about this. So then group leader come to me and he told me we have availed cryptocurrency from outside India. That means I think USA. Then I sold it to the retail business. Those are doing cryptocurrency business. And what is your business profit you are getting from this account? He told me I am getting monthly 50,000, 1 lakh. But it is coming to my another account. This is not my account. It is a separate totally only regarding cryptocurrency. So my question is, how will calculate GST and income tax on it?
Although various points or issues involved which we discussed in detail, but let us try to simplify your situation. What I could understand from your submission is that one person have traded in cryptocurrency. Correct. So that means he has bought, he had sold. So if crypto is treated as goods, as I said, so when he has purchased, so in the absence of any reverse charge mechanism, it is in the absence of it being specifically covered under reverse charge, no reverse charge liability is there so far as when he is purchasing.
Right, sir.
When he is selling, on sales, if it is sale of goods as we discussed, then it should be taxable.
Yes.
But even if it is taxable, it is not only the profit is not relevant, the entire value of sale, that would be relevant. Suppose I am purchasing and selling, say, these water bottles, or let's say mobiles. So I am purchasing at 50,000 rupees, I am selling at 55,000 rupees. So I have to pay tax on 55,000 rupees. The only thing is while purchasing 50,000, at 50,000 I have paid GST, that is available to me as input. Here he does not have any input. So anyway his output tax liability will be on the entire sale value. That is number one. But number two is, as I said, what about the classification? Right. Someone said that it would be under residuary entry. I have doubt. I have seen. I don't think it is getting covered there. But let's say if it is covered at 18%. So you pay at the rate of 18%. But to my understanding, to whatever I have seen, I did not find it to be covered under residuary entry. So if there is no classification at all, if the classification mechanism is not there, there is no classification given or specified, then no tax liability is there. Right. So now you have to take only this call, either whether to classify it under residuary entry and pay 18% or not to pay anything. To my understanding, apparently.
Actually, sir, I searched here and there. Actually, I found there is no GST on that transactions. But those earning coming to another account, I told you earlier that is 50,000, 1 lakh per month, averagely. I told him, is this your commission? No, sir, this is not my commission. If this is commission, then that will be 18% GST will applicable on that. But he told me, no, sir, this is not commission, it is margin money. So if there is no specified in the cryptocurrency GST rates, so that is GST free, I advise him. Then I will, I said him, income tax at the rate of 30%.
Let me take one more minute on that. Suppose you are dealing in commodities through a commodity exchange, right? There is NCDX or MCX.
Yes, yes.
Let's say you are purchasing a particular gram. Let's say you are purchasing grams. So you have purchased sometimes 100 kgs, sometimes 50 kgs, sometimes 5 tons, 10 tons, whatever it may be. And you are selling also. So on purchases, you have not paid any tax, so you are not getting any input here in this case.
Right, sir.
But when you are selling, whatever are your total sales, these are sale of goods, on that you have to pay tax at the applicable rate. So you have to find out how much is the total sales he has made during the year, and against that sales, whatever amount he has received, that will be liable to GST, subject to that discussion which we had earlier about classification.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hand over back to the organizers. They have got some announcements to make.
Thank you, sir. Just few minutes before our learned speaker, the second speaker, Sri Venkatramani, says about, we have some appreciation and felicitation. So I will be requesting the organizer, please ready. We have among us the Pavan Agrawal, past president of DTPA, who has been in practice more than 50 years of practice. I request him to be on the dais. 58. I request Anil Madhu sir and Venkatramani sir to felicitate. I request all to have a big clapping, sir. Photograph. Thank you. Thank you. Now some AIFTP dignitaries. I'll be requesting the North Zone Chairman and Dynamic Sri Om Prakash Suklaji to be on the dais, sir. AIFTP East Zone want to felicitate you. Very energetic, very dynamic, organizing lot of programs, shouldering our national president. Next, I'll be requesting Sri MVJ Kumar, National Joint Secretary from South Zone. Kumar sir. Next, I'll be requesting Pradosh Patnaik, National Joint Secretary from Eastern Zone. Next, I'll be requesting Sanjeev Anwarji, former chairman, the dynamic from Muzaffarpur, sorry. Aye, sir. Yes. Pradosh Patnaik attends all the conference of India. Next incoming is Sanjeev Kumar Anwar, the former zonal chairman of East Zone, very dynamic. And following him will be Smith Saurav, the former secretary of the zone. Momento also. Following the former chairman and the former journal secretary, Smith Saurav. Next, I will be requesting Srimati Manjulata Shukla ji to be on dais. Next, I will be requesting Santanu Chaudhary. Is Santanu Chaudhary is there? Yeah. Next, I will be requesting Bhaskar Srina Roy, another dynamic personality of this zone, Vice Chairman. Is he there? Next, I will be requesting another active and dashing Vice Chairman of Odisha, Sudhanshu Shekhar Das. We have two joint secretaries of the zone, Dilip Kumar and Jitendra Kumar. I'll be requesting both of them to be on the dais. Next, I'll be requesting Sri Apurva Shah, the man of the Siliguri, who made the event. 1 minute. दिलीप के बाद आ जाइए. दिलीप बाद में. अपूर्वा शाह को दे. अपूर्वा शाह है ना? 1 minute. ये कौन सा दिया? नहीं. अपूर्वा शाह वाला दे दो. ये वाला. रागिनी जी ये वाला. आप रहिए. 2 है ना? पट्टा 2. अरे ये दे दो. Yes, 2 joint secretaries, Dilip Kumar and Jitendra Kumar. दोनों 2 तरफ पूर्व व पश्चिम से आए. नहीं. With this, we complete, and I will hand over the mic to the chairman.
I'll be failing in my duty being a conference secretary if I'll not recognize the hard work of our own Padmanand Dave. I request Padmanand Dave sir to please come on the dais, and I request Anil Mathur sahab and Venkat Ramani sir, Arun ji and Ragini to kindly honor. I hand over back the proceedings to the chairman, Madam Ragini Goel. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all. It is my earnest pleasure, sir, to again be on the dais to invite you as an esteemed speaker on an indirect tax session. This is the second time I have this honor. It is a coincidence, and it's such a pleasure for me when I see Arun Agarwal ji also on the stage and Venkat Ramani ji both as learned speakers. Arun Agarwal ji was our mentor when we were being trained for becoming All India faculty by ICAI on GST. Sir had taken my auditions. I remember, sir, you would have memories that we were appearing for auditions as All India faculty on behalf of ICAI for training people on GST, professionals rather. Sir, I'm blessed to share the days with you today. Thank you so much for giving me this honor. And Venkat Ramani ji, as we say that he is himself fire on stage. So I am too small a figure to chair a session with him. It is all the love of AIFTP that I get this honor once again. Sir, without making much ado, without saying much, I hand over your topic straight away to you. You will be dealing with show cause notices and departmental audit. We all are waiting to listen to you. Please come, sir.
Let them start the PPT. Good evening. AIFTP is on. Thank you very much for having given me this opportunity to speak. Last session, I will try and hold your attention. It's wonderful to be back in Kolkata after quite some time to share the stage and meet some of my very good friends, some of them from DTPA, some of them from ICI, EIRC, some of them as far as like Ragini Madam from Guwahati. I met Ashok Saraf. We have our Pankaj ji. Wonderful to meet all of you. To hold the attention of the delegates, the last session is a very difficult proposition, but let's raise the bar. I'm very happy to be here for two reasons. One, first session you would have heard Prashant, who was my article in the office between 2003 and 2006, and for him to be a speaker here was really a very proud moment. Second, whatever you're going to see on PowerPoint is not what I have done. The credit entirely goes to Siddesh, who is sitting here. He has written the paper, and I'm only going to present what is coming here. I think Kuber is sitting there. He's done a lot of help insofar as collating these examples are concerned. So these are the people who are behind this paper, and I will only be delivering this. Mathurji has gone off on the other side, so it's a little difficult. I would have been happy if he was on my side, but he's gone off on the delegate side, so it's difficult. Fine, I have Ragini here. And thank you, Vivek, for this opportunity. All the members of AIFTP for being here in this large numbers during this session. Go to the slide. Now I thought, when we talk of handling show cause notices, all of us have been receiving show cause notices, but now let's raise the bar. Let's raise the bar. Why are we getting show cause notices? Why are we getting show cause notices? Should we think ourselves that we are wrong somewhere? We are wrong somewhere. Otherwise, show cause notice should not come. Nahi aana chahiye. Show cause notice nahi aana chahiye. If show cause notice is coming, then there is some problem. There is some problem with us. Not the problem with the department all of the time. Ashok Saraf, I am now a critic of the business itself and some part of it as consultants. We are not doing our job. So let's look at what are these transactions where we are likely to go wrong in understanding and why are we getting these show cause notices. First, in GST, if you have to handle a show cause notice in GST, if you are unable, crux of the problem lies in handling show cause notices. First, let's take some examples here. In Kolkata, you have seen these yellow taxis, correct? We have seen yellow taxis. Now we take these taxis to go to the airport, to go here, to I don't know, wherever, even probably inter-town, Kolkata to somewhere else, we take these taxis. Now what is this transaction? Is it renting? Is it hiring? Is it leasing? Is it transportation? Or is it contract? What is this transaction? What is this transaction? Just keep the answer to yourself. Don't answer me. You have rickshaws, auto rickshaw. Please look at that auto rickshaw meter very carefully. It will tell you for hire. It will tell you for hire. Is it renting? Hiring, leasing, what is this? What is this transaction? How are we accounting this in our books of account of the auto rickshaw agency? How are we doing it? What is the entry we are passing in the books of account? Two. Take a third case. I am sure contract buses are available. Girdhar, correct? In Kolkata? Is it a passenger transport service? Or is it a contract carriage service? How are you accounting it in your books? How are you accounting it in your books? Because each transaction has a different tax rate. It has a different tax rate. So how are you accounting it in these books? You take airport taxis. You go to the airport or railway station or somewhere else, take a taxi there. First you sit down, then tell him where you have to go. What is this transaction? Is it hiring? Is it renting? Is it transportation of passenger? Is it leasing of taxis? Is it rent-a-cab services? What is this service? What is this service? Move to the next. You have huge Indian Oil stations and HPCL stations here. You have seen huge tankers which are either embedded to the earth or trucks which carry this. There it will tell you contract carriage for HPCL. Now what is that contract? Is that contract for transportation of oil? Is it a contract for the truck per se with the transporter? Is it a mix of both? Is it freight? Could it possibly be freight charges? Could it be freight? Or will it be renting of trucks? What is this transaction? How are we doing it? How are we accounting it? What is the section or subsection or clause under which tax is deducted under the Income Tax Act? And are you agreeable to that? If you are agreeable to that all of these years, now you can't say my business is different. You cannot say. Perhaps Sanjeev Anwar could come around and tell me, सर वो तो 15 साल से चल रहा है सर, मैं तो वो बिजनेस नहीं देगा, 15 साल के पहले जीएसटी नहीं था सर, अभी क्या करना है बताइए. Now we have to see, we have to sit back and think whether what we did 15 years back is right or whether what we are going to do now is right. Please think over. Next, you look at Uber, you look at Ola. Are they rent-a-cab services? Are they hiring services? What kind of service is it? Let's keep answers to this. We will answer it Through the course of the next 1 hour, we will answer this. When we come to show cause notice, we will answer all of these questions. Next, you look at truck business. Trucks, lorries, I mean lorries. If a lorry transports goods from point A to point B, how do you enter into a contract with this truck? You can tell him, I want it for 8 hours. Correct, Sanjeev ji? 8 hours. मैं कुछ भी करूँगा लॉरी में. 8 hours. What is that contract? Renting, hiring, leasing, or what? You can enter into a contract differently. Sanjeev bhaiya, you can tell him, ये पूरा मट्टी यहाँ से निकाल के वहाँ पे डालना है. You tell me a price. You do whenever you want. यहाँ से मट्टी निकाल के उधर डाल देना बस. And you say 10,000 rupees. हो सकता है ना contract? What is that contract? Either you take it for 8 hours or tell him remove this mud from here, उधर निकाल के डाल दो बस. Be careful. When you structure the contract, the entry in the book will change. The entry in the book will change. Take a third case. You know JCBs? JCBs? 1 hour, 1,000 rupees. With driver, 1,200. With fuel, 2,000. No driver, no fuel, 500 rupees. How are you accounting these entries in the books? Are you saying these are hiring, renting, transportation, contract commitments, obligations for movement of goods, labor services, or freight services? What is this? How are you passing entry in the books? This is where we commit errors and we say government is not doing its job. So keep all these questions. We will answer all of this one by one. Look at the next, that word Girias there, I've just put a very familiar name in Karnataka, but here you can put whatever name you want. Now, these people are large-scale dealer in electronic goods. In electronic goods, Ragini madam, what she will do, she will say, I have a 32-inch TV in my house. I will exchange this for a 42-inch TV. Now, how does he say? Madam, ये 10 साल का पुराना टीवी है. I will give you 1,500 rupees. Take it or leave it. Alternatively, he will tell her 42-inch TV, 1,500 rupees discount. Third, he will tell you, this TV, you please surrender it to Anil Mathurji. Give it to Anil Mathur, but I will give you new TV at 40,000 rupees. What is the entry in the books? What is the entry in the books? Is it 40,000 net of discount? Is it first discount? Is it exchange? Is it barter? Is it barter? If that fellow says, give this old TV to Anil Mathur, will it become disposal? Will it become disposal? If it is going to be an exchange transaction, how are you accounting this exchange transaction in your books of account? Are you saying 42 plus 2,000? Or are you saying 42 plus inward supply of 2,000? If this is inward supply of old TV in the books, are you reflecting closing stock in your books of account because that old TV should remain somewhere? Or if it is a disposal, are you paying tax on 2,000? If yes, at what rate? And what entry? We don't pass these entries in the books. We are not passing entries in the books. Sanjeev Bhaiya, be careful. If you have a dealer with you, please go back home and see what you are doing. Now look at these electronic supply dealers. Take one iPhone dealer. iPhone Pro 15 market mein aa gaya. He will tell you iPhone Pro 14. How does he contract? He will tell you, sell it at 52,500 rupees. I will give you 7,500. Now what is this 7,500 that Apple gives you or the distributor gives the retailer? Is it price protection? Be careful. Is it price protection? Is he protecting your earlier price? Because your purchase price could be 58, 59,000. He's telling to sell it to you at 52,500. So is it price protection? Is it discount?
Is it marketing support services? Is it incentive? Is it incentive? Or should it be added to the price of the product and say it is 60,000? Each of these has a different connotation. How are you accounting this in your P&L account? Are you taking this above the line to the trading item, or are you taking it below the line in P&L? Each year, you could be doing it differently. 1 year, you could give it the effect in an inward supply. That means purchase mein kam kar diya. Next year, GP kam hai. So you take this below the line and you move it, this sales to trading. Karte hai na? Yes or no? Huh? But actual transaction kya? What is the actual transaction? If it is price support, rate applicable to the product. If it is marketing services, depending on the nature, whether it is reverse charge, be careful, be careful. Or is it reimbursement? Or is it incentive? If it is incentive on the product, rate of product. If it is incentive for a scheme, then it will come below the line. If it is an incentive on the quantity, then it will go back to the product, GP will get affected. If it is season, then it will come below the line. Have we applied our mind? Have we applied our mind? The government is now doing data mining on these transactions. Now they will come back at you. Then you will realize, my TDS under income tax law was wrong. Today everything may be 2%, so you are fine. Next year समझे कि वो TDS rate change हो गया. Then you will be stuck. Badly you will be stuck. So you have to be very, very careful in classification. Some of the largest litigations we will fight will be on classification in the coming years, insofar as GST is concerned. Now, what is the valuation? And what is the accounting treatment that we give in respect of exchange, in respect of old goods returned, in respect of old goods disposed of? Old goods disposed of. I have no bias against women or no bias against any sector of business. Take jewelry for example. Take jewelry for example. No gender bias here. Ragini madam will go to a jeweler store. She will remove her chain. She will go and tell him, now I want to buy a new chain. Now it could be 10 grams more than the weight of the old gold or old chain. Alternatively, it could be 10 grams lesser. It could be either way. Or you could simply say, keep this, I will come after 1 week. Or the jeweler can say, Ragini madam, I don't have the design that you want. You come next month, but you give me this chain and go. You may be happy because you know him. You may be happy. What is the entry in the books that you are passing? Are you passing 2 entries in the books, or 3 entries in the books, or 4 entries in the books? Now, entry number 1, chain goes from Ragini madam to jeweler. Sanjeev bhai, theek hai? Entry number 1. Entry number 2, 10 gram kam hai. So, new gold is 12 grams. Old gold is 10 grams. You will raise invoice for 2 grams, or will you raise invoice for 12 grams? Entry number 2. Entry number 3. Entry number 3. How are you valuing old gold? Because your accounting policy will tell you cost or realizable value, whichever is lower. Correct? Madam ka gold. You go to a jeweler like C. Krishna Chetty and Sons in Bangalore. He will not value at gold price. If it is an antique piece which is 50 years old, he will value it at 25 lakhs. Arey 50 saal ka madam ka gold hai. This cannot be valued at this price. He will value at 125 lakhs. These are called heritage products. So he values it at a different price. So how are you going to pass the entry in the books? The 4th entry, the 4th possible entry that you will look at is whether you will raise 2 invoices. One word, inward supply for old gold under 31(1)(f), or you will raise one for single invoice reflecting both the transactions in line by line item, in a line by line manner. How are you going to do? Everything has a connotation on tax. Be careful when you pass accounting entries. Next. If you don't have the capability to read financial statements, don't attempt to write replies to show cause notice. Don't attempt to write replies to show cause notice. You must be financially literate to handle show cause notices. Now, look at this first one. We get back to basics. We get back to basics. Today we are so much dependent on Tally, Oracle, SAP, ERP, call it by whatever name. भूल गए हम लोग. We have forgotten what we are doing. Let's say Ragini madam goes to a shopping mall. She'll go to a shopping mall. Sanjeev bhai, when she enters the shopping mall, there will be one lady there. She will give her one glass of juice. Correct, na? Then Ragini madam may or may not drink. Choice is yours. Then that lady will tell you, madam, 3 packs for 100, 1 liter. What is this juice? Is it entertainment? Is it business promotion? Is it sample? Is it entertainment? Is it marketing services? Is it marketing services? Or is it simply an expenditure which is general expense in nature? What is this entry? If you say entertainment, input gone. If you say a sample, input gone. If you say marketing support services, then GP will get affected because it is trading item. It is not below the line. If you say, for example, these are gifts, just a gift, then what is it? So we get back to basics. We don't know what to do with it. So keep this one example. Look at a second example. You get Times of India newspaper at home. He pins one shampoo, Clinic shampoo. एक छोटा, he'll pin one. Correct ना? अब देखा ना संजू भाई? वो क्या है वो? You are buying Times of India newspaper, but the fellow gives you one वो shampoo का वो packet देता है. Is it marketing? Is it business support? Is it sample? Is it gift? Or what is this? What is this entry in the books of account? Now, a chartered accountant who is preparing financial statements will say there are no material discrepancies in the stock that is found as on the date of the financial transaction. Then you say discrepancies, if any, are not material and have been given effect to in the stock. How can you make that statement and get away? Even if it is 1 lakh, my man will tell me 18% de do, baad mein baat karenge. Correct? The fellow will tell you, give me 18% of this, we will talk later. Whether it is 28, we'll see later. First you give me 18. Now what are these entries that we have to pass in the books of account? Keep this aside. 1, you go to Baskin Robbins. You go to Baskin Robbins. He would have kept spoons on the table. Correct? Sanjay bhai, you have eaten, no? You have butterscotch, you have chocolate. What is that? Is it business promotion? Is it sample? Is it business promotion? Is it sample? Is it entertainment? Just general expense. Because we as accountants, in general expense, will put miscellaneous expense. In miscellaneous expense, we put other expense. Huh? This is our schedule. This is our grouping. Now, what are these expenses? We don't pay any attention. Now you take Hindustan Lever. Now I will change this topic to Hindustan Lever or Cadbury's or Procter & Gamble or Britannia. You sit in Indigo Airlines, that fellow will give you Britannia cookie. Correct? You have seen? Free. एक बिस्किट रहेगा उसमें, शायद 2 रहेगा. Are you saying for Indigo it is business promotion? Are you saying for Britannia it is business promotion? Are you saying Indigo is giving you gift? Are you saying Britannia is giving you sample? What is this entry that you are passing in the books of account? You have to go and ask the Big Four, EY, KPMG, what they are doing in their books. Because if I am the commissioner, I will give you one notice. I will tell you, you first come here, then I will see later. I will treat you as mixed supply. We will talk later. बाद में बात करेंगे. I will treat you once as mixed supply, next year you will be all right. Next year you will be all right. Look at the third example. When we are talking of ability to read financial statements, chartered accountants who are sitting here, they will simply put one note for accounting policy saying, revenue is recognized on dispatch of goods. One of the disclosures. The same chartered accountant can say, revenue is recognized on appropriation of goods. Third, the same chartered accountant will say, revenue is recognized on raising of invoice. Fourth, the chartered accountants can say, revenue is recognized on movement of goods. Depends, whatever he wants. So what will happen when you come to the end of the year, invoice will be raised, goods would not have moved. How many of us are here? How many of us here are showing stock in transit, or declared this as revenue, or have said that based on the accounting policy, GST is not paid because goods have not moved, revenue is not recognized, revenue will be recognized next month. We don't do anything. We just put it in table 5. वो देगा notice. क्यों नहीं देगा? He will give you notice. Then don't say उसको दिमाग नहीं है, ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है, मालूम नहीं है सर कहाँ से लिया है, कहाँ से कैसे देता है? Because you are not looking at these entries in the books of account. You are not looking at it. Chartered accountant does not talk to tax practitioner does not talk to tax representative, whoever is going and representing. Notice आ गया तो छोड़ देगा. Now this is the fate of our GST. So if you don't know accounting entries, don't venture into GST. You are getting into uncharted territories and you will get into very big trouble. Next, you have to know requirements of allied laws. The impact of allied laws on GST is very huge, very huge. If you don't know allied laws, be very careful, be very careful. Those of you who are chartered accountants here who look at the Companies Act, they will say IAS 115. Based on IAS 115, notional income is recognized, which is some 25 lakhs. And under income tax, he will tell you under 145, this is not liable to tax. Therefore, he will add it somewhere, he will reduce it somewhere. Uske upar income tax nahi hai, ek entry laga diya, bas. You know what my GST man will tell you? IAS 115. इसके ऊपर पहले 18% भर दो, बाद में बात करेंगे. He doesn't know 145, he doesn't know 290, he doesn't know anything. वो फिगर देखा लगा दिया 18%, बाद में देखते हैं शोकास आ जाएगा. And on top of it, he will tell you, you have suppressed, misrepresented or committed fraud because under income tax you have reflected this entry, under GST you are not reflecting this entry. उसको कुछ मालूम नहीं है. ये entry 145 section में क्या है? Add, less, subtract, that fellow doesn't know anything. Because the man who is GST does not know income tax, the man who is income tax does not know GST. किसी को एक दूसरा एक्ट मालूम नहीं है, दोनों नोटिस दे देंगे बाद में. तो one fellow will tell you pay 34% or 60%, the other fellow will tell you pay 18% plus penalty. Now we are stuck with these entries in the books of account. So books of account become paramount. You have to understand the essence of the agreements. Personally, I have not seen tax practitioners, including chartered accountants, reading the agreements until the notice arrives. Only when the notice comes, you will start seeing, अरे यार ये agreement में क्या है, purchase order में क्या है, statement of work में क्या है, let us start looking at these transactions. So if you don't know how to figure out power of attorneys, joint development agreements, contractual obligations, contracts, or legal license agreements, if you don't know how to analyze this, be very careful. You are in for very big trouble. You are in for very big trouble. So you need to learn to analyze, because each of these contracts has huge indirect tax implication. You take, for example, the last 2 or 3 leave and license agreements, contract manufacturing, or job working. Each of these will tell you 2% wastage, 1% wastage, 100 grams for copper, 8 grams for nickel. This is how it will tell you. Now whether this is normal loss, abnormal loss, wastage, loss in manufacturing, loss in processing, inward supply, or adjustment in price subject to valuation will all come out of the agreements. Will all come out of the agreements. And if it comes once after 5 years, एक 5-10 crore का आएगा demand, then you know that fellow will call you to the chamber. He will tell you, आ जाइए बात करेंगे. बात में क्या होता है, we don't know. We will handle that when it comes. So be very careful. If you don't do it, I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Next, we have to know the provisions of allied laws for 2 or 3 reasons. The Companies Act, whoever is a chartered accountant will say, unbilled revenue of rupees 14,75,000 has not been considered in the financial statements. वो disclose करके छोड़ देगा बस. He is taken care of his requirements under AS, under Companies Act, under income tax, whatever. My man will come, "Re, ये क्या unbilled revenue है?" He doesn't, and unbilled revenues, revenue will come later. उसको मालूम नहीं है. He will tell you, first you pay 18%. बाद में बात करेंगे. आपका CA ने बोला है, मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं, आपका CA बोला है कि unbilled revenue 14,75,000, 18% plus penalty equal to tax plus interest at 2%, not 1.5%, because this is suppression of information. Therefore, he will give you notice. Then you have to figure out what is unbilled revenue. Can I go back, Siddesh, one back? Unbilled revenue, this is the last bullet point there. Yes, unbilled revenue. Accrued and due. What is revenue? Accrued, due. पद्मनाभ दवे, सर जी क्या करेंगे? काम हो गया, सर असेसमेंट ऑर्डर आ गया, हो गया. To the satisfaction of the assessee, you have not raised a bill. Why have you not raised a bill? सर बेचारा उसके पास पैसा नहीं है, दिवाली के बाद रेस करूंगा. If you were to be a company, you will say income accrued and due, because काम हो गया. अगर काम नहीं हुआ तो you will say income accrued but not due. So if you don't know the difference between these two transactions, you are stuck with tax. And if you are a partnership firm, you would not even pass entry in the books of account. Then how can you turn around and say, disclose in the accounting policy to say, books of accounts are maintained on a mercantile basis? Who can you say? Chartered accountants don't do it. We don't do it. Because we know client has no money. 44AB signed. Invoice नहीं भेजा क्योंकि client के पास पैसा नहीं है. We will tell him, first you send the check, then I will send you the invoice. But Woodin is already created. Woodin created. Be careful. Woodin is created. That means work is done. I think Woodin has a life of 2-3 days. Am I right? 1 week. 2 days, huh? So work is done. But invoice we don't send. Because we don't know whether he will pay or not. So invoice we don't create. So be careful. They could become accrued and due. If it is accrued and due, pay 18%. Then we will see. So from the date of Woodin for CS, I will calculate interest and penalty. If I am the commissioner, I will send you the notice. We will see later. बाद में देखेंगे. आ जाइए कोर्ट में, देख बात कर लेते हैं उधर. Next, annual maintenance contracts. We claim input tax credit, but what are the provisions of claiming or availing or entitlement of input tax credit under section 16? Section 16, subsection 1 is the only section which entitles you to input tax credit. Be careful. It entitles you, that's all. You are entitled to casual leave, but you can't take casual leave. Casual leave चाहिए तो boss के पास जाना है. You are entitled. So 16(1) says you are entitled to input tax credit, but you cannot claim. When can you claim? When you fulfill 155. When can you claim? When you fulfill 142. When can you claim? When you fulfill Rule 36. When can you claim? When you fulfill 129. So all fulfillment conditions, 17, 18, 19, 20, 36, 39, 37, all these conditions you have to fulfill. One subsection gives you the credit, 23 subsections and rules take away the credit. 23, जाके गिन लेना आप. Only one subsection gives you credit. 23 takes away the credit. So it's not easy to claim credit. So be careful. When you look at annual maintenance contract, for example, where invoice is raised in the beginning of the year, correct? Sanjeev ji, correct? Payment bhi kar diya aapne? Credit kaise le liya aapne? Where is the service? Service is rendered over a 12-month period. Income tax chartered accountant will make provisions saying prepaid services. Yes or no? He will tell you prepaid services. He will make provision. How can you claim input tax credit? If you want to claim input tax credit, you have to claim it after 6 months because service is rendered there. And in the month in which you claim input tax credit, you don't have invoice. Invoice 6 mahine pehle aa gaya. Be careful. You got it? 6 mahine pehle aa gaya. Then why are you fighting with your GST officer? Sir, ye credit nahi de raha, sir, ye 16.4 hai, sir, ye 16.2 hai, sir, ye rule 36 hai, sir, ye 36.4 hai, sir, ye credit note hai, sir, ye debit note hai, sir, usko kuch malum nahi hai, sir, hame malum nahi hai, usko sab kuch malum hai. System is doing everything because there is one fellow who knows the law who is preparing the system to do this job. Collectively, 200 of us have not studied the law. This is the problem. System is doing it correctly. So you look at transactions relating to AMC, be very careful, extremely careful. All prepaid expenses, input tax credit is questionable. The government has 8 years from the date of the order. The first orders of 17-18 are happening now, correct, sir? Last one year more. He has 8 years, he will come back at you. You cannot say, I don't want to maintain books of account. One advance ruling, one appeal. It will open across states in India because that will lie in the portal. Usko kuch nahi hai. He will simply give you a notice saying that kindly give me assessee-wise details in respect of AMC. Bas, ho gaya. Your client will tell you, sir, ye aapne 9 sign kiya hai, 9C sign kiya hai, 44AB sign kiya hai, company law sign kiya hai, balance sheet sign kiya hai, P&L kiya hai, sir, aapka yo AMC service provider bhi aap hi ka client hai, sir. वो भी आपका client, आपको इतना मालूम नहीं है, sir. पूरा बोल देगा वो. 4 साल का फीस भी नहीं आएगा वो. He will not pay you because he will tell you, you are the one who have done all of this nonsense. Be extremely careful when you handle show cause notices. Next, after 30 years of practice, I still have doubts in my mind. What is renting? What is hiring? What is leasing? What is transporting? What is freight? And last, what is salami transaction? I'm still not able to figure out. Why do you say you rent a house, but you hire a car? You're hiring a car, वो भी 1 महीने का है, ये भी 1 महीने का है. 1 साल के लिए you will be able to hire a car. For 1 year you can hire a car. But there you are saying rent. Why? Why are you saying? Why are you not saying in case of renting of immovable property that it is lease? Under indirect tax law, you are saying leasing means putting in possession. For residential property, the landowner has put you in possession of that property. Why are you not saying it is lease? There, if it is lease, you say, oh, lump sum hona chahiye. Which law says it has to be lump sum? Can you please tell me which act tells you, oh, lump sum means lease, monthly payment means it is rent? Which law says? Which law? All these are continuous supply of services. Have you looked at the provisions of section 13? Have you looked at it? How to raise invoice in respect of continuous supply of services? Today the department officer does not know. He doesn't know that continuous supply of services we have to keep quiet. 1 year later usko malum pad jayega. And he has 8 years to give you notice. He has 8 years, be careful. 132, he can put you behind bars. Andar dal dega, baad mein baat karta hai. So you have to be very careful when you handle these transactions. So these are continuous supply of services. Once it becomes continuous supply of services, raising of invoice rules change, time of supply of service will change, payment of tax provisions will change. Be extremely careful. Importantly, retainer services of chartered accountants, be careful. You can't raise invoice when you get money. Sorry. You have continuous supply of services. You have to pay your money. You take chartered accountants cases. Provision for audit fees made on 31st March. Yes or no? TDS ban gaya? Correct? You are also claiming through AS 26, 26 kuch form hai income, you are claiming credit. Why are you not declaring income? There you go on preparing one Excel sheet. Last year's fees, next year. Last year's fees 2 years later aaya, so you don't pay tax. There you say we are following cash basis. TDS you want to claim because next year you can't correlate income. TDS you will take, income you don't want to declare. What is this lopsided logic? Left kaise chalta hai? Why don't you switch to accrual? If I am the commissioner, I will go after CS first. Then others will become all right. Next. I have made the first bullet point with a tremendous sense of responsibility. With a great sense of responsibility, I have made that first statement. Accounting at the time of payment. Accounting at the time of payment. Importantly, tax practitioners, chartered accountants, lawyers, advocates, these architects, doctors, professionals are the root cause of this problem. Because of you, this provision came into the statute book. It came into the statute book. You account when you receive payment. You account when you receive payment. Very few chartered accountants will raise invoice, go on accrual basis. Very few. Advocates, though you leave it, they will raise invoice only when the High Court decides and he is ready for payment. अगर वो पहले चेक भेजना है, जेब में आना है, बाद में इनवॉइस जाएगा, and that too no tax because reverse charge. So you account when you receive the payment. You receive the payment. GST law does not recognize any system of accounting where you account when you receive payment. Which is that provision? There is no provision under GST law. No provision. Job workers, contract manufacturers, labor contractors, you all account when you receive the payment. It is wrong. Acceptance of invoices. You go to any large manufacturing company. Go to any large, 100 to 150 crore manufacturing company. You go to that accountant, Padmanabh sir, वो accountant के पास है, निकले उसका draw, एक 15 invoice मिलेगा. अरे ये entry क्यों नहीं हुआ यार? सर 2-4 दिन थोड़ा busy था सर करता हूँ. There is no busy था करता हूँ. 36 says you have to account instantaneously, as and how the transaction happens. The biggest defaulters of this are PSUs, public sector companies. What do? They will say, goods are lying in the yard. It is not inspected. You go to Coal India, you go to any of these large coal companies in West Bengal, he won't account. He will tell you goods are lying in the yard. As and when it is inspected, whenever he gets time, one engineer will pass one entry. उसके बाद क्या होगा वो accountant के पास आएगा. Accountant will send it to GM. GM must to initial. After that it will go to stock. After that it will go. By then the goods are consumed, used. We don't pass entries. Chartered accountant, what he will do at the end of the year, he will go on inventory. Which inventory? Physical inventory taken on 31/3 and he has to correlate it with books of accounts. तब entry बनेगा books में. And that too if the chartered accountant tracks it, entry होगा. If the chartered accountant doesn't track it, नहीं होगा. If cost accountant tracks it, next year आएगा. दोनों track नहीं किया तो entry नहीं होगा. Finally what will happen? Customer will come back to you and ask you for payment. Then you will ask him for a duplicate copy of invoice. Invoice दे दिया क्या? हाँ भैया 6 महीना हो गया, book में entry नहीं है. No entry in the books of account. This is the status of our life. But look at the supplier. It has come into A, he is raised e-way bill. Then you say, Rule 36, कौन है Rule 36? Somebody asked me query on Rule 36. If he's here, yes, what rule 36 you want? You don't pass entry in the books of account? Rule 36 चाहिए क्या आपको? दो notice दिया तो third time you will become all right. Now these are the problems. You may be a genuine dealer, but the government has 50 instances of this. So he starts with the assumption, all dealers are frauds. This is the starting point. Next, there are some companies which account for invoice on payment. Infosys, it doesn't pass entry in the books of account when it gets the invoice. It doesn't pass. But you look at the disclosure of Infosys. I want you to look at the balance sheet of Infosys. There he will disclose saying, entry in the books for inward supplies are passed on effective payment. He's disclosing it. Why don't you disclose this for all other companies for which you are doing accounting or auditing? Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? Then you say show cause notice should not come. How will it not come? आएगा वो. Penalty के साथ आएगा. और when it crosses 100 lakhs, arrest के साथ आएगा वो. Next, AMC prepaid expenditure, this I have dealt with. HSN, some of the largest litigations we are going to fight in the next 5 to 7 years will be HSN based. You take any trader that you are auditing. ये HSN कैसे? Sir, inward supply में जो HSN था sir वही लगाया. This tax practitioner or chartered accountant doesn't have the patience to even look at it. ठीक है. Inward supply में 4%, 4%. हाँ संजीव भाई 4%. ठीक है. That article clerk है ना वो बच्चा है. उसको टिक भी लगाने नहीं आता है. He will ask him, you're checked? No? You're checked? You're checked? Purchase invoice? हाँ सर चेक किया. Rate check? हाँ सर चेक किया. HSN? हाँ सर चेक किया हूँ सर. ठीक है सिग्नेचर लगाओ. ठीक है सिग्नेचर लगाओ. You take auto parts. You take steel. Take auto parts. Take steel. Take copper. Take minerals. Take chemicals. Take flavors. Take essences. There are substantive changes in rates of tax. And how many of you here have read notification number 1/2017? 1/2017. You read? नीचे क्या लिखा है उधर? क्या लिखा है नीचे? Last line. In 1/2017. पढ़ा आपने? नहीं पढ़ा क्या? क्या लिखा उधर? No. Then you have not read it. It says, the classification shall be in line with the classification under the Customs Tariff Act. Under the Customs Tariff. Please be careful, go and read again. So this classification of SSE and this classification in 5 schedules are of no use. You have to classify as per Customs Tariff. That is the tariff you have to apply. So when you are replying to show cause, when you are replying to a show cause notice, what should you have? You should have notification number 1. You should have chapter 1 of the customs tariff, chapter 1, which will tell you how classification has progressed under customs law. You should have the classification under GST and have the classification under customs. All 4 you should keep it open. Then you should start your reply. We don't do replies like that. Sir, ये क्या है sir? हाँ? ये क्या है 9453? He is telling is wrong. He will tell you it's wrong. Because he knows the classification. It is not 9453, it is 9543. उसको मालूम है, वो देगा वो notice. And he will give you SSC with classification. He will give you. You are not ready with it. Therefore, be very careful. If you can't classify, don't enter replies to show cause. So HSN is crucial. ये supplier का HSN है, वही HSN इधर डाला हूँ, is not going to help you. It's not going to help you. You are not able to defend your case. You will not be able to defend your case. Next, stock reporting on GP basis. Once again, I have no bias. I have no bias, either against the goods or any gender bias. But let me give you this example. There was a jeweler, Sanjay Bhai. There was a jeweler. I was just casually looking at his P&L account. I have no business. The chartered accountant should have taken care of it. I was just casually looking at his P&L account. I suddenly saw insurance for 6,54,000. 6 lakh ka insurance liya? What must be his stock? 6 lakh ka insurance liya, to stock kitna rahega? Then I thought, probably, including his residential accommodation, car, motorcycle, wo pura idhar hi dal diya. I thought he has put all this here. Then I said, leke aa jao. नहीं सर वो सब कैपिटल अकाउंट में गया सर, ये पूरा कैश एंड स्टॉक इंश्योरेंस है. So 6,54,000, कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम है. I said पॉलिसी लेके आओ. He got the policy. He said he's insured cash for 1 crore cash limit, and he's insured stock for 5 crores. So let's look at closing stock for the last 3 years. 42 lakhs, 41 lakhs, 42 lakh 54,000. Because GP adjust किया ना, 6.27, 6.29, 6.31, 6.24, COVID है, 6.19 भी ठीक है. So this is closing stock. So he said, boss, sir आप क्या बात करते हैं sir? मुझे 1 or 2 days I will have stock. Oh, so you are teaching me peak stock. ठीक है, I said भाई लेके जाओ. Let's do on 365-day peak stock and peak cash. His peak cash was 14 lakhs. 14 lakhs. His peak stock was 55 lakhs. I said, क्यों भैया क्यों 6 crore का लिया हो? So pro rata input tax I'll disallow. He never came back to me. नहीं आए. 3 साल के बाद notice आया उसको. Not on same point, but on issue relating to stock. When they came for inspection, they found unaccounted stock. Now, as chartered accountants, we don't see it. We don't see. So we have to be extremely careful when we look at stock. So don't keep your mind open. Your article clerk or your paid assistant will not be able to look at these transactions. But then, Sanjay Bhaiya, you can turn around and say, मैं सब देख लिया तो 15,000 भी नहीं देता है सर tax audit के लिए, what can I do? You leave the file. That's up to you. Choice is yours. You want to do it for 15,000, do it. You don't want to do it, leave it. 5 years later, it will come back to haunt you. Right? If I am the commissioner, I will give you a notice. Be careful. Next. Goods in transit, I already told you. Work in progress. This work in progress is one of the most abused accounting entries. Most abused. Because closing stock will be physical stock. जो भी GP 6.27, 6.29 आना है ना, you will put that in work in progress. उसका कुछ basis नहीं है. There is no basis for this. So if I ask you for an accounting policy for work in progress, nobody will give. They will say cost incurred plus reasonable estimates towards labor. So one commissioner called me. He told me, Venkat, this is your work in progress. This is your reasonable estimate for labor in work in progress. Correct? You got it? In the previous year's closing stock. Then he said, next year you show me so much labor charges. We don't have labor charge in books. We don't have. एक रुपया का entry नहीं संजीव भाई. Now you tell me, should I write to CA Institute or not? You decide. You decide whether I should write or not. You decide. Next. Valuations without consideration. I've taken only 2 transactions. There are hundreds like this. Hundreds. Those of you who handle hotels, be careful. Be very careful. Those of you who handle hotels with accommodation services, be more careful. Those of you who handle hotels with accommodation services, With alcoholic liquor, be extra careful. Be extra careful. Those of you who handle food, accommodation, liquor, convention center, don't take show cause notice if you don't know the business. Don't take it. I'll tell you why. How many hotels are declaring liquor in goods and service tax law? Has any chartered accountant seen it? If you declare, apply Rule 42, you have to reverse pro rata. Reverse. Because same crockery is used for giving juice. I'm sorry about that. The liquor with which I drink beer, he will go wash it and give you juice in the same. 2, the crockery that is used in the bar is the crockery that is used in the restaurant. The security services that are used to let you inside the bar is the security services that are used to let you inside the room. The CCTV that you use for the purpose of using at the gate is the CCTV that you will use when you enter into a room. For furniture. Are you reversing common credits? Are you using Rule 42 sub Rule 1? Please be very careful. Very, very careful. Look at the second part of it. Second part of it. How many of you here have examined CL1, CL2, CL4, CL9, CL15 licenses of the hotel's liquor business? Whether it is own license, leased, subleased, sale and lease back, leave-in license, CL1 converted to CL4. That means restaurant business, room service is not included. Be careful. But you are serving liquor in the room. There are 2 problems. Outed excise law, therefore you can be arrested. You can be arrested. 2, I will tell you that the valuation should include this. Then pro rata input tax credit you reverse. Ek paisa credit nahi aayega. In fact, you have to pay. That is the position you will come to. Have you taken care of this position when you do your P&L, balance sheet, etc.? I am 100% confident, except 1 or 2, I don't think anybody would have done it. I don't think. I am saying this with tremendous responsibility. Tremendous responsibility. 2, hotel business is the most complicated business. Complimentary food. Complimentary food to visitors. Complimentary food to auditors. Be careful. Both the foods will be different. Complimentary food to employees. वो buffet से नहीं निकाल के देगा. There will be separate food. Commissioner आ गया तो उसका अलग food है. How are you valuing this? Are you applying Rule 27, Rule 28, Rule 29, Rule 30, Rule 31? How are you applying this? No valuation. Now, even if you are valuing at 5,000 rupees per month, let's say you are valuing at 5,000 per month, I don't want your reversal. I will give notice to Ragini madam and tell you, madam, I don't want your reversal at 5,000. Give me number of complimentary lunches that you have served. I will apply the rate at which is available on the rate card. Correct? There you will say, buffet 999 plus tax. Bhaiya de do yaar mujhe bas. I don't want anything else. I don't want input reversal. I want output payment. Choice is yours. Now, you look at complimentary tickets, complimentary food. Then when you get back to the hotels, look at the business of bundled services. Vivek would have contracted this. For example, Delia would have contracted this. Convention center or this hall, including whatever, that light, this computer, this mic, this chandelier, this carpet, this air conditioning, these are bundled services. Now, whether these are composite services, mixed supply services, individual services, because he includes food, This is a 5-star hotel, therefore you will charge 18%. Just imagine that if it is not a 5-star hotel where the room rentals don't exceed 18%, room rentals don't exceed 7,500 per month, then restaurant will be charging 5%. Whether you will charge 5 as a composite supply or 18 as a mixed supply. I will put you through valuation. Those of you who are in running hotel business, be extremely careful when you go to accommodation services. Room number 101, Ragini Madam, room given at 750 rupees per night. Room number 102, Sanjeev Bhai, same day, same night, same flight, same check-in, same check-out, 2,500 rupees. She booked 3 months before, you booked 2 days before. Both of you might have booked on the same day. She negotiated, you did not negotiate. All I need is 2 cases. Same day, same invoice, different rates. I will I'll subject you to valuation under 15.3. We will see later. बाद में देखते हैं. We'll see later. आ जाओ, मेरे ऑफिस में आ जाओ. बात करेंगे. Huh? Be careful. Next. Madam, I'm on second slide still. I'm yet to commence show cause, but give me some 10 minutes. Let's close. Give me 10 minutes. Let me close as fast as possible. Next. Now I'm coming to notices. How do you handle show cause notice? Now, by now I have told you, if you don't know this, you cannot handle show cause notice. That's why I said let's raise the bar. Now, what is a notice? A notice is an allegation. It sets the law in motion. That's all. It just sets the law in motion. Now, whether such allegations should be responded with additional information, I am just going to give you a notice saying, Sanjeev Bhai, please give me the details of room rentals. There you will tell me, sir, bank is so much, room number 101 so much, second floor so much, guest room so much, superior room so much, suite room so much, I don't know, whatever, top floor so much, swimming pool facing so much, lawn facing so much. You decide whether you want to give additional information or don't want to give additional information. Choice is yours. Choice is yours. You can simply write one sentence. Total revenue on account of room rentals for the financial year 2017-18 is 12,54,542. Or you can say, first floor so much, second floor so much, superior room so much, smaller room so much, 100 feet, square feet so much, swimming pool so you decide. Now, you should also be able to handle the subsequent questions that will come depending on the data that you supply. Now what people do, they want this fellow to get out of your office as early as possible. So tally backup they will give, sir, rent chahiye, isme hai sir, purchase chahiye, isme hai sir, P&L chahiye, isme hai sir. Closing entries would not have been passed in tally. Those backups also people have given. Closing entries not matching with P&L account which CA has signed, because CA's responsibility is not to pass closing entry in books. Client has to pass. वो भी pass नहीं हुआ. Backup has gone off to the department. That fellow will tell you, oh my God, sales reported as per tally backup 15 crores, sales reported as per P&L account 14 crores, sales reported in Form 3B 8 crores, sales reported in GSTR 9, 12 crores, sales reported in 9C so much. By the time you reconcile, 4 chartered accountants you have to employ. फिर भी tally नहीं होगा. Next, the reply may not be acceptable to the taxpayer because it could lead to significant finding or observation. All that I told you in notes to accounts will come by way of show cause notice. But before replying to notice, please ensure that you are following the due process of law. What is due process of law? Check whether DIN number is there. If it is not there, don't reply. Don't reply. Inspection. GST INS 1, whether it was shown to the client. Client will have fever, 108 degrees. The moment an inspector comes to his office, उसको fever आ जाएगा. वो आइटर को फोन करेगा. सर ये आया है सर, कितने लोग हैं उधर? सर 4 आदमी हैं सर. उसमें डीसी कोई है, मालूम नहीं पड़ रहा, अच्छा ड्रेस किया है सर, ठीक है 1 hour के बाद फोन करो, CA also will not take the phone. Now this poor fellow is left to fend for himself for 2-3 hours. By then whatever data details is gone is gone. Is gone is gone. Then you have to go to the negotiating table. You have to go to the negotiating table. वो बाद में देखते हैं. So be careful, you have to follow. Service of notice and its receipt. I think advocates here will know the importance of service of notice. Chartered accountants need to learn how a notice is required to be served. There are 14 methods of service of notice. Please ensure that the moment you receive the notice, it is in one of the 14 rules. If it is not there, notice is not served in accordance with law. And section 161 subsection 2 also says, whatever grievance you have in respect of jurisdiction and notices, take it at the first available opportunity. Because if you start replying to these notices, you will never be able to, you will not be in a position to, or you will not be able to take up these grounds later. This becomes tacit acceptance under law. Tacit acceptance. Legality of a notice. Please ensure that the notice issued is legal. He will tell you, jurisdiction or assignment number so-and-so of Joint Commissioner dated so-and-so, so-and-so. On the date of issue of notice, please ensure that that particular Joint Commissioner is in that chair. You would have got transferred. You want to take that ground, take it. Don't want to take it, keep quiet. Choice is yours. Choice is yours. How do you handle show cause notice? You have to be careful. If you don't know what to look at, you will never be able to handle a show cause notice. Show cause notices are given different names. Chairman madam, chairperson madam, give me some 5-10 minutes. I'll close. They give all names. They will say endorsement. They will not say anything. कुछ भी नहीं बोलते हैं. Further to our inspection dated so and so, kindly provide ABCD, EFG, HIJKL details. DIN number नहीं है, reference number नहीं है, वो नहीं है, ये नहीं है, section नहीं है, nothing. Central tax officers will tell you this information is called for pursuant to section 70. Huh? How can you issue notice under section 70, which is a summons? You come yesterday morning, today you are issuing summons. How can you issue summons? Look at the circulars that are issued by the central government. Summons is the last resort. Last resort. Summons can't be a routine. Want to take up, take it up. Don't want to take up, don't take up. Seek personal hearings wherever required. Circular number 181, 182, 183. No recoveries. Nobody can tell you reverse this input tax credit. That fellow will come. He will pressure you. He will pressure you. He will tell you, if you don't pay, I will arrest you. Okay. Tell him I am ready for arrest. What will happen? Nothing will happen. He will not arrest you. You don't worry about it. He cannot arrest you. Arrest can come only in respect of 3 classes of transactions. Nothing more. Don't bother. 1, misrepresentation. If you say, this paper is not mine, but it is actually yours. Yes. Misrepresentation. Fraud. Fraud cannot be proved on date of inspection. Fraud is much more than what is found in your house. Much more. So it cannot be. Fraud is a process. So he cannot arrest you. So misrepresentation, fraud, or suppression. Suppression is a process. Suppression is not a statement. Suppression is an allegation. The fellow cannot arrest you. Don't bother about it. Sky will not fall down. Don't get scared. If you get scared, he'll tell you, I will arrest you. Today is Friday evening. Till Monday morning you will not get bail. Dave sir can appear only on Tuesday because I know your advocate is not there. He will tell you, your advocate has gone to Delhi, I know it. So don't get bothered. Don't worry about all that. Nothing can be done. If you are strong, that fellow will go back. If you are weak, that fellow will tell you, reverse the credit or make the payment, then I will go. So don't pay. 181, 182, 183. Next. Next. All the principles relating to natural justice. I don't need to tell you, advocates know what natural justice is. best judgment versus guesswork. There can be no arrest for guesswork. There is no guesswork. There is no arrest for guesswork. There is no arrest for a legal issue. If he tells you, you are 18% but you are paid at 12%, don't get worried. Let the process of show cause continue. He cannot arrest you. He'll tell you, sir, आपका इतना है, sir, 5 crore से ज़्यादा है. Go to 132. If you don't know the provisions of 132, he'll arrest you. He'll tell you he'll arrest you. If you know the provisions of 132, he will take a back seat. He'll tell you, Anwar साहब, एक 10 लाख भर दो, बाद में देखते हैं. So you have to bring him back to the discussion table in the manner in which you want him to talk to you. If you get into the mood of the manner in which he wants you to talk, then you are not replying to show cause notice. The tendency of the tax officers is to first levy tax, then look for supply. He will tell you, miscellaneous income declared in your P&L account is 1,46,500, pay tax at 18%. Huh? I will declare 14 crores. You are nobody to tell me that I have to pay tax at 18%. The job of the proper officer or adjudicating authority is to first pinpoint the supply. He has to first pinpoint supply. He has to tell you, this miscellaneous account is labor charges which has been accounted in the guise of miscellaneous income, not reported in GSTR1, not reported in 3B, not reported 99C. He has to tell you. Then he has to tell you HSN. Then he has to tell you nature of services. Then he has to tell you notification. Then he has to tell you pay tax at the rate of 18%. The department has started guessing. Miscellaneous income is 14,45,000. Pay tax at 18%. Then your client has panicked, you have panicked, everybody has panicked. Ask him in the reply, what is the service? What is the date of service? How many customers are there? Why are you giving me this notice? Do you know the entry in the books of account? If there is a service, tell me the nature of service. If there is a supply, tell me of goods. Tell me the nature of goods. Intrastate, interstate, export, you please tell me. You can't simply tell me pay 18% just as Siddesh said 9973, pay me 18% life take. Don't reply. You ask him questions. Next, time frame for making submissions. Please be careful. There are different timelines for different notices. Adhere to it. There are provisions under law which says unless you seek an hearing, you will not be granted a hearing. So you have to seek. Next, allegation versus evidence. Allegation versus evidence. Every show cause notice will be an allegation. Every show cause will be an allegation. Every DRC-01 or DRC-01A will be an allegation. He will tell you, it appears that, you have seen my books, you have done the audit, 2 inspectors have come to my office, you have verified. How can you say it appears? That means you have not done your job properly. You have not done your job. You have to fight. The moment that man says, it appears to me, you say, what do you mean by saying appears? You tell me whether it is goods, service, HSN code, whatever it is. Don't say it appears that this is a supply transaction. No question of appearance. It has to be clear. Does a chartered accountant say in his report that it appears that there could have been a transaction? No, he pinpoints a transaction and says this has been done. So you have to ask him, why are you writing it appears? Now most practitioners just let this pass because they are not reading the show cause notice in the manner in which it has to be read. You have to read it word by word with punctuations. Otherwise, you will not be able to handle a show cause notice. Next, evidence. He has to lead the evidence. He cannot say, it appears that this 14,45,000 is liable to a tax at 18%. You ask him, which toll has it passed? He's asking you, no? Give me the motor vehicle number, give me the e-way bill number. He's going to motor vehicle website and saying, sir, aapka two-wheeler scooter hai sir, wo bhi stolen two-wheeler hai sir, usme how can you transport steel? You also ask him, give me the toll details, give me the motor vehicle number, what is the goods that I have transported, which is that e-way bill which I have not raised, Who is the customer? Where is the proof of payment in the bank that you have noticed? Ask him these details. Ask him these details. Don't reply to DRC 1018 defending yourself, saying, "Ye interest income hai, wo hai, ye." Have some fun when you write replies. Have fun, but uske liye taakat chahiye. Taakat chahiye. Taakat nahi hai to chhod do. Don't get into showcase business. Don't get into it. Taakat hai, karna hai. So you ask him, because he's asking you. So don't submit yourself. Next, presumption of an offense. He says, 17.5. 17.5. He's presuming so many things. How can you presume? You don't know my nature of business. In fact, I wrote to an assing officer. I asked him, first tell me my nature of business. Then we will see whether my claim for insurance credit is available or not. Actually, wo jo inspector hai, that fellow doesn't know my nature of business also. So in fact, he called my accountant and he's asking, "Aapka goods kya hai? Goods kya hai?" We are actually service providers. He's asking him for goods details. Now this is the fate. So have some fun when you handle showcase, right? Next, vagueness in the notice. He will tell you, logically, it has to be understood that you are a service. Law mein logic kahan hai? In law, there is no logic. There is only legality in law. There is no logic or common sense in law. It is only legal. Next, the rights, remedies, and safeguards that you have. You protect your right, protect your remedy, safeguard. Next. Next. Now, notices contain several allegations. These allegations are to be led by evidence. He will tell you, pro rata input tax credit to be reversed in terms of Rule 42. This is how he will tell you, and ek working dega wo. You ask him, which is that input tax credit you are reversing? Whether they are common credits or specific credit. You ask him. Unless you give me this detail, I will not be in a position to reply to your showcase. Write to him and tell him, from the date on which you give me, I will need 6 weeks time. Usko dara dena. You do it, nothing will happen, sky will not fall down. Let him do an ex parte order. I know advocates here can get you a stay in 1 hour if it is an ex parte. Jane do ek 50,000, jane do 1 lakh. 2 times you put that fellow on the back foot, 3rd time that officer will be all right. Next, notices cannot state it appears, I am clear. Notices must be clear and unambiguous. In the notice, what he will do, he will tell you, exemption cannot be provided in the absence of documents. हाँ? आपने मेरे ऑफिस आया, आपने ऑडिट किया, आपने ऑडिट ऑब्जर्वेशंस देखा, you have taken my tally backup, you have portal which is available for you, 2A, 3B, 3C, 3D, JTR 199C, पूरा portal के ऊपर पड़ा है. What more document you want? When he says, in the absence of document, you ask him, kindly tell me what is this specific document that you want, basis which you are denying my exemption. Let him tell. Let him tell. But we are scared. We will give him. वो CA क्या बोलेगा? Give him invoice, give him e-way bill, give him delivery challan, give him Rule 55 delivery challan, give him account copy in the books of account, give him customer supply invoice, give him bank passbook, not only passbook, give me all entries of that customer in the past 3 years also we file. Because we are scared. Hil gaye hum log. That is not how you handle showcase notice. Next, notice must be precise and accurate. If the notice says, all income reflected in P&L account as whatever, miscellaneous income or other income is subjected to tax, छोड़ना नहीं है उसको. You tell him, show me supply, take your tax. This should be your first sentence. Show me supply, take your tax. Now what we do? In the other income we say, no, this is interest income, this is bank charges, this is reversal of Amazon credit, this is product which was reversed, इसके ऊपर interest आया, वो आया, yeah, this is deposit interest, electricity deposit interest, water deposit interest, all from 1940 we give him details. Why are we giving him all these details? There is no need. He has to show supply, I will give him the details. If it doesn't show supply, no question of any details. Next. Hey, Siddesh, why did you go back? Notice must contain the ingredients. So you can't look for supply later. Examine the notice for discrepancies, deficiencies, mistakes or omissions. There are notices which are issued which are deficient. Now what is deficiency in a notice? What is deficiency? Whether the notice issued under that particular rule is linked to some section. He will tell you, further to the inspection dated so and so, I have received a report. Huh? ये कहाँ से आ गया भाई? You have inspected my office, you have not given me my report, you have not given me what you have received internally, and you are giving me show cause. कहाँ से आ गया वो? First you give me, then you tell me give me 6 weeks time, then you give me show cause. So this report will not come, show cause आ जाएगा. So look for deficiencies in the notice. Pre-show cause notice consultations, please avail it. Please avail it. He will give you a pre-show cause notice. One year, pura aega. So go, sit with him, explain to him the transaction. Then you see how things change. Next, show cause notice stands, notice ho gaya, 14 modes under section 169. Omission to object to issued show cause notice. Please don't omit any issue in show cause. If you miss the issue, you have deemed to have accepted that under 73 and 74. Next. Non-denial may imply admission. If you don't deny, it is deemed to be accepted. Next slide, Siddesh. Last slide, madam. I'll close with this. Now I talked about HSN. Don't rush to reply to show cause. Take your time. Take your time. You have to be calm when you reply to show cause notice. If you rush without knowing business, you will get into very big trouble. I want you to test that notice. How many of us here have tested the show cause or DRC 01A? Have you taken the observations that come with 11A and tested it? How do you test it? How do you test it? I want you to test this with your books of account. I want you to test this with your CA's report. I want you to test this with allied laws. I want you to test this with income tax provisions. I want you to test this with a competitor's books of account. I want you to test this asking a friend of yours in the evening when you meet him. I want you to test this by looking at the provisions of goods and service tax law. I want you to test this show cause what happened under old law before you start replying. Then you see the way you write the reply to this will completely change. It will completely change. When you write a reply to a show cause, I want you to sift fact from opinion. In the show cause, fact and opinion will be mixed. It will be mixed up. He will tell you on examining the invoice. Which invoice? Tax invoice or some other invoice. So he will simply tell you, you have to ask him whether it is invoice under 31 or invoice under 31(1)(f or whether it is delivery chal under rule 55. Please ask him. Please ask him. Don't leave. Ask him. Then you have to sift fact from fiction. Then you test with books of account. Then you see whether he has already framed an opinion while giving show cause. If he has framed an opinion during show cause, then he is not a proper officer under 2 subsection 91, read with 225. He is not a proper officer. He is not a proper officer. Then he will tell you, please look at the provisions of section 65, subsection 7. Please read section 65, subsection 7 10 times. The audit officer cannot be an adjudicating officer under 2 subsection 91. He cannot be. And I don't know how many of you have read the provisions of section 2 subsection 91. Please go home. I want you to read 2 subsection 91 some 10 times. 10 times. The wordings used in 2 subsection 91 is a proper officer who is authorized as by the commissioner in the board. It doesn't use the word or phrase commissioner. It says commissioner in the board. Now, who is this fellow who is a commissioner in the board? Commissioner in the board is defined under 225. It says a person authorized under 168. Now you ask him, you ask the person who has given you show cause notice, have you complied with 225, 291, read with 168? Ask him. Ask him. And tell him, give me the proof that you are the person who is authorized by the commissioner in the board. इंस्पेक्टर देता है, सुपरिंटेंडेंट देता है, असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर देता है, डीसी देता है, आई डोंट नो, जॉइंट कमिश्नर इज इशूइंग, नाउ कमिश्नर इज आल्सो इशूइंग. वो कौन है वो? Who is this man? We don't know who this fellow is. So I want you to ask that question. Next, put that allegation to trial. He will tell you, you are a habitual offender, Sanjeev bhai. अरे एक invoice है 10,000. Instead of 10,000, I have accounted 9,975 because that is the quantum of money that I received. And you are saying I am a habitual offender? Don't leave him. I want you to ask questions in your reply to Shoka saying, what do you mean by habitual offense? What do you mean? Please give me instances of where I am a habitual offender. He will tell you, these are suspected transactions of fraud. Huh? How can it be a suspected transaction of fraud? You have to ask him, what is the evidence in your possession to declare that I am a suspected dealer who has committed a fraud? Ask him. Chodna nahi hai. You tell him, until you reply to this, I will not be able to effectively rebut to your allegations. Takat chahiye. Takat chahiye iske liye. But do it. Don't leave it. Don't leave that. Next, check whether the person who is issuing show cause is acting under compulsion. When you go and meet him, he will tell you, sir, मैं क्या करूं sir, मेरा JC pressure डाल रहा है. You are a proper officer. You can't buckle Sanjeev bhai under your joint commissioner's pressure. You have to handle that. Simply because your joint commissioner is telling, लगा था इसको 18%, वो नहीं हो सकता है. वो नहीं हो सकता है. So look whether there is compulsion. Then you write in the show cause. It appears that you are acting under compulsion. You write, over sir, I am closing, only 1 more minute I will close. Thank you very much. You are acting under compulsion. You check whether show cause notice is dictated. What is dictation of show cause notice? Cut paste of some other file. Cut paste of some other file. Why do you want to reply to this? You tell him in para number 14, the turnovers that you have adopted does not match or is reflected in my books of account. Until you clarify this, I am not going to reply to your show cause notice. लगा दो. कुछ नहीं होगा. Sky will not fall down. Don't bother. Don't reply to everything and then say, this turnover is not mine. Then he will tell you, give proof. You tell him, you give proof. Then I will reply. You give proof. Then I will reply. Last 2 points, madam. Seek cross-examination wherever it is required. Law provides for it. Don't be scared. He will tell you, I have received internal report from my enforcement or intelligence officer. Seek cross-examination. Tell him I want to cross-examine this man. What did he come and look at my office? 2 hours he would have stayed, X amount he would have taken, and he would have given you notice for Y amount. You ask him, sir, did you see the product? Where was the product stored? What is the product? Did you touch and feel my product? Do you know where my product is put to end use? Do you know who are my customers? ये 5 question written reply मैं डाल दिया तो वो बाद में आपके पास नहीं आएगा. He will go and tell this JC, sir, this Sanjeev Bhai is a madman, I don't think I will be able to handle him. I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Next, they will be all right. Last 2 points. Don't skip turnovers, rates, computations, etc. Don't skip. That is where errors are made. Adjournment is not a matter of right. It's not a matter of right. Adjournment is a matter of discretion. Therefore, you simply can't write, my chartered accountant is not in town, you will get refused. Because provisions of law says, I think Arun will be able to tell it, two adjournments, 3 adjournments, 2, 3. So we have difficulty there. Authorized representatives, be very careful. I have one advice before I close. Siddesh, we can close it. I think all of this you can go home and check. Authorized representatives, I have one simple advice for all of you. Please don't make your friend your client. Don't make your friend your client. Don't make your relative your client. Don't represent your friend or relative, because you will do things to save your friend or relative which is not in line with law, and you are setting precedents. Don't make your friend your client. Two, don't try to write reply for fees. It should be vice versa. Don't try to write a reply depending on the fees that you will get. You are not doing a job that is required to be done. You are setting very bad precedents. Last, don't do disservice to business. If you don't know business, go learn the business first. Come back and reply to the show cause. Because if you are writing a reply without knowing the business, that entire sector or segment of business is going to suffer because of this one order. Don't write reply to show cause if you don't know the business. Take your time. Go to somebody else. Last, don't write replies if you don't have time. Ye kal jana hi hai. Sky will not fall down. Nothing will happen under goods and service tax law. You file an affidavit saying he has approached me only now, I want this 15 days time to effectively rebut your proposal. Let him do an ex parte, go in appeal. But don't write a reply under pressure. Thank you very much, Eastern India Regional Council. Thank you very much. My apologies if I have hurt any of the chartered accountants, tax practitioners or advocate. I never meant that. It was the passion for law that sometimes I use these names of professionals. Importantly, Sanjeev, Ragini Madam, Arun, Anil Mathur, I have no intent to hurt any of your names. It is just that I know your names and therefore I have taken examples. Therefore, don't think that I have taken examples where you would probably not do such things. So it was just for ease of understanding that I took it. 3, last, if there is anybody from the department here, let me make this statement that whatever I have said here, I have said it with a tremendous sense of responsibility. I have said it with responsibility. I am willing to face the law of the land. If somebody tells me that what I have said is incorrect, I am willing to face the law of the land. Last, 4. As professionals, we go through phenomenal challenges in practice, in terms of fees, in terms of pressure, in terms of competition, in terms of knowing or not knowing the business, in terms of growing the business, in terms of new technologies, in terms of whatever. A suggestion to all professionals. Just as we eat, drink, sleep, if you don't study for 3 hours a day, trust me, you are out of practice. Technology is going to do what you are doing now in 24 months from now. Technology is going to do what you do. If you don't study for 3 hours, you will be out of profession. as quickly as you came here. Last point. This GST will continue. Probably, we will all make our livelihoods from this goods and service tax law. We will make our livelihoods. But a true professional is the man who stands to fight the law in the manner in which law is to be interpreted. Unless we take those first baby steps now, we are not going to get to where we have reached. This was not the GST law that we needed. Don't tell me as professionals, we need 3 books with more than 2,000 notifications in 5 years, and we are put to this nuisance of interpreting these last notification circulars and say that this department is wrong. I think we are responsible enough to give us a law to ourselves to say this is how a law should be done. To that extent, I differ with our past president, although he is from your zone, Dr. Ashok Saraf, to say that is how the law will be, law will not change. No, I completely disagree on this one issue with Dr. Saraf to say, I think we need to change, get the law changed. To that effect, we need to work. Thank you so much, Eastern India Regional, AFTP Eastern Region. Thank you so much. Thanks, Vivek, if he's here, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks for all of you for sitting through. I overshot my time. My profound apologies for taking longer. Thank you.
I think we do not need any concluding remarks with that, but since we have our session chairman, Mathur Saab, here, sir, please offer the concluding remarks before we could close the session. If you could take 2-3 minutes, sir. It will be my pleasure. With your permission, sir. I have not more to say rather than just to reiterate what Venkatramani sir has done to this session. He started from study of business model and study of the business as such. He was trying to emphasize also on the importance of professional expertise and skill in engineering and re-engineering of agreements underlying businesses. A very, very vital point to be taken. He also hinted towards certain judgments without referring to them and certain interpretational things while he was deliberating in a practical way and making case studies. As he said, he was referring to our name. Sir, it has been a thorough pleasure to become your case studies. It was never an offense. We are rather glad. So never to be taken otherwise. Rather, it was a pleasure understanding the things. It is our limitation that we came to see a 3.5-hour movie in a 1-hour time. So that was our constraint. It was not yours. We are thoroughly thankful to you. We can see the amount of effort and passion that has gone into the presentation, the amount of knowledge he has put into it. We will all read through it later on and do more justice to the effort he has put in. One more very important point that he brought in was cross-examination. We all know this concept theoretically, but practically in departmental proceedings, especially below the proper court of law, the quasi-judicial proceedings, we have never done this. And because we have never done this, we think that this is a very big challenge. But once we start doing things, things will start happening. And this is the spirit that he has tried to give us. Burden of proof. One thing which he was constantly repeating in all his learnings that he was sharing, what I could gather is talking about burden of proof. We always take the burden of proof also regarding the allegations which somebody else has made. The primary lesson of law that we learn when we learn judicial and quasi-judicial proceedings, we have read a number of times that the burden of proof lies upon the person who makes the allegation. Am I right, sir? This is a very, very vital point, and I take this point home with my conclusion today, that the burden of proof lies with the person who alleges, and we should learn to do this in our professional proceedings when we go before the department, before the officers, before the quasi-judicial authorities and the judicial authorities as such. This is something which we need to relearn. We know it, we have learned it, but we have forgotten to practice it. Let us practice it, and maybe we will be able to interpret the law as it is. We will learn to practice the law as it is, and we will also learn to fight for the law, which it is not. So with that conclusion, may I take the permission of this House to conclude this session and hand over the proceeding to the organizers. Thank you so much, Venkatramani sir, for this knowledgeable session. And I also thank Arun Agarwal sir for his session on the virtual assets. Thank you.
So kindly wait for 2 more minutes. We'll have vote of thanks, formal vote of thanks, and then we can leave. And this continuing applauses shows the love and affection towards you sir and Arun Agarwal sir in this session. So before proceeding toward vote of thanks, I request MJV Kumar Saab to kindly come on the stage and from the south, and I request our own Venkatramani sir to kindly honor him. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you, Venkatramani sir. Sir, you have advised for 3 hours study today, and today we have completed it in 1 hour, so we are thankful again to you. And before conclusion, I request our own Himadri Mukhopadhyay, who is currently Secretary of the IT Bar Association, our own past old member, to kindly offer vote of thanks.
I, on behalf of the AIFTF Eastern Zone, convey my heartiest vote of thanks to Mathu sir, to Arun Agarwal, Ragini madam, and our own Venkatramani sir, who is really fabulous in his speech and always charmed us with his beautiful speeches and enlightened us with his knowledge and expertise. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good night.
Friends, that's the conclusion of today's technical session. At 6 o'clock, we have AGM of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. And we will be starting again with 7 o'clock with the gala dinner. And